This is Audible.
Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents Binding 13, Part 1 by Chloe Walsh, narrated by Matthew Forsyth and Jacqueline Milne. Chapter 1. High Hopes. Shannon. It was January 10th, 2005. A whole new year and the first day back to school after Christmas break. And I was nervous. So nervous, in fact, that I'd thrown up no less than 3 times this morning. My pulse was beating at a concerning rate, my anxiety the culprit for my erratic heartbeat, not to mention the cause of my upchuck reflex abandoning me. Smoothing down my new school uniform, I stared at my reflection in the bathroom mirror and hardly recognised myself. Navy jumper with the Tommen college crest on the breast with a white shirt and red tie. Grey skirt that stopped at the knee, revealing 2 scrawny, underdeveloped legs and finishing with tan tights, navy socks and 2-inch black court shoes. I looked like an implant. I felt like one too. My only consolation was the shoes that Mam bought me brought me up to the 5'2" mark. I was ridiculously small for my age in every way. I was thin on the extreme, underdeveloped with fried eggs for breasts, clearly untouched by the puberty boom that had hit every other girl my age. My long brown hair was loose and flowing down the middle of my back, pushed back from my face with a plain red hairband. My face was free of makeup, making me look every bit as young and small as I felt. My eyes were too big for my face and a shocking shade of blue to boot. I tried squinting, seeing if that made my eyes look any more human, and made a conscious effort to thin my swollen lips by pulling them into my mouth. Nope. The squinting only made me look disabled, and a little constipated. Exhaling a frustrated sigh, I touched my cheeks with my fingertips and exhaled a ragged breath. What I lacked in the height and breast departments, I like to think I made up for in maturity. I was level-headed and an old soul. Nanny Murphy always said I was born with an old head on my shoulders. It was true to an extent. I had never been one to be fazed by boys or fads. It just wasn't in me. I once read somewhere that we mature with damage, not with age. If that's the case, I was an old-age pensioner in the emotional stakes. A lot of the time, I was worried that I didn't work like other girls. I didn't have the same urges or interests in the opposite sex. I didn't have an interest in anyone. Boys, girls, famous actors, hot models, clowns, puppies. Well, okay, so I had an interest in cute puppies and big fluffy dogs, but the rest of it, I could give or take. I had no interest in kissing, touching, or fondling of any sort. I couldn't bear the thought of it. I suppose watching the shitstorm that was my parents' relationship unravel had put me off the prospect of teaming up with another human for life. If my parents' relationship was a representation of love, then I wanted no part of it. I would rather be alone. Shaking my head to clear my thunderous thoughts before they darkened to the point of no return, I stared at my reflection in the mirror and forced myself to practice something I rarely did these days. Smile. Deep breaths, I told myself. This is your fresh start. Turning on the tap, I washed my hands and splashed some water on my face, desperate to cool the heated anxiety burning inside of my body. The prospect of my first day at a new school a daunting notion. Any school had to be better than the one I was leaving behind. The thought entered my mind and I flinched in shame. Schools, I thought dejectedly. Plural. I'd suffered relentless bullying in both primary and secondary school. For some unknown, cruel reason, I had been the target of every child's frustrations from the tender age of 4. Most of the girls in my class decided on day 1 in junior infants that they didn't like me and I wasn't to be associated with. And the boys, while not as sadistic in their attacks, weren't much better. It didn't make sense because I got along just fine with the other children on our street and never had any altercations with anyone on the estate we lived in. But school was like the seventh circle of hell for me. All 9, instead of the regular 8, years of primary had been torture. Junior infants was so distressing for me that both my mother and teacher decided it would be best to hold me back so I could repeat juniors with a new class. Even though I was just as miserable in my new class, I made a couple of close friends, Claire and Lizzie, whose friendship had made school bearable for me. When it came time to choose a secondary school in our final year of primary, I had realised I was very different from my friends. Claire and Lizzie were to attend Tommen College the following September, a lavish, elite private school with massive funding and top-of-the-range facilities, coming from the brown envelopes of wealthy parents who were hell-bent on making sure their children received the best education money could buy. Meanwhile, I had been enrolled at the local overcrowded public school in the centre of town. I still remembered the horrifying feeling of being separated from my friends. I'd been so desperate to get away from the bullies that I'd even begged Mam to send me to Beara to live with her sister, Auntie Alice, and her family so I could finish my studies. There were no words to describe the devastated feeling that had overtaken me when my father put his foot down on moving in with Auntie Alice. Mam loved me, but she was weak and weary and didn't put up a fight when Dad insisted I attend Ballylagan Community School. After that, it got worse, more vicious, more violent, more physical. For the first month of first year, I was hounded by several groups of boys, all demanding things from me that I was unwilling to give them. After that, I was labelled a frigid, because I wouldn't get off with the very boys that had made my life a living hell for years. The meaner ones labelled me a tranny, suggesting that the reason I was such a frigid was because I had boy parts under my skirt. No matter how cruel the boys were, the girls were far more inventive. And so much worse. They spread vicious rumours about me, suggesting that I was anorexic and threw my lunch up in the toilets after lunch every day. I wasn't anorexic, or bulimic for that matter. I was petrified when I was at school and couldn't bear to eat a thing because when I did vomit, and it was a frequent event, it was a direct response to the unbearable weight of the stress I was under. I was also small for my age, short, undeveloped, and skinny, which didn't help my cause to ward off the rumours. When I turned 15 and still hadn't gotten my first period, my mother made an appointment with our local GP. Several blood tests and exams later, and our family doctor had assured both my mother and me that I was healthy and that it was common for some girls to develop later than others. Almost a year had passed since then, and aside from one irregular cycle in the summer that had lasted less than half a day, I was yet to have a proper period. To be honest, I had given up on my body working like a normal girl when I clearly wasn't. My doctor had also encouraged my mother to assess my schooling arrangement, suggesting that the stress I was under at school could be a contributing factor to my obvious physical stunt in development. After a heated discussion between my parents where Mam had pled my case, I was sent back to school, where I was subjected to unrelenting torment. Their cruelty varied from name-calling and rumour-spreading to sticking sanitary pads on my back, then to full-on physically assaulting me. Once, in home economics class, a few of the girls in the seat behind me had hacked off a chunk of my ponytail with kitchen scissors and then waved it around like a trophy. Everyone had laughed, and I think in that moment I had hated the ones laughing at my pain more than the ones causing it. Another time, during PE, the same girls had taken a picture of me in my underwear with one of their camera phones and forwarded it on to everyone in our year. The principal had cracked down on it quickly and suspended who owned the phone, but not before half the school had a good laugh at my expense. I remembered crying so hard that day, Not in front of them, of course, but in the toilets. I'd bolted myself into a cubicle and contemplated on ending it all, on just taking a bunch of tablets and being done with the whole damn thing. Life, for me, was a bitter disappointment, and at the time I had wanted no further part in it. I didn't do it because I was too much of a coward. I was too afraid of it not working and waking up and having to face the consequences. I was a fucking mess. My brother, Joey, said they targeted me because I was good-looking and called my tormentors jealous bitches. He told me that I was gorgeous and instructed me to rise above it. It was easier said than done, and I wasn't so confident about that gorgeous statement either. Many of the girls targeting me were the same ones that had been bullying me since preschool. I doubted looks had anything to do with it back then. I was just unlikable. Besides, as much as he tried to be there for me and defend my honour, Joey didn't understand how school life was for me. My older brother was the polar opposite of me in every shape of the word. Where I was short, he was tall. I had blue eyes, he had green ones. I was dark-haired, he was fair. His skin was sun-kissed golden. I was pale. He was outspoken and loud, whereas I was quiet and kept to myself. The biggest contrast between us was that my brother was adored by everyone at Ballylagan Community School, aka BCS, the local public secondary school we both attended. Of course, landing a spot on the Cork minor hurling team helped Joey's popularity status along the way, but even without sports, he was a great guy. And being the great guy that he was, Joey tried to protect me from it all, but it was an impossible task for one guy. Joey and I had an older brother, Darren, and 3 younger brothers, Tig, Ollie and Sean. But neither of us had spoken to Darren since he walked out of the house 5 years previous, following yet another infamous blowout with our father. Tig and Ollie, who were 11 and 9, were only in primary school, and Sean, who was 3, was barely out of nappies, so I wasn't exactly flush with protectors to call on. It was days like this that I missed my eldest brother. At 23, Darren was 7 years older than me. Big and fearless, he was the ultimate big brother for every little girl growing up. From a small child, I had adored the ground he walked on, trailing after him and his friends, tagging along with him wherever he went. And he always protected me, taking the blame at home when I did something wrong. It wasn't easy for him, and being so much younger than him, I hadn't understood the full extent of his struggle. Mum and Dad had only been seeing each other a couple of months when she fell pregnant with Darren at 15. Labelled a bastard baby because he was born out of wedlock in 1980s Catholic Ireland, life had always been a challenge for my brother. After he turned 11, everything got so much worse for him. Like Joey, Darren was a phenomenal hurler, and like me, our father despised him. He was always finding something wrong with Darren, be it his hair or his handwriting, his performance on the field, or his choice of partner. Darren was gay, and our father couldn't cope with it. He blamed my brother's sexual orientation on an incident in the past, and nothing anyone said could get it through to our father that being gay wasn't a choice. Darren was born gay, the same way Joey was born straight and I was born empty. He was who he was, and it broke my heart that he wasn't accepted in his own home. Living with a homophobic father was torture for my brother. I hated Dad for that, more than I hated him for all the other terrible things he had done through the years. My father's intolerance and blatant discriminating behaviour towards his own son was by far the vilest of his traits. When Darren took a year out from hurling to concentrate on his leaving cert, our father had hit the roof. Months of heated arguments and physical altercations had resulted in a huge blowout where Darren packed his bags, walked out the door, and never came back. 5 years had passed since that night, and aside from the annual Christmas card in the post, none of us had seen or heard from him. We didn't even have a phone number or address for him. He as good as vanished. After that, all the pressure our father had put on Darren was switched onto the younger boys, who were, in our father's eyes, his normal sons. When he wasn't down at the pub or the bookies, our father was dragging the boys off to training and matches. He focused all of his attention on them. I was of no use to him, what with being a girl and all that. I wasn't good at sports, and I didn't excel at school or any club activity. In my father's eyes, I was just a mouth to feed until 18. That wasn't something I had come up with either. Dad told me this on countless occasions. After the 5th or 6th time, I grew immune to the words. He had no interest in me, and I had no interest in trying to live up to some irrational expectation of his. I would never be a boy, and there was no point in trying to please a man whose mind was back in the 50s. I'd long since grown tired of begging for love from a man who, in his own words, never wanted me. The pressure he put on Joey concerned me, though, and it was the reason I felt so much guilt every time he had to come to my aid. He was in 6th year, his final year of secondary school, and had his own stuff going on. The GAA, his part-time job at the petrol station, the leaving cert, and his girlfriend, Aoife. I knew that when I hurt, Joey hurt too. I didn't want to be a burden around his neck, someone he was constantly having to look out for, but it had been that way since as far back as I could remember. To be honest, I couldn't stand to look at the disappointment in my brother's eyes another minute in that school, passing him in the hallways, knowing that when he looked at me, his expression caved. To be fair, the teachers at BCS had tried to protect me from the lynch mob, and the guidance teacher at BCS, Mrs. Falvey, even organised fortnightly counselling sessions with the school psychologist throughout 2nd year until funding was cut. Mam had managed to scrape together the money for me to see a private counsellor, but at €80 per session, and having to censor my thoughts at my mother's request, I'd only seen her 5 times before lying to my mother and telling her that I felt better. I didn't feel better. I never felt better. I just couldn't bear to watch my mother struggle. I despised being a financial burden on her, so I sucked it up, slapped on a smile, and continued to walk into hell every day. But the bullying never stopped. Nothing stopped. Until one day, it did. The week before Christmas break last month, just 3 weeks after a similar incident with the same group of girls, I'd come home in floods of tears, with my school jumper ripped down the front and my nose stuffed with tissue paper to stem the bleeding from the hiding I'd taken at the hands of a group of 5th-year girls, who'd vehemently suggested that I'd try to get with one of their boyfriends. It was a bold-faced lie, considering I never laid eyes on the boy they accused me of trying to seduce, and another in a long line of pathetic excuses to beat me up. That was the day I stopped. I stopped lying. I stopped pretending. I just stopped. That day wasn't just my breaking point. It was Joey's too. He'd followed me into the house with a week's suspension under his belt for beating the living daylights out of Ciara Maloney, my main tormentor's brother. Our mother had taken one look at me and pulled me out of the school. Going against my father's wishes, who thought I needed to toughen up, Mam went to the local credit union and took out a loan to pay the admission fees for Tommen College, the private, fee-paying secondary school based 15 miles north of Ballylagan. While I worried for my mother, I knew that if I had to walk through the doors of that school one more time, I would not be walking back out. I had hit my limit. The prospect of a better life, a happier life, was dangled in front of my face, and I grabbed it with both hands. And even though I feared the backlash from the kids on my council estate for attending a private school, I knew it couldn't be worse than the shit I had endured in the school I was leaving behind. Besides, Claire Biggs and Lizzie Young, the two girls I'd been friends with at primary school, would be in my class at Tommen College. The principal, Mr. Toomey, had assured me of that when my mother and I had met with him during the Christmas holidays to enrol. Both Mam and Joey encouraged me with relentless support, with Mam taking extra cleaning shifts at the hospital to pay for my books and new uniform, which included a blazer. Before Tommen College, the only blazers I'd ever seen were the ones men wore at Mass on a Sunday, never on teenagers, and now it would be part of my daily wardrobe. Leaving the local secondary school in the middle of my junior cert year, an important exam year, had caused a huge rift in our family, with my father furious to be spending thousands of euros on an education that was free in the public school just down the road. When I tried to explain to my father that school wasn't as easy for me as it was for his precious GAA star son, he shut me down, refusing to hear me out, and letting me know in no uncertain terms that he would not support me attending a glorified rugby prep school with a bunch of stuck-up, privileged clowns. I could still recall the words, "Get off your high horse, girl," and "'Tis far from rugby and prep schools you were reared," not to mention my favourite, "You'll never fit in with those cunts," coming out of my father's mouth. I wanted to scream at him, "You won't be paying for it," since Dad hadn't worked a day since I was 7. Fending for the family was left to my mother, but I valued my ability to walk too much. My father didn't get it, but then again, I had a feeling the man had never been subjected to bullying a day in his whole life. If there was bullying to be done, Teddy Lynch was the one doing it. God knows he bullied Mam around long enough. Because of my father's outrage at my schooling, I had spent most of my winter break holed up in my bedroom and trying to stay out of his way. Being the only girl in a family with 5 brothers, I had my own room. Joey had his own room too, though his was much bigger than mine, having shared it with Darren until he moved out. Tig and Ollie shared another larger bedroom, with Sean and my parents residing in the largest of the bedrooms. Even though it was only the box room at the front of the house, with barely any room to swing a cat, I appreciated the privacy that my own bedroom door, with a lock, gave me. Contrary to the 4 bedrooms upstairs, our house was tiny, with a sitting room, kitchen, and 1 bathroom for the entire family. It was a semi-D, and situated at the edge of Elks Terrace, the largest council estate in Ballylagan. The area was rough and riddled with crime, and I avoided it all by hiding in my room. My tiny bedroom was my sanctuary in a house and street full of bustle and madness, but I knew it wouldn't last forever. My privacy was on borrowed time because Mam was pregnant again. If she had a girl, I would lose my sanctuary. "Shan!" Banging erupted on the other side of the bathroom door, dragging me from my impervious thoughts. "Hurry up, will ya? I'm bursting for a piss." "2 minutes, Joey," I called back, then continued my assessment of my appearance. "You can do this," I whispered to myself. "You can absolutely do this, Shannon." The banging resumed, so I hastily dried my hands on the towel hanging on the rack and unlocked the door, eyes landing on my brother, who was standing in nothing but a pair of black boxers, scratching his chest. His eyes widened when he took in my appearance, the sleepy expression on his face turning alert and surprised. He was sporting a roast over a black eye from the hurling match he played in at the weekend, but it didn't seem to worry a hair off his handsome head. "You look—" My brother's voice trailed off as he gave me that brotherly appraisal. I braced myself for the jokes he would inevitably make at my expense, but they never came. "Lovely," he said instead, pale green eyes warm and full of unspoken worry. "The uniform suits you, Shan." "Do you think it'll be okay?" I kept my voice low so I didn't wake up the rest of our family. Ma'am had worked a double shift yesterday, and she and Dad were both sleeping. I could hear my father's loud snoring coming from behind their closed bedroom door, and the younger boys would have to be dragged from their mattresses later for school. As per usual, it was just Joey and me, the two amigos. "Do you think I'll fit in, Joey?" I asked, voicing my concerns aloud. I could do that with Joey. He was the only one in our family I felt I could talk to and confide in. I looked down at my uniform and shrugged helplessly. His eyes burned with unspoken emotion as he stared down at me, and I knew he was up this early not because he was desperate to use the bathroom, but because he wanted to see me off on my first day. It was 6:15 in the morning. Like Tommen College, BCS didn't start until 9:05 a.m, but I had a bus to catch, and the only one passing through the area was at 6:45 a.m. It was the first bus run of the day leaving Ballylagan, but it was the only one that passed the school in time. Ma'am worked most mornings, and Dad was still refusing to take me. When I asked Dad about taking me to school last night, he had told me that if I'd get off my high horse and go back to Ballylagan Community School like Joey and every other kid in our street, I wouldn't need a lift to school. "I'm so fucking proud of you, Shan," Joey said in a voice that was thick with emotion. "You don't even realise how brave you are." Clearing his throat a couple of times, he added, "Hang on. I've got something for you." With that, he padded across the narrow landing and into his bedroom, returning less than a minute later. "Here," he muttered, fisting a couple of €5 notes into my hand. "Joey, no!" I immediately rebuffed the notion of taking his hard-earned money. He didn't make much at the petrol station to begin with, and money was hard to come by in our family, so taking €10 from my brother was unimaginable. "I can't." "Take the money, Shannon. It's only a tenner," he instructed, giving me a no-nonsense expression. "I know Nanny gave you the bus money, but just have something in your pocket. I don't know how shit works in that place, but I don't want you going in there without a few quid." I swallowed the lump of emotion fighting its way up my throat and squeezed out, "Are you sure?" Joey nodded, then pulled me in for a hug. "You are going to be grand," he whispered in my ear, hugging me so tight I wasn't sure who he was trying to convince or console. "If someone gives you even the hint of shit, then you text me, and I will come over there and burn that fucking school to the ground and every posh little rugby-head fucker in it." That was a sobering thought. "It's going to be fine," I said, this time putting some force into my voice, needing to believe my words. "But I'll be late if I don't get going, and that's so not what I need on my first day." Giving my brother one last hug, I shrugged on my coat and grabbed my school bag, shouldering it onto my back before heading for the staircase. "You text me," Joey called out when I was halfway down the steps. "I'm serious, one sniff of crap from anyone and I'll come sort it out for you." "I can do this, Joey," I whispered, casting a quick glance to where he was leaning against the banister, watching me with concerned eyes. "I can." "I know you can." His voice was low and pained. I'm here for you, okay?" He finished with a heavy exhale. "Always here for you." This was hard for my brother, I realised as I watched him wave me off to school like an anxious parent with their firstborn. He was always fighting my battles, always jumping in to defend me and pull me to safety. I wanted him to be proud of me, to see me as more than a little girl that needed his constant protection. I needed that for myself. With renewed determination, I gave him a bright smile, and then hurried out of the house to catch my bus. Chapter 2. Everything has changed. Shannon. When I climbed off my bus, I was relieved to discover that the doors of Tommen College were open to the students at 7 in the morning, obviously to accommodate the different schedules of the boarders and day walkers. I hurried into the building to get out of the weather. It was pouring rain outside, and in any other circumstance I might consider it a bad omen. But this was Ireland, where it rained an average of 150 to 225 days out of the year. It was also early January, typical rain season. I discovered that I wasn't the only early bird to arrive before school hours, noting several students already wandering through the halls and lounging in the lunch hall and common areas. Yes, common areas. Tommen College had what I could only describe as spacious living rooms for each year. To my immense surprise, I discovered that I wasn't the immediate target for bullies like I had been in every other school I had attended. Students whizzed past me, uninterested in my presence, clearly caught up in their own lives. I waited, with my heart in my mouth, for a cruel comment or shove to come. It didn't. Transferring halfway through the year from the neighbouring public school, I'd been expecting a tirade of fresh taunts and new enemies. But nothing happened. Aside from a couple of curious glances, nobody approached me. The students at Tommen either didn't know who I was, or didn't care. Either way, I was clearly off the radar in the school, and I loved it. Comforted by the sudden cloak of invisibility surrounding me, and feeling more positive than I had in months, I took the time to look around the third-year common area. It was a large, bright room with floor-to-ceiling windows on one side that looked onto a courtyard of buildings. Plaques and photographs of previous students adorned the lemon-painted walls. Plush couches and comfy chairs filled the large space, along with a few round tables and matching oak chairs. There was a small kitchenette area in the corner with a kettle, toaster and microwave. Holy crap. So this was what the other side lived like. It was like a different world in Tommen College. An alternate universe to the one I came from. Wow. I could bring a few slices of bread and have tea and toast at school. Feeling intimidated, I slipped out and wandered through every hall and corridor trying to get my bearings. Studying my timetable, I memorised where every building and wing that I would have a class in was. I was feeling pretty confident by the time the bell went at 8:50, signalling 15 minutes before the start of the school day, and when I was greeted by a familiar voice, I came close to crying with sheer relief. Oh my God! Oh my God! A tall, curvaceous blonde with a smile the size of a football pitch squealed loudly, drawing mine and everyone else's attention as she barreled through several groups of students in her bid to reach me. I wasn't nearly prepared for the monster hug I was enveloped in when she reached me, even though I should have expected nothing less from Claire Biggs. Being greeted by actual smiling, friendly faces instead of what I was used to was overwhelming for me. Shannon Lynch! Claire half giggled, half choked out, squeezing me tightly. You're actually here? I'm here, I agreed with a small laugh, patting her back as I tried and failed to free myself from her lung-crushing embrace. But I won't be for much longer if you don't ease up on the squeezing. Oh, crap, sorry. Claire laughed, immediately taking a step back and releasing me from her death hold. I forgot you haven't grown since 4th class. She took another step back and looked me over. Make that 3rd class, she snickered, eyes dancing with mischief. This wasn't a dig. It was an observation and a fact. I was exceptionally small for my age, dwarfed even further by my friend's 5'9" frame. She was tall, athletically built and exceptionally beautiful. It wasn't a demure form of beauty either. No, it shot out of her face like sunbeams. Claire was simply dazzling with big puppy dog brown eyes and ringlets of light blonde curls. She had a sunny disposition and a smile that could warm the coldest of hearts. Even at 4 years old, I'd known this girl was different. I could feel the kindness radiating out of her. I'd felt it as she stood in my corner for 8 long years, defending me to her own detriment. She knew the difference between right and wrong, and was prepared to step in for anyone weaker than her. She was a keeper. We drifted apart since going to separate secondary schools, but one look at her, and I knew she was still the same old Claire. "We can't all be beanpoles," I shot back good-naturedly, knowing her words were not meant to hurt me. "God, I'm so glad you're here." She shook her head and smiled down at me. She did this adorable happy dance and then threw her arms around me once more. "I can't believe your parents finally did the right thing by you." "Yeah," I replied, uncomfortable again. "Eventually." "Shan, it won't be like that here." Claire's tone was serious now, eyes full of unspoken emotion. "All that shit you've suffered, it's in the past." She sighed again, and I knew she was holding her tongue, refraining from saying everything she wanted to. Claire knew. She was there in primary school. She witnessed how it was for me back then. For some unknown reason, I was glad she hadn't seen how much worse it had gotten. It was a humiliation I didn't want to feel anymore. "I'm here for you," she continued to say. "And Lizzie too, if she ever decides to drag her ass out of bed and actually come to school." Smiling brightly, I banished my demons to the back of my mind and said, "Here's to a fresh start." "Yes, girl," Claire said with keen enthusiasm, fist bumping me in the process. "A fresh start with the sunny side up." The first half of the day went better than I could have ever anticipated. Claire introduced me to her friends. While I couldn't remember the names of most of the people I had met, I was incredibly grateful to be included, and I dared say, accepted. Inclusion wasn't something I was used to, and I found myself working hard to keep up with the constant flow of conversation and friendly questions aimed at me. Spending as much time as I did in my own company made it difficult for me to integrate back into normal teenage society. Having people other than Joey and his friends that were willing to sit with me, talk to me, and walk with me at school was a mind-blowing experience. When my other primary school friend, Lizzie Young, eventually showed up to school halfway through the 3rd class of the morning, blaming a dentist appointment for her absence, we immediately fell back into the familiar friendship we always had. Lizzie rolled into school in a boys' school trousers and runners, uncaring of what anyone had to say about her appearance. She honestly didn't seem to care what other people thought. She dressed according to her mood and projected vibes the same way. She could show up tomorrow in a skirt and with a full face of makeup. She did what she wanted to do when she wanted to do it, unaware and uncaring of anyone else's opinion. She oozed a lazy sort of confidence with her long dark blonde swishing ponytail and makeup-free face, emphasizing those big blue eyes of hers. I also noted all through our classes that Lizzie received plenty of male attention regardless of the baggy trousers and messy hair she was sporting, proving the point that you don't need to strip down and paint your face to attract the opposite sex. A genuine smile and a nice personality went a long way. Lizzie was a lot like Claire in many ways, but starkly different in others. Like Claire, Lizzie was blonde and leggy. They were both tall for their age and both sickeningly beautiful. But where Claire was outgoing and, at times, a little overly excited, Lizzie was laid back and slightly introverted. Claire was mostly unfiltered. and Lizzie took her time to make a decision on something. Claire was pristine at all times with a full face of makeup and a perfectly coordinated outfit for any given occasion, while Lizzie's style was unpredictable. Meanwhile, I was the tiny brunette who buddied up with the best-looking girls in class. Are you okay, Shan? Lizzie asked after a big break. We were walking towards our next class, English in the south wing, when I stopped mid-stride causing a pile-up of students. Oh, crap, I muttered, suddenly realising my blunder. I left my phone in the bathroom. Claire, who was on my left, turned and frowned. Go and get it, we'll wait for you. The bathroom's in the science building, I replied with a groan. Tommen was ridiculously large, with several classes taking place in different buildings around the vast property. I have to get it back, I added, feeling anxious at the thought of someone finding my phone and invading my privacy. The mobile phone itself wasn't worth anything. It was one of the cheapest prepaids on the market and didn't even have a camera. But it was mine. It was filled with private text messages and I needed it back. Damn it! Don't panic, Lizzie interjected. We'll walk you over. No, I held a hand up and shook my head. I don't want to make you both late for class too. I'll go and get it. I was new. It was my first day. I doubted the teacher would go hard on me for being late to class. Claire and Lizzie, on the other hand, weren't new and didn't have any excuse for not being in their seats on time. I could do this. I didn't, or at least I shouldn't, need a babysitter to walk me across the school. Claire frowned, her uncertainty evident. Are you sure? Yeah, I nodded. I remember the way. I don't know, Shan. Lizzie chewed on her bottom lip. Maybe one of us should go with you. Shrugging, she added, You know, just in case. The second bell rang loudly, signalling the start of class. Go on, I urged, waving them off. I'll be grand. Turning on my heels, I hurried down the hallway to the entrance and then broke into a run when I reached the courtyard. It took a solid 9 minutes running at full speed in the lashing rain down a laneway that circled several sports training pitches to reach the science building. Not an easy feat in heels. By the time I reached the girls' bathroom, I was breathless and sweating. Thankfully, my phone was exactly where I had left it, on the sink next to the soap dispenser. Sagging in relief, I swiped it off the sink, quickly checked the screen, sagged again when I saw the unperturbed locked screen, and then tucked it safely into the front pocket of my school bag. If this had happened in my old school, a phone left unattended in a bathroom wouldn't have survived 15 seconds, let alone 15 minutes. You're walking shoulder to shoulder with the wealthy now, Shannon, I thought to myself. They don't want your shitty phone. Splashing some water on my face, I shouldered my bag onto my back, using both straps like the nerd I was. I hadn't been to my locker yet, and I was carrying what felt like 4 stone in there. Both straps were entirely necessary in this situation. When I stepped out of the science building and looked at the long, unappealing trek back to the main building where my class was, I bit back a moan. I wasn't running again. I physically couldn't. All of my energy was zapped. Forlorn, my gaze flickered between the unappealing, uphill laneway and the training pitches. There were 3 pitches in total on this side of the school. 2 smaller fields, neatly tended, that were empty, and 1 larger pitch that was currently being occupied by 30 or so boys and a teacher shouting orders at them. Torn, I debated my options. If I cut across the training fields, it would shave several minutes off my walk. They wouldn't even notice me. I was small and quick. I was also tired and anxious. Cutting across the pitches was the logical thing to do. Sure, there was a steep grassy bank on the far side of the pitch that separated the fields from the courtyard, but I could make it up that without any problem. Checking my watch, a surge of dismay rose inside of me when I saw that I had already missed 15 minutes of the 40-minute class. Decision made. I climbed over the low wooden fence that separated the training grounds from the footpath and power walked towards my destination. With my head down and my heart hammering violently against my ribcage, I hurried through the empty fields, hesitating only when I reached the largest of the training pitches, the one filled with boys. Huge boys. Dirty boys. Angry-looking boys who were glaring at me. Oh, crap. What are you doing? Get off the fucking pitch, Jesus Christ. Fucking girls. Move, will you? Panicked, I ignored the shouting and jeering as I hurried past them, obviously disturbing their training. Mortification seeped through my body as I upped my pace, breaking into a clumsy jog. The ground was wet and muddy from the rain, so I couldn't move as quickly as I, or those boys, would have liked. When I reached the edge of the pitch, I felt like crying in relief as I hobbled up the steep bank. However, my relief was only a momentary, fleeting feeling that was quickly replaced with a searing pain as something very hard and very heavy smashed into the back of my head, taking the air from my lungs and my feet from beneath me. Moments later, I was free-falling backwards, tumbling down the muddy bank, the pain ricocheting through my head, making it impossible for me to think clearly or break my own fall. My last coherent thought before I hit the ground with a thud and a thick cloud of darkness cloaked over me was this: nothing changes. I was wrong, though. Everything changed after that day. Everything.
Chapter 3. Flying Balls. Johnny. Boy wonder captivates the coaching staff at the academy. Young Johnny Kavanagh, 17, a native of Blackrock, Dublin, currently residing in Ballylagan, County Cork. Sailed through his medical evaluation to secure his position at the prestigious Rugby Academy in Cork. Nursing a chronic groin injury since the start of last season, the youth has been given the all-clear from the team doctors. The Tommen College secondary school student is set to win his 15th cap for the academy this weekend, having been named as starting 13 for the esteemed youth team. The natural centre has been drawing attention from coaches at international level, including clubs in the UK and Southern Hemisphere. When asked to comment on the schoolboys' accelerated rise to the ranks, the Ireland's under-20s head coach Liam Delaney had this to say: "We are excited about the level of calibre in up-and-coming players throughout the country. The future looks bright for Irish rugby." When asked specifically about the Cork schoolboy, Delaney said, "We've been aware of Kavanagh since his playing days in Dublin and have been in close talks with his coaches and trainers for the last 18 months. Under-18 coaches are impressed. We're keeping a keen eye on his progression and are impressed with the level of intelligence and maturity he naturally exudes on the pitch. He's certainly one to watch out for when he comes of age." I was exhausted. Seriously. I was so tired I was having a hard time keeping my eyes open and my focus on point. My day from hell was turning into a week from hell, and that was a special feat considering it was Monday. Falling straight back into school, not to mention training, and the gym 6 nights a week did that to a guy. To be honest, I'd been running on empty since last summer. Having returned from an international campaign with the under-18s, where I was playing alongside the best in Europe, only to head right into an intense 6-week conditioning camp in Dublin. After that, I had a 10-day break before returning to school and resuming my commitments with my club and the academy. I was also hungry, which didn't bode well for my temper. I didn't do well with long intervals between meals. My lifestyle and intense training regime required me to eat at regular allotted time frames. Every 2 hours was ideal for my body when I was consuming a 4,500 calorie a day diet, leaving my stomach waiting longer than 4 hours. And I was a moody, pissy bitch. It wasn't like I was particularly looking forward to the mountain of fish and steamed vegetables waiting for me in my lunchbox. But I was in a routine, damn it. Fucking with my regime was a surefire way of waking the hangry beast inside of me. We'd been on the pitch less than half an hour, and already I'd taken out 3 of my teammates, and had taken a bollocking from our coach in the process. In my defence, every tackle I made on them was a perfectly legal one, if not a bit ruthless. But that's my point, damn it. I was too aggravated to take it back a notch on the boys who weren't anywhere near my level of playing. Boys was the appropriate word in this instance. These were boys. I played with men. I often wondered what the point was in playing on a school team. It didn't do shite for me. Club level was basic enough, but schoolboy rugby was a fucking waste of my time, especially this school. Today was the first day back after a Christmas break, but the school team had been training since September. 4 months. 4 fucking months, and we looked more disorganised than ever. For the millionth time in the past 6 years, I found myself resenting my parents' move. Had we stayed in Dublin, I'd be playing on a quality team with quality players and making some actual goddamn progression. But no. Instead, I was here, in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, picking up the slack for less than a depth trainer and busting my bollocks to keep aside in sights of the qualifiers. We won the League Cup last year because we had a solid team with the ability to actually play decent fucking rugby. With the absence of several players from last year's squad, who were now gone on to college, my agitation and concern for our chances this year was growing by the minute. I wasn't the only one who felt like this either. There were 6 or 7 exceptional players left in this school who were good enough for the division we were playing in. And that was the problem. We needed a bench of 23 decent players to excel in this league, not half a dozen. My best friend, for example, Jared Gibson, or Gibby for short, was a prime example of exceptional. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, the best flanker I'd played with or against in this level of rugby, and could easily move up the ranks with a little commitment and effort. Unlike me though, rugby wasn't Gibbsy's life. Giving up parties and girlfriends for a few years was a small price to pay for a professional career in the sport. If he laid off the drink and cigarettes, he'd be phenomenal. Gibbs wasn't quite so convinced though. Choosing to spend quality training time fucking his way through the female population of Ballylagan with a relish, and drinking until his liver and pancreas cried out in protest instead. I thought it was a dreadful waste. Another overthrown pass from Patrick Feely, our newest number 12, and my partner in midfield, caused me to lose my ever-loving shite right there in the middle of the pitch. Yanking out my mouth guard, I flung it at him, socking him straight in the jaw. "See that?" I roared. "It's called hitting the fucking target." "Sorry, Cap," the centre muttered, red-faced, addressing me by my on-pitch nickname I'd earned since becoming captain of the school team in 4th year and earning my first international cap the same year. "I'll do better." I regretted my actions immediately. Patrick was a decent lad and a very good friend of mine. Aside from Gibbsy, Huey, Biggs and Patrick were my closest friends. Gibbs, Feely and Huey had already been in a tight circle at Skull Owen, an all-boys primary school, when I was injected into their class for the final year primary. bonding over our shared love of rugby. We'd all remained good friends throughout secondary school, although we had paired off in the sense of best friends, with Hughie aligning himself with Patrick and me with the gobshite himself. Patrick was a quiet lad. He didn't deserve my wrath, and the poor guy definitely didn't deserve to have my spit-laced mouthguard launched at his head. Dropping my head, I jogged over to him, clapped his shoulder, muttering my apologies. See, this was exactly why I needed to be fed, and maybe given an ice pack for my dick. Fill me up with enough meat and veg, and I'd be a different person. A tolerant person, polite even. But my sole focus was currently on not passing out from hunger and pain. Therefore, I had no time for niceties. We had a cup qualifier match later this week, and unlike me, these lads had spent their free time being, well, teenagers. Christmas break was a prime example. I spent my time working like a maniac to get back to the pitch, having been out in injury, while these guys had spent their break eating and drinking the shite of life. I had no problem losing a match if we were genuinely the poor side. What I could not accept was losing due to lack of preparation and poor discipline. Schoolboys league or not, that wasn't fucking good enough in my book. I was perturbed beyond all rationality when a girl strolled across the pitch. Fucking strolled right through the training grounds. Irritated, I glared at her, feeling a rage inside of me that bordered on manic. This was how fucking bad this team was. The other students didn't even care that we were training. Several of the lads shouted at her, but that only seemed to rile me up further. I didn't understand why they were shouting at her. This was their fault. The fools ranting and shouting were the ones that needed to either up their game or put their rugby dreams to bed. Instead of concentrating on the game, they were focusing on the girl. Fucking idiots. Great display of captaincy there, Kavanagh. Ronan McGarry. Another one of her latest recruitments, and a piss-poor excuse of a scrum half, taunted me as he jogged backwards past me. Overrated much? The younger guy taunted. Keep fucking running. I warned him while I debated how much trouble I'd get in if I broke his legs. I really didn't like that guy. Maybe you should take your own advice, Ronan taunted. Dublin scum. Deciding I didn't care about punishments, I reclaimed the ball and threw it at his head. Accurate and precise, the ball socked McGarry in the desired region, his nose. Settle down, hotshot, Coach barked, jogging over to check on Ronan, who was cupping his face. I snorted at the sight. I hit him with the ball, not my fist. Pussy. This is a team sport, Coach seethed, glaring at me. Not the Johnny show. Oh, is it? I shot back, snarling, unable to stop myself from taking the bait. Mr. Mulcahy, the school's senior rugby coach, didn't like me much, and the feeling was completely mutual. Yeah, Coach bellowed. It damn well is. Jogging over to where the ball had landed, I swiped it up and stalked over to him and McGarry, unwilling to let it go. Then you might want to remind these fuckers, I snarled, gesturing around to my teammates, because I seemed to be the only idiot that showed up to training today. You're skating on thin ice, boy, he seethed. Don't push it. Unable to stop myself from pushing it, I hissed. This team's a fucking joke. Hit the showers, Kavanagh, Coach ordered, face turning a dangerous shade of purple, as he slammed a finger in my chest. "You're out." "I'm out?" I shot back, taunting him. "Out of what exactly?" "I wasn't out of shit. Coach couldn't drop me. He couldn't ban me from training. He could suspend me, give me detention. I didn't make a blind shite of difference because come match day, I'd be on that pitch." "You'll do nothing," I sneered, letting my temper get the better of me. "Don't push me, Johnny," Coach warned. "One call to your fancy little coaches up the country, and you'll be a more shite than you can dig yourself out of." Ronan, who was standing beside Coach, grinned darkly, clearly delighted at the prospect of me getting into trouble. Furious at the threat, but knowing I was beaten, I let rip at the ball in my hands, drop kicking it with an unsated fury thrumming through my veins and no care for direction. The minute the ball whizzed off the foot of my boot, the anger inside me dissipated in a rush, injecting itself from my body in defeat. Damn it. I was being difficult. I knew better. Coach threatening me with the academy was a low blow, but I knew I deserved it. I was losing my shit on his pitch, with his team. Too emotional and overworked to pull myself together. Never in a million years would I ever feel so much as a hint of remorse for hitting McGarry with the ball. That fucker deserved a lot worse. But Feely and the rest of the lads were a different matter altogether. I was supposed to be this team's captain, and I was acting like a tool. It wasn't good enough, and I was disappointed in myself for my outburst. I knew what was wrong with me. I had spread myself too thin these past few months, and I'd come back too soon from injury. I had been cleared by my doctors to return to training this week, but a blind man could tell I was off my game, and it was pissing me the hell off. The prospect of juggling school training, club commitments, and the academy while nursing an injury was a strain on both my mind and my body, and I was struggling to find the pristine discipline I usually displayed. Either way, it wasn't an excuse. I would apologise to Patrick after I'd eaten, and the rest of the lads too. Coach, noticing the change in my temperament, nodded stiffly. "Good," he said in a calmer tone than earlier. "Now, go clean up and for fuck's sake rest up for one damn day. You're only a kid, Kavanagh, and you look like shite." The man didn't like me much, and we clashed on a daily basis like an old married couple. But I never doubted his intentions. He cared about his players, and not just our ability to play rugby. He encouraged us to succeed in all aspects of school life, and was constantly chanting about the importance of exam years. He was also probably right about me looking like shite. I certainly felt like it. "It's an important year for you," he reminded me. "Fifth year is more crucial to your leaving cert than sixth year, and I need you to keep your marks up." "Oh, shite!" "What?" I demanded, startled. Following Coach's horrified gaze, I turned around and locked eyes on the crumpled ball on the edge of the pitch. "Oh, shite," I muttered, when my mind made sense of what it was seeing. The fucking girl who had been prancing around the pitch was laid out on her back on the grass. A ball lay on the grass beside her. Not just any ball, my bleeding ball. Horrified, my feet were moving before my brain could catch up. I ran towards her, heart hammering against my ribcage every step of the way. "Hey, you okay?" I called out, closing the space between us. A soft, female groan came from her lips as she attempted to get to her feet. She was trying to stand up and failing miserably, clearly startled, unsure of what to do. I reached down to help her up, but she quickly slapped my hands away. "Don't touch me," she cried out, tone a little slurred, and the jolting caused her to fall onto her knees. "Okay." I automatically took a step back and held my hands up. I'm sorry." Achingly, slowly, she climbed to her feet, swaying from side to side. Confusion etched on her face, eyes unfocused. Clutching the side of her muddy skirt with one hand and balancing the rugby ball in the other, she looked around, eyes wild. Her attention landed on the ball in her hands and then shifted back to my face. The glazed-over sort of fury blazed in her eyes as she half staggered, half stalked towards me. Her hair was a total mess, tumbling loosely down her small shoulders, with pieces of mud and grass caked to the tendrils. When she reached me, she slapped the ball against my chest and hissed, "Is this your ball?" I was so struck down by the sight of this tiny mud-covered girl that I just nodded like a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ, who was this girl? Clearing my throat, I took the ball from her and said, "Yeah, it's my ball." She was tiny, seriously fucking small, barely reaching my chest in height. "You owe me a skirt," she growled, clutching the fabric by her hip. "And a pair of tights," she added, glancing down at the huge ladder in her skin-coloured tights. Her gaze roamed over her body, then landed on my face, eyes narrowed. "Okay," I replied with a nod, because, in all honesty, what the hell else was I supposed to say? "And an apology," the girl added before collapsing on the ground. She landed heavily on her ass and grunted out a small cry from the contact. "Oh, shite," I muttered. Tossing the ball away, I moved to help her. "I didn't mean to. Stop!" Again, she battered my hands away. "Ah!" she moaned, cringing when she spoke. Reaching up, she clutched her face with both hands and breathed heavily. "My head." "Are you okay?" I demanded, unsure of what the fuck to do. Should I pick her up against her wishes? It didn't seem like a good idea, but I couldn't exactly leave her here. "Johnny!" Coach was bellowing. "Is she all right? Did you hurt her?" "She's grand," I called back, wincing when a hiccuping sound tore from her chest. "You're grand, aren't you?" The girl was going to get me into trouble. I was in enough trouble as it stood. I was on the outs with the coach. Almost decapitating the girl wasn't going to look good for me. "Why did you do that?" she whispered, clutching her small face in her even smaller hands. "You hurt me." "I'm sorry," I repeated. I felt oddly helpless, and it was a feeling I didn't like. "I didn't mean to." She sniffled, then blue eyes watering, and something inside of me snapped. "Ah, shite." Horrified, I threw my hands up and blurted out, "I'm so sorry," before crouching down and scooping her up from the grass. "Christ," I muttered, helpless as I set her on her feet. Don't cry." "It's my first day," she sniffled, swaying on her feet. "My fresh start, and I'm covered in shit." She was covered in shit. "My dad's going to kill me," she continued to choke out, clutching her torn skirt. "My uniform's ruined." A pained hissing sound tore from her throat then, and the hand she was using to hold her skirt shot to her temple, causing the scrape of fabric to fall away from her body. My eyes widened of their own accord, an unfortunate reaction of seeing a female's underwear. Wolf whistles and cheering erupted from the lads. "Oh God, she cried out, scrambling clumsy to retrieve her skirt. Go on, gorgeous! Give us a twirl! Fuck off, you assholes! I roared at my teammates, stepping in front of the girl to block their view. I could hear the lads cracking up behind me, laughing and talking shite, but I couldn't concentrate on a word they were saying because the sound of my heart hammering in my chest was deafening me. Here, reaching for the hem of my jersey, I pulled it over my head and ordered, Put that on. It's filthy, she sobbed, but didn't stop me when I pulled it down over her head. She slipped her hands into the sleeves, and I felt an immense amount of relief, and the hem fell to her knees, covering her up. Christ, she really was a tiny little thing. Was she even old enough to attend a secondary school? She didn't look it. Right now she looked very, very young and sad. Kavanagh, is the girl all right? Coach demanded. She's grand. I repeated my words in a harsh bark. Take her to the office, he instructed. Make sure Magella checks her over. Magella was the school's first respondent. She worked in the lunch hall and was the go-to woman when a student sustained an injury. Right, sir, I called back, flustered, quickly swooping down to snatch up her skirt and school bag. I stepped closer and she flinched away from me. I'm only trying to help you, I stated in as gentle a tone I could muster, holding my hands up as if to show her I meant no harm. I'll take you to the office. She looked a bit dazed, and I worried I might have given her concussion. Knowing my luck, that's exactly what I've done. Fucking hell. Flinging the bag over my shoulder, I tucked her skirt into my waistband and my shorts, placed a hand on her back, and tried to coax her up the hilly bank, separating the pitch from the school grounds. She wobbled on her feet like a baby foal, and I had to resist the sudden urge I had to wrap my arm around her shoulders. A couple of minutes later, that was exactly what I had to do anyway, because she kept losing her footing. Panic surged through me. I broke the fucking girl. I broke her head. I was going to get a suspension for losing my temper and a warrant put out for my arrest. I was a cunt. I'm sorry, I continued to tell her, glaring daggers at every nosy bastard who decided to stop and gawk at us as we walked at a snail's pace. She was in my jersey, and it fell round her like a dress. I was freezing my tits off beside her in nothing but a pair of training shorts, socks and studded football boots. Oh, and the pink fucking school bag slung on my back. They could look all they wanted. My only concern was getting this girl's head checked out. I'm seriously fucking sorry. Stop saying sorry, she moaned, clutching her head. Right. Sorry, I muttered, feeling her lean her weight on me. But I am sorry, just so you're clear. Nothing's clear, she croaked out, stiffening against my touch. The ground's spinning. Oh, Christ, don't say that, I strangled out, tightening my arm around her rigid frame. Please don't fucking say that. Why'd you do that? She whimpered. So frail and small and covered in shite. I'm an asshole, I informed her, shifting her pink school back onto my back as I tucked her in closer. I fuck up a lot. Did you do it on purpose? What? Her words threw me enough to cause me to halt. No. Twisting my body so I could look down at her face, I frowned and said, I would never do that to you. You promise? Yeah, I grunted, hitching her up with my arm and melding her body to my side. I promise. It was January. It was wet. It was cold. And for some strange, disconcerting reason, I was burning the fuck up inside. My words for whatever reason, seemed to ease the tension inside this girl, because she released a huge sigh, loosened her rigid frame, and allowed me to take her entire weight. Chapter 4. Face Planting. Johnny. With a great deal of effort and surprise and show of otherwise absent self-control, I managed to respect her wishes and walk her to the office, and all I wanted to do was scoop her up in my arms and run for help. I was panicked and worrying, and every time she groaned or sagged against me, the higher my anxiety grew. However, having spent the last 10 minutes outside the principal's office listening to Mr. Toomey rant and rave, I was all out of that precious patience. Why wasn't he taking her off me? Why the fuck was I still standing outside his office holding up a half-comatose girl? He was the adult here. Your mother's on the way, Mr. Toomey announced with an exasperated sigh, sliding his phone into his pocket. How could this happen, Johnny? I already told you. It was an accident, I hissed while I continued to hold up the girl, keeping her small frame tucked into my side. You need to get Magella to check her over, I repeated for the 15th fucking time. I think she has concussion. Magella is out on maternity leave till Friday, Mr. Toomey barked. What am I supposed to do with her? I have no first aid training. Then you better call a doctor, I shouted back heatedly, still holding on to the girl, because I broke her fucking head. What's your language, Kavanagh? Mr. Toomey snapped. I rolled off the standard. Yes, sir. Not really giving a shite, and not feeling particularly sorry either, for the matter. My role in the rugby academy meant that I was given a lot of leeway in the school, a lot of preferential treatment that other students didn't get, but I wasn't going to push it on my first day back. No one had used up my quota by maiming the new girl. Are you okay, Miss Lynch? Mr. Toomey asked, prodding her like she was an uncooked turkey he didn't want to catch salmonella from. It hurts, she moaned, sagging into my side. I know, I soothed, pulling her closer. I'm so fucking sorry. Jesus, Johnny, this is all I need, Mr. Toomey hissed, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair. It's her first day. Her parents come here tearing up the school. It's the last thing I need. It was an accident, I bit out, angry now. She groaned, and I made a conscious effort to lower my voice when I said, I hardly meant to hurt the girl. Yes, well, tell that to her mother when she arrives, Mr. Toomey huffed. She was already pulled out of Ballylagan Community College for being verbally and physically attacked. And what happens to her on her first day at Tommen? This. I didn't attack her, I spat. I made a bad kick. Shifting her under my arm, I glared at the so-called authority figure. Hold up, I snapped, registering his earlier words. What do you mean she was attacked? I looked down at the tiny little female under my arm. Who could attack her? She was so small and frail. What happened to her? I heard myself ask, attention back to the principal. Oh, I think I'm going to fall, she croaked out, distracting me from my thoughts. Reaching up, she clutched my forearm with her small hand inside. Everything's spinning. I won't let you fall, I automatically replied in a soothing tone. It's okay. I felt her slip, and I pulled her upright, holding on to the tiny thing for all I was worth. I've got you, I coaxed, tightening my arm round her. You're good. Look, sit down with her, Mr. Toomey ordered, gesturing to the bench that lined the wall outside his office. I'll go find a compress or something. You're leaving me with her? I demanded, mouth hanging open. Alone? The principal didn't answer me. Of course he didn't, the fucking coward. Because he was already miles down the corridor, desperate to get away from the type of responsibility he was paid to stand over. Spineless idiot, I growled under my breath. Frustrated, I walked us over to the wooden bench, dropping her school bag on the floor. I carefully lowered our bodies onto the bench until we were sitting side by side. I kept my arm wrapped round her bony little shoulders, not daring to leave her side for the fear of her falling. This is just great, I tutted, sulking. Fucking wonderful. You feel so warm, she whispered, and I felt her cheek nuzzle against my bare chest, like a hot water bottle. Okay, you really need to keep your eyes open, I told her, panicked by her words, knees bouncing nervously. I turned her in my arms and caught hold of her face between my hands. Hey, I coaxed, giving her face a little shake with both hands. Hey, girl, I added lamely, because I didn't even know her name. I'd almost killed the girl and I didn't even know her fucking name. Open your eyes. She didn't. Hey, I said louder now. Look at me. I shook her head. Look at my face. This time she did. She opened her eyes and... Fuck me. I unintentionally sucked in her short breath. Jesus, this girl was beautiful. I'd noticed it earlier, of course. She had a striking look about her. But now, seeing her up close like this and being able to count the freckles on her face... 11, by the way. It was hitting home just how striking she was. Her blue eyes, big and round and fucking beautiful, with small hues of yellow dotting through them, rimmed the thick, long lashes. I wasn't even sure if I'd ever seen that shade of blue before. It certainly didn't shake anything up in the memory bank. Hands down, she possessed the most gorgeous pair of eyes I'd seen in my life. She had long, elbow-length dark brown hair that was thick and curled at the ends. And hidden behind the mountain of hair was a small heart-shaped face, smooth, clear skin and a tiny dimple on her chin. Perfect shaped, dark eyebrows that arched above those killer eyes of hers. A tiny button nose, high cheekbones, and these puffy, swollen lips. Lips that were a natural rosy red colour and kind of looked like she had been sucking on an ice pop or something, which I knew she hadn't because I'd spent the last half hour trying to keep her awake. Hi, she breathed. I blew out a relieved breath. Hi. That's really your face? She asked, eyes drooping, as she studied me with a vacant expression. It's so pretty. Oh, thanks, I offered uncomfortably, still cupping her cheeks in my hands. It's the only one I have. I like it, she whispered. It's a good face. Just before closing her eyes again, sagging forward. No, I coaxed, jolting her roughly. Stay with me. Moaning, she blinked awake again. Good job, I praised with a heavy exhale. Now, stay awake. Who are you? She croaked out, depending entirely on my hands to keep her head upright. I'm Johnny, I told her, biting back a smirk. Who are you? Shannon, she whispered. Her eyes drooped a little but quickly sprung back open when I nudged her cheeks. Like the river, she added with a small sigh. I chuckled at her response. Well, Shannon, like the river, I said brightly, desperate to keep her focused and talking. Your parents are on the way. They're probably going to take you to the hospital for a checkup. Johnny, she groaned and then winced. Johnny, this is bad. What? I urged. What's bad? My dad, she whispered. I frowned. Your dad? Can you save me? I frowned. Do you need me to save you? Mm-hmm, she mumbled sleepily. Rub my hair. I balked at her request. You want me to rub your hair? She nodded and sagged forward. It hurts. Shifting closer, I adjusted her body so that her head lolled against my shoulder, and while cupping her face with one hand, I used the other to stroke her hair. It was an awkward position, but I managed. Jesus, what the fuck was I doing? I shook my head to myself, feeling like an idiot, but continued to do what she asked anyway. It was going well, right up until her face planted on my dick, jerking at the insanely intimate contact, not to mention the sudden jolt of awareness in my dick and the scorching pain in my groin. I attempted to move her face from my crotch, but she groaned loudly in resistance. And then she pulled her legs up on the bench and settled herself down for a nice old kip on my cock. For fuck my life, holding my hands up in the air and far away from her body, because I needed a sexual harassment accusation like I needed a hole in the head. I looked round for someone to help me, but no one came. The hallways were conveniently void of adults. Fuck this school. I thought about making a run for it, but I could hardly throw her off me. Yeah, because breaking her head wasn't fucking bad enough. I just sat there, with her head in my lap and her cheek nuzzling my dick, and prayed to God to give me the strength to ignore the feelings growing inside of me and not getting an erection. Other than the obvious reason of horrendous timing, my cock was broken. Well, it wasn't so much my cock being broken as it was the surrounding area. But getting hard couldn't result in me passing out right alongside her. But then she whimpered, and the sound brought back the worry and concern. Disaster averted. Like it had a mind of its own, my hand moved to her face. You're okay, I coaxed, battling down my anxiety, the urge to nurture this girl both, and you, an equally terrifying feeling for me. Shh. You're okay. Brushing her hair back off her cheek, I tucked the dark brown tendrils behind her ear and then resumed stroking her sore head. There was an impressive lump forming on her scalp where the ball made contact, so I stroked the area with my fingertips, using the feather-light touch. Is this okay? She breathed. It's good. Good, I mumbled, relieved, and continued with the stroking. A faint scar caught my eye, where her temple met her hairline. Without thinking about what I was doing, I trailed a finger over the inch-long indent of her skin and asked, what happened here? Here. I trailed my finger over the old mark. What's this from? My dad, she replied, breathing out a heavy sigh. My hand stilled as my brain registered her fucked up answer. Come again? When she didn't respond, I used my other hand to gently shake her shoulder. Shannon. I tapped the old scar with my fingertip and said, You're telling me that your dad did this to you? I tried to keep my tone calm, but it was a challenge with the sudden urge to maim and kill bubbling up inside. No, she whispered. So your dad didn't do this? I asked for confirmation. He definitely didn't. Of course not, she mumbled. Thank fuck for that. I released the breath I hadn't realised I'd been holding. Jimmy. It's Johnny. Oh, Johnny. Yeah? Are you mad at me? What? The question, spoken so quietly, threw me, and I stared down at her, feeling a pang of protectiveness in my gut. "No, I'm not mad at you," I told her, pausing for a long moment, fingers stalling before asking. "Are you mad at me?" "I think so," he whispered, nuzzling resuming. My eyes rolled back and I bit back a moan. "Oh, fuck." "You can't do that," I bit out, holding her head still. "Do what?" she sighed contently, then rubbed her cheek against my thigh. "Be mad." "No," I choked out, holding her head still once again. "Be mad all you want. Just stop grinding your head on my lap." "I like your lap," she breathed, eyes closed. "It's like a pillow." "Yeah, well, that's nice and all." I paused to still her face with my hands once more. "But I'm sore, so I need you to not do that." "Do what?" "Rub me," I croaked out. "There." "Why? Are you sore?" She sighed heavily and asked, "Are you broken too?" "Probably," I admitted, shifting her face onto my good thigh. Well, good being the one that hurts less. "Stay there, okay?" It was more of a plea than an order. "Don't move." Complying, she didn't move her head again. Using my free hand to press against the tension forming at my temple, I thought about how much shite I was going to be in. I was missing class. I was hungry. I had club training tonight. I had a gym session arranged straight after school with Gibbsy. Physiotherapy with Janice after school tomorrow. I had a school match on Friday. I had another training session with the youths at the weekend. I had a busy fucking schedule. I didn't need this drama. Several minutes passed in pained silence before she moved again. And in that time, I debated all the ways Mr. Toomey was an incompetent principal. I had a list as long as my arm when she tried to sit up again. "Be careful," I warned, hovering over her like a mother hen. I helped her into an upright position and managed to slide off the bench in the process. Every muscle south of my navel screamed out in protest. But I didn't move away. Instead, I continued to crouch in front of her, keeping my hands either side of her waist, waiting to catch her. "Are you okay, Shannon?" Her long brown hair fell forwards, cloaking her face like a blanket. She nodded slowly, brows frowned deeply. I think so." I sagged, my relief palpable. "Good." She leaned forward then, resting her elbows on her thighs, eyes open and staring into mine. And all at once, she was far too close for comfort. And that was saying something, considering no less than 2 minutes ago she had her face in my lap. We were too close. Suddenly I felt very exposed. My hands moved from her waist to her thighs, an automatic reaction to having a female lean her face towards mine. I quickly checked myself, pulling my hands away to rest on the bench instead. Clearing my throat, I forced a small smile. "You're alive." "Barely," she whispered, with a wince, blue eyes burning holes in mine, studying me with more clarity now. "You have a terrible aim." I laughed at her words. They were so far from the truth that I couldn't help it. "Well, that's a first," I mused. "I'm not used to being criticised about my ability to kick a ball." I wasn't a natural 10, but I had a decent aim and the ability to kick from long range when necessary. Yeah, she croaked out. Well, your ability to kick a ball almost killed me. Fair point, I acknowledged, cringing. Without thinking twice about what I was doing, I reached up and tucked her hair behind her ears. I felt her tremble from the contact and quickly scolded myself for the move. Don't touch her, dickhead. Keep your hands off. Your voice is strange, she announced then, blue eyes locked on mine. I frowned. My voice? She nodded slowly, then groaned and cupped her face once more. Your accent, she clarified, breathing hard. It's not a Cork accent. She was still clutching her head, but she was more alert now. That's because I'm not from Cork, I replied, unable to stop myself from reaching up and smoothing back a piece of her hair. I was born and raised in Dublin, I heard myself explain, tucking the rogue tendril behind her ear. I moved down to Cork with my parents when I was 11. So you're a dub, she stated, clearly amused at the information. A Jackian? I scoffed at the term and tossed back one of my own. And you're a Culchie? My cousins live in Dublin, she told me. Oh yeah? Whereabout? Clondalkin, I think, she replied. What about you? Blackrock. The south side. Her smile widened, eyes more alert now. You're a posh boy. I cocked a brow. Do I look posh to you? She shrugged. I don't know you enough to say. No, she didn't. Well, I'm not, I added, uncomfortable at the thought of her making a preemptive judgment of me. I shouldn't care. Hell, I never normally cared. So why was I sulking over it now? I believe you. Her small voice broke through my thoughts. You could never be posh. And why is that? Because you curse like a sailor. I laughed at her reasoning. Yeah, you're probably right about that. She laughed right along with me, but quickly stopped and groaned, clutching her temples. Regret soared inside of me. I'm sorry, I told her. Tone gruff now and thick. For what? She whispered, seeming to lean closer as she chewed on her bottom lip. Hurting you, I replied honestly. Christ, my voice didn't even sound like it belonged to me. It was strained, raw. I cleared my throat and added, it won't happen again. You promise? There she went with the promises again. Yeah, I said, tone thick now. I promise. Good, she groaned, grimacing now. Everyone's going to be laughing at me. Those words, that small fucking sentence, brought to life some weird fucking emotion I hadn't experienced before. I'm so embarrassed. She continued to mumble, eyes cast downwards. I'd be the talk at the school. Look at me. She didn't. Hey. I paused and tipped her chin up with my thumb and forefinger. Once I was satisfied I had her attention again, I carried on. No one is going to say a word about you. But they all saw me. Nobody is going to open their mouth about it. Realising my tone was bored and angry, I brought it down a notch and tried again. Not the team, coach, or anyone else. I won't let them. She blinked her confusion. You won't let them? That's right, I confirmed with a nod. I won't let them. You promise? She whispered, a tiny smile pooling at her swollen lips. Yeah, I replied gruffly, feeling like I would promise all the fucking promises in the world just to make this girl feel better. I've got your back. No, you got my head, she croaked out. She glanced down at her body and sighed. Actually, I think you've ruined all of me. Thank fuck for that. Because you're ruining all of me right now, I thought to myself. Jesus, where the hell did that come from? Blinking away the thought, I settled on a safer. I'll have my people call your people to work out the bill, comment instead. That drew a smile out of her, a proper smile, not a shy one or a small one. It was an honest-to-God megawatt smile. She was just so fucking pretty. I hated that word. Pretty was a pussy word used by women and the elderly. But that's what she was. Fuck. I had a feeling that her pretty face would be cemented in the forepoint of my mind for a very long time. But it was those wild eyes that really struck me. And I had this crazy urge to Google her eye colour charts just so I could figure out the fucking colour blue in her eyes. I would do that later, I decided. Creeper or not, I needed to know. So, I pressed my luck by asking, "It's your first day?" She nodded again, smile faltering ever so little. "How's it going for you?" A small smile tipped her lips upwards.
"It was going just fine."
"Right," I cringed. "Sorry again." "It's okay," she whispered, studying my face with those big eyes. "And you can stop saying sorry now. I believe you." "You believe me?" "Yeah." She nodded, then exhaled a sharp breath. "I believe you when you say it was an accident," she squeezed out. "I don't think you intentionally hurt anyone." "But that's good." I had no idea why she would think otherwise. But it wasn't about to question the girl. Not when I'd half mauled her. Because I wouldn't. She grew quiet again, withdrawn from me, and I found myself racking my brain for something to say. I had no explanation for why I wanted to keep her talking to me. I guess I could scratch it down to needing to keep her conscious. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the reason. Scrambling through my brain, I found something to say. I blurted out, "Are you cold?" She looked up at me with a sleepy expression. "Huh? Cold?" I repeated, resisting the urge to run my hands up and down her arms. "Are you warm enough? Should I get you a blanket or something?" She paused and glanced down at her knees, releasing a small sigh. She looked back to my face and said, "I'm actually hot." Completely fucking accurate assessment. The highly inappropriate response was out of my mouth before I had a chance to filter myself. I quickly followed it up by touching her forehead, my pathetic attempt at checking her temperature, and then nodding solemnly, "You're definitely warm." "I told you." Her big eyes were wide and locked on mine. "I'm really, really hot." God. Fuck. "So," I tossed out casually, trying to distract myself from wayward thoughts. "What, year you in?" "Please say fifth year. Please, 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 God make her say fifth year." "Third year." "Yeah, and that was that. She was in third year. And just like that, I watched my 5-minute dream float out the window. Fuck my life." "What about you?" she asked then, voice soft and sweet. I'm in fifth year, I told her, distracted by the sudden and prominent pang of disappointment churning around inside of me. I'm 17 and 2/3. In 2/3? She giggled. Are the thirds important to you or something? They are now, I muttered under my breath, sighing in resignation. I looked at her and explained. I should be in sixth year, but I repeated sixth class when I moved to Cork. I'll be 18 in May. Hey, me too. You too what? I asked cautiously, trying not to get my hopes up, but it was a hard thing to do with her sitting so close. I repeated the class in primary school. Yeah, I straightened up, a silver hope sparking to life inside of me. So that makes you how old? Please be 17. Please fucking throw me a bone and tell me you're 17. I'm 15. Fuck my luck. I can't think what the fractions are for turning 16 in March. She frowned for a moment before she added, I'm bad at math. My head hurts. 10/12, I reeled off glumly. Just fucking, I would turn 18 in May, and she'd still be 16 for another 10 months. Nope. No way in hell. Not happening. Bad fucking plan, Johnny. Do you have a boyfriend? Now why in the holy hell did I have to ask that? You're almost 2 years older than this girl, asshole. She's too young for you. You know the rules. Stand the fuck down. No, she replied slowly, cheeks turning pink. Do you? No, Shannon. I smirked. I don't have a boyfriend. I didn't mean... Pausing, she exhaled and sighed and gnawed on her bottom lip, clearly frustrated. I meant... I know what you meant, I filled in, unable to stop my smile from spreading as I retucked that wandering curl behind her ear. I was just messing with you. Oh. Yeah, I teased. Oh. Well, she pressed, voice small. She glanced down at her lap before returning her attention to my face. Do you? Shannon! A panicked female voice called out, distracting us both. Shannon! I swung my gaze to the tall, dark-haired woman hurrying down the corridor towards us, sporting a small baby bump. Shannon! She demanded, closing in on us. What happened? Ma'am, Shannon croaked out, turning her attention to her mother. I'm okay. Highly uncomfortable at the sight of her mother's protruding stomach, I took this as my cue to get the fuck away from her minor daughter. Pregnant women made me nervous, but not nearly as much as Shannon like the river did. I stood up and made to move away, only to be cornered by what I can only describe as a deranged mother bear. What did you do to my daughter? She demanded, prodding my shoulder with her finger. Well, did you think it was funny? Why in God's name are children so fucking cruel? What? No, I shot back, hands up in retreat. It was an accident. I didn't mean to hurt her. Miss Lynch, the principal coaxed, stepping between the woman and me. I'm sure if we all sit down and talk about this... No, Miss Lynch barked, voice thick with emotion. You assured me this kind of thing wouldn't happen at this school, and look what happened on the first day.
She turned to look at Shannon, and her expression caved in pain.
Shannon, I don't know what to do with you anymore. The woman sobbed. I really don't, baby. I thought this place would be different for you. Ma'am, he didn't mean to hurt me, Shannon stated, pleading my case. Her blue eyes flicked to me for a briefest of moments before returning to her mother. It really was an accident. And how many times have you spun me that line? Her mother asked wearily. You don't need to cover for him, Shannon. If this boy's giving you a hard time, then you say it. I'm not, I protested. At the same time, Shannon shouted, He's not. Shut up, you, her mother hissed, shoving me hard in the chest. My daughter can speak for herself. Grinding my teeth, I did in fact shut up. I wasn't going to win any verbal disputes with her mother. It was a complete accident, Shannon repeated, chin jutting out defiantly, still holding her head with her small hand. Do you think you'd be here helping me if it was on purpose? That gave the woman pause for thought. No, she finally admitted. No, I don't suppose he would. What in God's name are you wearing? Shannon looked down at herself and flamed scarlet. I ripped my skirt when I fell down the bank, she said with a deep swallow. Johnny, gave me his jersey so everyone didn't see my knickers. Oh, yeah, here, I mumbled as I pulled up a scrape of grey fabric from the waistband of my shorts and held it out for her mother. I broke that too. Her mother snatched the skirt from me, and I took a safe step back. Let me get this straight, her mother demanded, her gaze flickering between Shannon and me. Recognition flashed in her pale blue eyes of what I had no fucking idea because I was feeling clueless right about now. He knocked you over, tore your clothes off, and then he put his jersey on you. I muttered a string of curses and ran a hand through my hair. It sounded so fucking bad when she said it like that. I didn't. He helped me, ma'am, Shannon snapped. She moved to stand up, and like the asshole I was, I moved to help her. Catching her narrowing glare from her mother, I went to her anyway. Fuck them all. I'd seen this girl half mindless an hour ago. I wasn't taking any chances with her. Ma'am, Shannon sighed. It was football training, and the ball hit me. Rugby, Mr. Toomey interjected proudly. Our Johnny's the finest rugby player Tommen College has seen in 50 years. I rolled my eyes. This was not the time to be talking me up, or the company. It was an honest mistake, I added with a helpless shrug, and I'll pay for the uniform. And what's that supposed to mean? Her mother demanded. I frowned. It means I'll pay for the uniform, I repeated slowly. Or skirt and tights, Shannon interjected. And her tights. I flashed her an indulgent smile, then quickly sobered my features when I was met with a death glare from her mother. I'll replace everything. Because we have no money, Miss Lynch barked. Because I can't afford to clothe my own child. No, I said slowly, confused as fuck by the human incubator declaring silent war on me. Because it's my fault they're ruined. Well, no, thank you, Johnny, she huffed. My daughter is not a charity case. Christ, this woman was something else. I tried again. I never said she was, Mrs. Lynch. Stop, ma'am, Shannon groaned, cheeks burning red. He's only trying to be nice. The nice thing to do would have been not to assault you on your first day, Mrs. Lynch huffed. I stifled a groan. I wasn't going to be winning any popularity contests with this woman. That was for sure. I'm sorry. I rolled off the word for the 100th fucking time. Johnny, Mr. Toomey said, clearing his throat. Why don't you go back and change into your uniform and get to your next class? I sighed in relief, delighted at the prospect to get away from this crazy fucking woman. I took a few steps in the direction of the front entrance, then paused hesitating. Should I leave her? Should I stay? Walking away didn't feel like the right thing to do. Unsure, I moved to turn back, but was shot down with a barking order. "Keep going, Johnny," her mother ordered, pointing a finger at me. So I did.
Chapter 5. Laying down laws and breaking them. Johnny.
By the time I made it back to the changing room after a detour trip to the lunch hall to speak to the vice principal, Mrs. Lane, the team was finished with practice and most of the lads had finished showering. Ignoring the muffled remarks and stares when I walked in, I went straight to Patrick Feely, apologised for being a prick to him earlier, shook it out, and I skulked over to the bench. Sinking down beside my gear bag, I kicked my feet out, rested my head against the cool slabbed wall behind me, and exhaled a heavy breath as my brain went into overdrive, obsessing over every detail of the day's events. What the fucking day? Bullying. I wasn't a bully. I'd never laid eyes on the girl before, in my life, apparently. That little gem of information was lost on our vice principal, who'd been called in by Mr. Toomey to help dispel the drama. After a 10-minute bollocking off Toomey's right-hand woman, I'd been given strict instructions to stay away from the Lynch girl. Her mother thought I was fucking bullying her and didn't want me going anywhere near her daughter. If I went near her again, I'd face immediate suspension. It was complete and utter bullshit, and I hoped Shannon had the decency to straighten it out and stand up for me. Fuck it, whatever. I'd keep a wide-ass berth. I didn't need the hassle. Girls were a fucking complication I didn't need. Even little ones with wild blue eyes. Damn it. Now I was thinking about her eyes again. She still has your jersey, I mentally noted, which made me sad for a whole different reason. It was new, and I'd only worn it this one fucking time. It looked better on her, though, I begrudgingly acknowledged. She could keep it. I just hope she didn't throw it out. I'd have to pay 80 quid to replace the bleeding thing. "You all right, Johnny boy?" Gibbsy asked, interrupting my thoughts as he dropped down on the bench beside me. He was freshly showered and clad in a pair of boxers. "How's the girl?" he added, bending to root in his gear bag. Shaking my head, I turned and looked at him. "Huh?" "The young one," he explained, retrieving a can of deodorant. "Who is she?" "Shannon," I mumbled. "She's new, a third year. Today's her first day." "Is she okay?" he asked, spraying each armpit with Lynx before tossing the can back in his bag and reaching for his grey school trousers. "If she looked out of it? Fuck if I know, man. I think I really did a number on her brain," I muttered with a helpless shrug. "Her mother's taken her to the hospital to get her checked over." Gibbsy paused, frowning. "Shit." "Yeah," I agreed grimly. "Shite." "Jesus, that must have been mortifying for her." Slipping his feet into his pants, he stood up and dragged them up his hips. "Having your ass on display for the rugby team on your first day?" "Yeah," I replied, because what else could I say? It was humiliating for her, and I was responsible for that. I blew out a frustrated breath. Was anything said about her? I looked round at our teammates and then back to my best friend with only one thing in my mind: damage control. Were they talking about her? Gibbsy raised his brows at my question. Actually, I think the raised brows and surprised expression had more to do with the tone of my voice. Well, he began slowly. She had her pussy and ass out, Cap. A very nice ass that matches her very nice rest of her. So yeah, lad, there's been talk. What kind of talk? I bit out,
feeling an irrational surge of anger boil inside of me.
I had no fucking clue where the agitation was coming from, but it was there. It was strong and it was making me feel half demented. Interest, lad, Gibbs explained calmly, much calmer than me. A lot of interest. Reaching into his bag, he withdrew his white school shirt and shrugged it on. In case it slipped your attention, and going by your reaction I know it didn't, that girl's a corker. He buttoned up his shirt with steady hands. Meanwhile I was trembling with energy that needed to be worked out of my body quickly. She's gorgeous and she's new, and the lads are, curious, he added, choosing words carefully. New is always fun. He paused, grinning before adding, gorgeous is better. It stops, I growled, agitated at the concept of my teammates talking about her. I saw that look in her eyes. I heard it in her voice, that vulnerability. She wasn't like the others. This girl was different. I barely knew her, but I could tell that this one needed minding. Something had happened to Shannon Lynch, something bad enough that resulted in her switching schools. It didn't sit well with me. Yeah, he chuckled as he finished with his shirt and slung his red tie on. Good luck with that, man.
She's 15, I warned, tensing.
16 in March, but still. For the next 2 months, she was still very much 15. She's too young. Gibbsy snorted. Says the idiot who's been sticking his cock in anything with a pulse since first year. Gibbsy hit the nail on the head with that statement. For Christ's sake, I lost my virginity in first year to Loretta Crowley, who was 3 years older than me and had a lifetime more experience than me, behind the school sheds after school. Yeah, that was some cluster fuck of disaster. I was all nervous and clumsy movements, well aware that I was too young to be sticking my dick in anything but my hand. But I must have done something right, because Loretta happily joined me behind the sheds most days after school for several months before I got too busy with training and called time on our meetings. If I had to say what type of female I was interested in, it wouldn't be blondes or brunettes, curvy or skinny. My type was older, with every girl I'd ever been with having at least a couple of years on me. Sometimes many more. It wasn't a fetish or anything. I simply enjoyed the drama-free aura that older girls brought to the table. I enjoyed them when I was with them, and then I enjoyed it even more when I wasn't. That wasn't to say I didn't fancy the shite out of the girl I was with when I was with her. I did. And I was loyal too. I didn't fuck around. If a girl wanted exclusive, no strings, then I was more than happy to oblige. I didn't enjoy the hunt or the chase that appealed to most of the lads. If a girl was expecting me to chase her, then she was looking to the wrong guy. I wasn't in a position to be boyfriend material right now. It wasn't that I didn't want a girlfriend. I just didn't have time for one. I didn't have time for the constant dating or any of those demands. I was too busy. It was another reason I preferred older girls. They weren't expecting miracles from me. Right now, for example, I was fooling around with Bella Wilkinson from 6th year and had been since April last year. In the beginning, I liked Bella because she didn't breathe down my neck. At 19, she had a couple of years on me. She didn't hold me to some invisible standard I couldn't or wouldn't meet, and afterwards I could walk away and concentrate on rugby, while she left me to my own devices. But after a few months, I quickly realised that it wasn't me that Bella was interested in. It was the bullshit that came with being with me. It was all about the status with Bella. And by the time I realised it, I was too comfortable and too lazy to do anything about it. She wanted my dick. That was it. Well, my dick and my status. Now I stayed because she was familiar and I was lazy. Bella had one expectation from me. One requirement that, up until a couple of months ago, I was more than capable of providing. I hadn't been doing much of anything with Bella since before my surgery. I hadn't laid a finger on the girl since early November, when it had become too painful to even contemplate it. But my point was that, when it happened, it was just sex for me. A steady release. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I acknowledged that this was an unhealthy attitude towards life and relationships with the opposite sex, and that I was probably deeply jaded, but it was hard to remain a boy when I was living in a man's world. It also didn't help that I was playing rugby at a level where I was surrounded by men much older than me, conversations that were meant for people much older than me, women that were meant for men much older than me. Not girls, but women. Jesus. If my mother knew the half of the women who had offered themselves to me, grown-ass women, she'd pull my arse out of the academy and lock me in my room until I turned 21. In a way, my childhood was robbed from me because of my ability to play rugby. I grew up very quickly, taking on the role of a man when I was little more than a boy. Coached and pushed, pressured and championed. I didn't have a social life and childhood. Instead, I had expectations and a career. Sex was the reward I allowed myself for being, well, good. For controlling everything else in my life. For balancing my school and my sport with pristine control and iron will. I wasn't the only one like this. Aside from a couple of lads with long-term girlfriends, the rest of the lads in the academy were as bad as me. Actually, they were worse. I was discreet, they weren't. We're not talking about me, I told Gibbsy, dragging my attention back to the present, my anger growing by the second. She's a fucking kid. Too young for all you horny little pricks, and every asshole in this room needs respect that. 15 is a kid, Gibbsy countered, looking confused. The fuck you talking about, Johnny? 15 is young, I barked, frustrated. And illegal. Oh. Gibbsy grinned knowingly. I see. You don't see shit, Gibbs. I shot back. Since when did you start giving a shite about what any of us do? I don't. Do whatever and whoever the hell you want, I countered heatedly. Just not whore.
He grinned widely, clearly goading me when he teased.
Keep that talk up and I'm going to start thinking you're going soft for the girl. I'm not fucking around here, I countered, taking the bait. Relax, Johnny, Gibbsy said with a sigh. I've no intention of going near the girl. Good, I released a breath I hadn't realised I'd been holding. I can't vouch for the rest of them, though, he added, gesturing his thumb behind him. Nodding stiffly, I turned my attention to the busy changing room and stood up, bristling with agitation. Listen up, I barked, drawing everyone's attention to me. That girl in the pitch earlier. I waited until I had my teammates' attention, and then I waited more understanding than crossed her features before bursting into a rant. What happened to her out there today? It would be embarrassing as hell for anyone, and especially for a girl. So I don't want to hear one word of it repeated around the school or town. My voice took on a threatening hint when I said, if it gets back to me that any of you have been talking about her, well, I don't have to explain what will happen. Some snickered, and I turned my glare on the culprit. You have two sisters, Pierce, I snapped, glaring at the red-faced hooker. How would you feel if that happened to Mary Beth or Candice? Would you like the lads talking about her like that? No, I wouldn't. Pierce reddened further. Sorry, Cap, he muttered. You won't hear it back from me. Good man, I replied, nodding before facing the team. You don't bring up what happened with her clothes to anyone. Not your pillow pals or friends. It's gone, erased. Never fucking happened. And while we're on the subject, don't talk to her, I added. On a roll now, my commands this time for entirely selfish reasons. I didn't dare think too much about it. Don't get any notions about her. In fact, don't look at her at all. To be fair to them, most of the senior players on the team just nodded and went back to whatever they'd been doing before my outburst, letting me know that I was being irrational about this. But then there was Ronan fucking McGarry, and his mouth to contend this. I didn't like this guy. Couldn't stand him if I was being honest. He was a loud-mouthed third-year who pranced around the school like he was a king of the hill. His cocky attitude had only magnified in annoyance this year when he was brought into the senior team at school after ACL injury had finished Bobby Riley's seasons early. McGarry was a mediocre rugby player at best, playing scrum half for the school this season, and a goddamn pain in my arse to cover on the pitch. He was only on the team in the first place because his mother was the coach's sister. It certainly wasn't for his talent. Give me great pleasure taking him down a peg or 10 at any given opportunity. Why? He taunted, from the safety of the opposite end of the change room. Are you laying claim? The blonde little fucker, encouraged by a couple of his bench warmer buddies, continued. Is she yours now or something, Kavanagh? Well, she's certainly not yours, prickface. I shot back without hesitation. Not that I was including you in the statement. Sniffing, I looked him up and down slowly, with feigned displeasure before adding, Yeah, you're not an issue for me. Several of the lads erupted into howls of laughter at McGarry's expense. Fuck you, he spat. Ouch, I feigned hurt, then grinned across the room at him. That hurt so much. She's my class, he tossed out. Good for you, I clapped, not liking this new information one bit, but burying my annoyance with a heavy dollop sarcasm. Do you want a medal or a trophy for that? Turning my attention back to my team, I added, She's young, lads, too young for any of you, so stay the fuck away. Not for me, the little prick piped up. She's the same age as me. No, not a matter of age for you, I countered evenly. She's just too good for you. More laughs at his expense. Everyone might act like you're some kind of god at this school, he growled, but she's fair game as far as I'm concerned. Puffing out his chest like a defected gorilla, he smirked at me. If I want her, I'll have her. Fair game. I barked out a laugh. If you want her, you'll have her. Christ, kid, what world are you living in? Ronan's cheeks turned pink. I live in the real world, he spat. The one where people have to work for what they get, and not have it handed to them because they're in the academy. You think so? I arched a brow, tilting my head on one side to take his measure. Apparently not when you're deluded enough to think I've been handed everything in my life, and especially when you refer to girls as fair game. Shaking my head, I added, "They're girls, McGarry, not Pokemon cards. God, you think you're so great, don't you?" He snapped, jaw clenched. "You think you're so fucking amazing. Well, you're not." Growing bored of his antics, I shook my head and gave him an out. "Sling your hook, kid. We're not playing this game with you today. Why don't you do us all a favour and sling your hook, Johnny? I wish you'd just fuck off to the use and be done with it," he roared, face turning an ugly shade of purple. "That's what you're in the academy for, right?" he demanded, tone furious. "To be conditioned? To move up the ranks and get contract?" Huffing out the breath, he snarled, "Then fucking move. Leave Tommen. Go back to Dublin. Take your contracts and go the fuck away." "Education is important, Ronan," I grinned, relishing in his hatred of me. "The academy teaches us that. I bet the Irish heads don't even want you." He tossed back angrily. "All this talk about you joining the under-20s in the summer is all bullshit. You made it up yourself." "Kid, you need to walk away now." Hughie Biggs, our number 10, and a good friend of mine interjected with a sigh. "You sound like a fucking clown." "Me?" Ronan barked, glaring across the room at Hughie. "He's the asshole walking around his town like he owns it, getting special treatment from the teachers and ordering all you around. And you just take it. And you're stinking up the room with your jealousy," Hughie countered in a lazy drawl. "Pack it in, kid," he added, dragging a hand through his blonde hair as he came to stand beside me and Gibbs. "You're making a right idiot of yourself. Stop calling me a kid," Ronan roared, voice breaking, as he charged towards us. "I'm not a fucking kid." Neither Gibbsy, Hughie or I moved an inch, all highly entertained at his tantrum. Ronan had been a problem for the team since September, defying orders, breaking rank, pulling stupid stunts on the pitch that almost cost us several games. This little outburst of his wasn't the first one. It was just another in a long list of many tantrums. He was ridiculous and needed reining in. If his uncle wasn't prepared to do it, then I was. "He's your captain," Patrick Feely piped up, much to my surprise, as he and several members of the team came and stood in front of me, blocking McGarry's pathetic attempt at exulting power and showing their support for me. "Show a little respect, McGarry." Well, shite. I felt terrible now. I looked at Feely, my eyes full of remorse for my earlier on-pitch antics. The look he gave me assured me that for him, it was long forgotten. It still didn't sit well with me. McGarry's right about one thing. I did get preferential treatment in town. I worked like a dog on the pitch and was rewarded fabulously off it. I would use that pool to buy Feely a pint at Biddy's at the weekend. Gibbs and Hughie too. "Run home to your mammy, Ronan," Gibbsy ordered, shoving him towards the changing room exit. "Maybe she'll get your leggers out." Swinging open the door with one hand, Gibbsy pushed him out with the other. "You're not ready to play with the big boys." "I bet your Shannon won't be saying that," Ronan snarled, forcing himself back in the room. "Or should I say, she won't be able to." He grinned darkly, eyes locked in my face, when my cock is buried down her throat. "Keep talking about her like that," I said, fists forming into tight balls at my sides. "I would love as reason to tear your fucking head off. I sat behind her this morning in French, you know," he taunted, grinning widely now. "Had I known what she was hiding under that skirt, I would have been more than friendlier." Winking, he added, "There's always tomorrow. And that, folks, is how you sign your own death certificate." Hughie muttered, throwing his hands up in resignation. You stupid little bollocks. No one person tried to stop me when I barreled towards Ronan. No one dared. I'd hit my quota of bullshit for the day, and the lads knew it. Now listen to me, you little fucker, I hissed, hand wrapped round his throat, as I dragged him back into the room, closing the door from witnesses with my free hand. And listen good, because I'm only going to tell you this one more time. Slamming Ronan against the concrete wall, I stepped in front of him, tearing over him by a good 6 inches. You don't like me, I get it. I'm not particularly fond of you either. I clutched his throat, tight enough to make it hard for him to breathe, but not enough to cut off circulation and kill him. I was trying to make a point, not commit a crime. You don't have to like me, but as your captain, you're sure as shite will respect my authority on the pitch. At 5'10" and 16 years old, Ronan wasn't small by any means, but at 17 and 6'3" and growing, I was a big bastard. Off the pitch, I rarely used my size to intimidate anyone, but I would use it now. I was sick to death of this kid in his mouth. He had no goddamn respect, and hell, maybe I could handle his crappy attitude and aggression towards me, but not her. I didn't like, couldn't cope, and wouldn't put up with him talking about her like that. The haunting look of vulnerability in her eyes drove me forward, causing me to lose a little grip I had on my temper. When I tell you my team something, I added, snarling now, the memory of her lonesome blue eyes clouding my judgment. When I fucking warn you to leave a vulnerable girl alone, I expect you to heed my goddamn warning. I expect your submission. What I don't expect is your lippy back-talk and defiance. A faint choking sound came from Ronan's throat, and I loosened my hold, but kept my hand there. Are we clear? Fuck you! Ronan strangled out, spluttering and wheezing. You can't tell me what to do. He rasped, breathless. You're not my father. This fucker. He was determined to defy me even when he couldn't win. I'm your daddy on the field, bitch. I smiled darkly and squeezed, cutting off his air supply. You don't see it because you're a jumped up, narcissistic little spanner. I squeezed tighter, but they do. I waved a hand behind us, gesturing to the team who were all standing down, not one of them intervening, every single one of them. They all get it. They all know I own you. I added calmly. Keep pushing me, kid. And it won't matter who you're related to. You'll be off this team. But go anywhere near that girl, and God himself won't be able to save you. Deciding I'd terrified the young fella enough to get my point across, I released his throat and took a step back. Now, folding my arms across my chest, I glared down at him and asked, Are we clear this time? Yeah, Ronan croaked out, still glaring at me. I didn't mind. He could glare at me all he wanted. He could stick pin needles in a voodoo version of me and go on hating my guts for the rest of my life for all I cared. All I needed from him was a submission. We're clear. He spat. Good boy. I slapped his cheeks with my hands and smirked. Now fuck off. Ronan continued to mutter his misgivings, but since he was doing so under his breath, I turned my back on him and headed straight for the now empty showers, choosing to scald the temper out of my body with water.
Johnny, can I have a word?
Cormac Ryan, our number 11 winger, asked as he followed me into the shower area. I swung round and glared at them, my fingers slipping away from the waistband of my shorts. "Can it wait?" I asked, tone tight, jaw clenched, as my gaze travelled over him. Annoyance flared to life at the sight of him, and I knew full well what he wanted to talk to me about. Or should I say, who he wanted to talk about. Bella. The time for talking was months ago. Right now, the mood I was in, the chances of us just talking was slim. Cormac seemed to realise that because he nodded his head and retreated from the doorway. "Yeah, no bother," he replied, swallowing deeply as he backed up. "I'll catch up with you another time." "Yeah." I deadpanned, watching him leave. "You will." Shaking my head, I stripped off and stalked into the shower stall. Twisting the chrome nozzle, I stepped under the steady stream of ice-cold water and waited for it to heat. Pressing a palm against the tiled wall, I dropped my head and exhaled a frustrated breath. I didn't need another fight under my belt. Keeping my nose clean this season was paramount, even in the shitty school league. It'd be bad publicity to beat the shit out of my own teammates. Even when my fingers twitched with the urge to do just that. The lads were long gone back to their assigned classes by the time I finished showering, leaving me alone in the changing room. I didn't bother rushing back to class, prioritising my time with hoofing down my lunch and pre-made protein smoothie instead. It wasn't until I was finished eating that I noticed the blue ice pack on top of my gear bag. There was a small note perched on the top that read, "Ice your balls, Cap." Fucking Gibbsy. With a shake of my head, I sank down on the bench and grabbed the ice pack. Wrapping an old t-shirt round it, I freed my towel and did exactly what that note instructed. When I was done icing my balls, I took my sweet-ass time assessing a few of my long-term injuries. The most worrying being the angry-looking scar on my inner groin. The skin was hot, itchy, swollen, and fucking disgusting to look at. Playing with an injury was a common ailment for a guy in my situation. But after 18 months of suffering with a chronic groin injury, I'd thrown the towel in and agreed to the surgery in December. Spending 4 days on the flat of my back in a hospital, writhing in agony, having caught an infection was bad enough. But the last 3 weeks of post-surgery rehabilitation had been pure fucking torture. According to my GP, my body was healing nicely, and he had signed me off to let me play, mostly because I lied through my teeth. But the bruising and discoloration on my thighs and around my area was a sight to be had. I was sore as shit down there. Cock, balls, groin, thighs, every part of me ached. All the damn time. I wasn't sure whether my balls hurt more from the injury or the need of release. Aside from my parents and coaches, Gibbsy was the only one who knew the details of my surgery, hence the ice pack. He'd been my best friend since moving down to Cork, even though he was an overgrown blonde Egypt with a penchant for fucking school admins and the ability to drive me batshit crazy with his blasé attitude. I knew I could trust him to have my back. Knowing he could keep stuff to himself was the only reason I told him. Normally, I kept that kind of shit to myself. Sharing details of an injury was a dangerous move and a surefire way of having that injury targeted by oppositional teams. Besides, it was embarrassing. I was a confident person by nature, but walking around with an out-of-commission dick with no end game in sight meant that my self-esteem had taken a battering. I had more people poke and prod at my bollocks in the last month than I cared to remember. And not in a fun way either. Getting it up after the operation wasn't a problem for me. It was the horrible searing pain that came with having an erection that I had an issue with. That particular piece of information I had learned the hard way after a shitty porno marathon one Saturday had resulted in an embarrassing trip to A&E. It was St. Stephen's night, 10 days post-surgery, and I'd been wallowing in self-pity all day, having received countless texts from the lads asking me if I was coming out to the pub. So when I went to bed that night, I'd thrown on a bluey to cheer myself up. The minute the actress's tits were out, my cock had shot to attention. Feeling a slight amount of discomfort that was overshadowed by the realisation that I still possessed a working dick, and stroked myself off, careful to avoid the stitches on my groin. 2 minutes into my wankfest, and I realised what a terrible mistake I'd made. The problem arose when I was close to coming. My balls tightened, like they always did when blood rushed to the head of my penis, but the muscles in my thighs and groin began to contract and spasm, and not in a good way. The scorching pain that had rocketed through my body was so severe that I screamed out in agony before unceremoniously vomiting all over my bedsheets. The pain was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. The only way I could describe it was to say it was like being kicked in the nuts repeatedly while someone stamped a red-hot cattle prod on my dick. Unfortunately, the visual of the plastic-breasted woman getting dicked on the screen and the loud audio of her "fuck me harder" sexy as hell screams made it virtually impossible for me to get it down. Dropping to the floor, I had crawled on my hands and knees over to the television set with the intention of putting my fist through the screen. That was the exact moment my mother had burst into my bedroom. She ended up having to help me get dressed, raging hard on and all, and then rushed me to hospital where I was scolded by the doctor on call for interfering with myself. I shit you not. She used those exact words before delving into a deeply disturbing rant about the dangers of masturbating so soon after the surgery I had, and the long-term ramifications it could have for my penis, with my mother sitting beside me. 7 hours, a round of blood tests, a shot of morphine, and one testicular exam later, I was sent home with a prescription for a new round of antibiotics and strict instructions to leave my penis alone. That was 2 weeks ago, and I still hadn't touched my dick. I was traumatised. I was a broken man. I knew I should be grateful. I didn't have any long-term nerve damage in the area, and I would be once everything healed and worked again. But for now, I was a pissed off, almost 18-year-old with a broken dick and a deflated ego. Fucking Ronan McGarry thought I had everything handed to me. If he realised the sacrifices I made and the limits I pushed my body to, I doubt he'd feel the same way. Then again, maybe he would. He had such an issue with me that I reckon nothing could sway him from his I Hate Johnny campaign. Not that I give a single fuck. I had less than 2 years left in this school and possibly a further 1 year with the academy after that. I'd be leaving Ballylagan and all the begrudging Rona McGarrys behind me. Stretching my legs out, I gently rubbed down the area with my prescribed anti-inflammatory gel, biting down on my lip to stop myself from screaming in pain. Clenching my eyes shut, I forced my hands to move over my thighs, performing the exercise my physio had instructed I do after every training session. Once that was complete, and I was confident I wouldn't pass out from the pain, I worked on my shoulders, elbows and ankles, packing and strapping every old ache and injury like a dutiful apprentice I was. Believe it or not, my body was in great condition. The injuries I'd sustained from playing rugby for the past 11 years, including a ruptured appendix and a million broken bones, were minuscule in comparison to the injuries some of the lads in the academy were carrying. It was a good thing for me considering I was on the cusp of a lucrative contract and a career in professional rugby. In order to achieve that, I needed to be as close to perfect in every aspect of my life. That meant performing on the pitch, maintaining optimal health both physically and mentally, and keeping my nose and my dick clean. Protection was an impossible thing to forget, with the academy breathing down our necks, lecturing on how this was a pivotal time in our careers and how we're not under any circumstances to let a girl turn our heads or saddle us down with a baby. Like fuck. I'd rather cut my poorly functioning cock off before I let myself fall into that trapping. Condoms and birth control were an absolute necessity. I always carried one. I always wore one. And if the girl I was with wasn't on the pill or the bar, or if I didn't trust she was being honest with me, I always pulled out. No risks. No exceptions. Not that it matters now, I thought to myself as I stared down at my bruised balls. Aside from remaining fatherless and STD free, I had to keep my marks up. It was all about perception for the scouts and potential clubs, and they wanted what was perceived as perfection. They wanted the best players from the best schools and the top universities in the country. They wanted merits and silverware, both on the pitch and academically. It was tiresome work, but I did the best I could. Luckily, I was good at school. I didn't fucking like going very much, but I was good at it. My classes were all honours subjects, and I had always been an A+ to A- average in all of them, with the exception of science, where I was a reluctant C student. I just hated that fucking subject. Man, it gave me the heebie-jeebies just thinking about periodic tables. I didn't care for it, and it was the one class I had always slept through. It came as no surprise to my parents that when the time came for me to choose my leaving cert subjects and this term, I had avoided the 3 science subjects like the plague. No, they could keep their biology, chemistry, physics for the hardcore brain-tards. I would stick to business and accountancy. An unlikely passion for a rugby head, but it was right up my street. I'd get the standard degree in business, play until well into my 30s, retire before my body completely gave up on me, and then pursue my masters. See, I had it all planned out. No room for change, no room for girlfriends, and no goddamn room for injuries. My life choices and strict routine pissed my mother off to epic proportions. I knew Mum didn't like my lifestyle, and she was always nagging me. She said I was limited, that I was missing out on so much life. She begged me to be a child. The problem was, I hadn't been a child since I was 10. When rugby took off for me, I left that shit behind, my childhood. Dreams of playing rugby morphing into focused, hungry, driven obsession. I'd spent the past 7 years in beast mode 24/7 and had the physical body, shape and size to prove it. My father was easier on me. He mollified my mother and coaxed her to stop worrying so much, telling her that it could be worse. I could be going out getting stoned off my head after school or getting legless with the rest of my friends down the pub. Instead of doing that, I trained. I spent my days studying, my afternoons on the pitch, my evenings in the gym, and my weekends rotating between all three. Jesus, I couldn't recall the last time I blew off the gym for a night out with the lads or ate a 99 ice cream cone without worrying about wasteful calories and unbalanced micronutrients. I ate clean, I trained hard, and I followed every order, suggestion and demand given to me by my coaches and trainers. It wasn't an easy lifestyle to uphold, but it was the one I'd chosen for myself. I trusted my gut and pursued my dreams with relentless drive, taking comfort in the fact that I was almost there. Until I made it, and I would make it. I would continue to make the sacrifices and remain focused, dedicated, and undistracted from bullshit teenage drama. It was for those exact reasons I was feeling so edgy. A girl, a fucking female I'd known for no longer than 2 hours, had managed to do what no one else ever had. Knock me off kilter. Shannon, like the river, was on my mind. And I didn't fucking like it. I didn't like that she was taking up valuable time in my head. Time I didn't have to spare or give to anything or anyone other than rugby.
She was already pulled out of Ballylagan Community School for being verbally and physically attacked. And what happens on the first day at Tommen? This.
You assured me this kind of thing wouldn't happen at this school, and look what happened on the first day. Shannon, I don't know what to do with you anymore. I really don't, baby. I thought this place would be different for you. What the hell was going on? What happened to her? Why the fuck was I obsessing about her like this? I barely knew the girl. It shouldn't matter to me. Jesus, I need to get a life. Take up watching some train wreck reality TV program or something. Anything to block out today's events and those lonesome blue eyes. Forcing myself to block her out, I concentrated on tending to my injuries. All the while thinking about potential strategy and tactics for the match on Friday. When I was all patched up and had thrown my school uniform back on, I checked the time on my phone and noted that if I hurried my ass up, I would make the last class. I skimmed through a couple of new text messages from Bella, asking me if I was better and wanted to meet up. I shot her a quick reply saying, "Still out of action," and waited for a response. It came almost immediately, followed by several more texts. "I'm getting sick of this shit, Johnny. I don't like being ignored. Everyone's talking about you, you know, saying your performance on the pitch is going to crap. It made the papers. They're saying you're losing your touch. I agree. You're being a useless dick, and you have a useless dick. I know there's nothing wrong with you. You're just trying to get out of taking me to the awards gala at the end of the month. Why don't you ever take me to those things? I never ask you for anything. If you don't start appreciating me, I know plenty of lads who will." I expelled a heavy breath and quickly read each message. Yeah, this was getting out of hand. I could feel the noose tightening around my neck. I tapped out a quick reply saying, "Do whatever you want. I'm not your keeper." before turning my phone off and heading back to school, stopping at the office. "Johnny!" Dee, the school secretary, cooed when I stepped through the doorway. "Back already?" she asked, taking a slow appraisal of my body. "Mr. Toomey hasn't sent for you, honey." Our school secretary was a low-sized woman in her late 20s, with peroxide blonde hair and a penchant for teenage boys, and a serious weakness for rugby players. Her blue eyes were lined with way too much black eyeliner and thick, mushy mascara that blended well with the mountain of foundation caked on her face and blood-red lips. She wasn't an unattractive woman. She had a nice shape and a fantastic ass, but she was a case of mutton dressed as lamb. Despite her cougar attempts and blatant inappropriateness, I was oddly fond of the woman. She helped me out on more than one occasion, down through the years, signing me out of classes, covering my absenteeism, burying misdemeanours, and all types of incriminating shite that would affect badly on me. Back in third year, when I came home from training camp, I dropped an Ireland jersey with most of the team signatures into her. It was a last-minute display of appreciation on my part, knowing that she had gone a great deal of trouble to get the Board of Education to waive her compulsory oral junior cert exam I'd missed while away. I had the jersey in my gear bag and just gave it to her, feeling like I needed to compensate the woman for her efforts. After that, she was my biggest champion, doing countless and often morally questionable favours for me. And I, in turn, snagged her tickets to games whenever I could. We had a good arrangement. "I'm here to see you, Dee," I shot back with a flirty wink, fighting down the urge to run for the hills from the school cougar. I sauntered over to the counter that separated the office from the rest of the reception and grinned. "I was hoping you could help me out with something." "I'm always willing to help my favourite all-star," she paired, "with anything." "Appreciate it," I replied, repressing the urge to shudder when she reached over the counter and stroked her inch-long, flaming red fingernails across my knuckles. "Do you have an envelope?" "An envelope?" Her drawn-on brows shot up in surprise. "Oh," she muttered, looking a little forlorn. Reaching behind the desk, she rummaged around before slapping a plain brown envelope on the counter. Pulling out my wallet, I snagged 250 notes and stuffed them inside. "Do you have a pen?" I asked. With a little huff, she handed me one. "You're a lifesaver," I mumbled as I quickly scrawled a note on the envelope before placing the pen on the counter. "Is that all?" "Actually, no, it's not." Resting my elbows on the counter, I fingered the envelope between my hands and smiled down at her. "Here it goes. I'm looking for some information on a student." Dee frowned. "Information on a student?" "Yeah," I nodded, widening my smile. "Shannon Lynch." Who had I been fooling with distracting myself with reality TV? I was an obsessive bastard by nature, with a one-track mind that was currently and solely programmed on her. I had to know her. I needed more. I wasn't thick enough to think this didn't matter, or that my reaction to McGarry in the changing rooms earlier didn't matter. It mattered that she was able to do this to me. It mattered that hours later I was still thinking about her, wondering about her, and inevitably worrying about her. It mattered that she mattered when no one ever mattered to me before. Fuck. Now I was confused about all the matters. Oh, Johnny. Dee pursed her lips, her frown deepening as she drew me back to the present. I'm not sure. Mr. Toomey made it clear that you are to have no contact with the Lynch girl. Her voice broke off as she reached for her notepad. See? She taped her finger on the scroll pad. It's written down and everything. Her mother was demanding you be suspended for that incident on the pitch today. She's calling it assault. It took a lot of persuading on Mr. Toomey's part to stop her from phoning the Garda. Come on, Dee, I paired, smothering my outrage with what I hoped was charm. You know me. I would never intentionally hurt the girl. Of course you wouldn't, she breathed, blinking up at me. You're a good boy, and you're very good to me. Leaning closer, I covered her hand with mine and whispered, So, all I need you to do is tell me what you know about her. Or, better yet, let me see her file. No way, Johnny. She chewed on her bottom lip. If anyone found out, my job would be on the line. You think I'd get you in trouble, Dee? I coaxed, with a small shake of my head. It can be our little secret. God, I was a complete fucktard, playing on this poor woman's emotions. But I wanted that file, damn it. I'd a burning curiosity to find out about Shannon. More specifically, what happened to her at her old school. Mr. Toomey's words had planted the seed inside my head, and I was dying to find out. I'm sorry, honey, but I can't help you this time, Dee replied, lips pursed. I need this job. Frustrated, I shook my head and wrestled my temper into touch before trying again. Can you at least give me her locker number? Dee's eyes narrowed. Why do you need that? I just do, I shot back. Tone a little harder now. I was pissed off. I wasn't used to being told no. When I asked for something, I usually got it. It was a shitty way to be, but that's how life went for me. I already told you, she retorted. Mr. Toomey said you're not supposed to go near her. It's her locker number, Dee, not her fucking home address. I snapped, irritation growing. You'd swear I was a fucking murderer or something, the way you're all acting. With a heavy sigh, Dee nodded dejectedly and walked over to the filing cabinet. All right. Thank you, I replied, tone heavy with sarcasm. But you didn't get this off me, she grumbled, rummaging through each drawer until she found the desired folder. Fine. I'm serious, Johnny. I don't need the hassle. Neither do I. Flicking the folder open, she quickly scanned the first page before snapping it shut. Locker 641. In the third year wing. Great. Thanks for this. I grabbed the pen and scrawled the number in the back of my hand before heading for the door. Pausing in the doorway, I turned and asked, Can you at least tell me how she is? Dee sighed. The last I heard, her mother was taking her to A&E for a scan. A scan? I frowned, anxiety gnawing at my gut. She's all right though, isn't she? When she left, she was walking and stuff. I mean, she'll be grand, right? Yes, Johnny. I'm sure she'll be fine. She picked up a pen on the counter and placed the cap on it. It's just a precautionary measure. Really? Uh-huh. Uncertain, I blurted. Do you think I should go? To the hospital, that is. Shrugging, I added, should I visit? It's my fault she's at the hospital. I'm responsible. Definitely not, Dee snapped, her tone taking on a hint of authority. If you know what's good for you, Johnny Kavanagh, you will stay well away from the girl. She let out a loud huff before adding in a much quieter tone of voice. Between you and me, her mother's out for your blood. You do well to avoid all contact with her. And if I'm being honest, the girl just doesn't seem... She paused, chewing on her bottom lip for a moment before finishing. Well, stable. My brows furrowed. What do you mean she's not stable? Dee chewed on her pen, looking uncomfortable. Dee! I pressed. What do you mean by that? Maybe stable isn't the appropriate word, she admitted, tone low. But there was something off about her. Off? Troubling, Dee clarified, and then corrected herself by saying, troubled. She seems troubled. Well, shite. Trust me to fixate on the crazy. Right, I muttered, turning for the door again. Thanks for the heads up. Keep your distance, Johnny, she called after me. And stay away from the hospital. Deep in thought, I strolled out of the office with the envelope in hand, wandered down the left wing of the main building, stopping at a row of freshly painted blue lockers outside the third-year common area. I scanned the rows for locker number 461. When I found the one I was looking for, I pushed the envelope through a tiny gap at the top of the metal door. I didn't care if her mother didn't want the money. She could burn it for all I cared, but I had to give it to them. To her. Readjusting my school bag on my shoulder, I slid my hand into my pocket and retrieved my car keys. Decision made to blow off the rest of the day and wait in the car for Gibbsy. Besides, there was no point in going to class right now. I couldn't concentrate on business ABQs if I tried. My head was too clouded with words of warning and images of sad blue ice. Strolling down to the students' car park, I unlocked my car, dropped my shit into the back seat before collapsing inside, exhausted and sore. I pushed back the seat and adjusted the recliner so I could stretch my legs out. The thought of driving with the pain currently burning its way up my thighs was an unwelcome thought, but it wasn't my main concern right now. We had a lot of boarders at Tommen, students coming from all over the country and some parts of Europe to study. I lived half an hour from the school, so I was one of the day walkers. Most of my friends were. I knew Shannon was from Ballylagan too, but I'd never laid eyes on her before that day. It wasn't a massive area, but it was big enough that our paths had never crossed before today. Or maybe they had and I just didn't remember her. I wasn't great with faces. I didn't look at one long enough to commit it to memory. I didn't care to. I had enough names and faces I needed to remember as it stood. Adding unnecessary names of strangers to that list seemed a pointless feat. Until now. Troubled. That's what Dee called her. But weren't all teenagers a little fucked up and troubled sometimes? I was so consumed in my own thoughts that I didn't notice the final bell ringing. 45 minutes later, or the flood of students climbing into cars around me, it was only when the passenger door of my car flew open that I jerked back to the present. Hey, Gibbsy acknowledged, dropping into the passenger seat beside me. I see your heart's still set and sporting the semi-homeless looking here," he added, kicking a pile of shite away from his feet. Reaching round, he tossed his bag into the back seat. "It fucking stinks in here, man. You could always get plenty of fresh air walking," I grumbled, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Yeah, I was that fucking tired. "Relax," Gibbsy shot back, and then snickered when he added, "No need to get testy." "Very funny, asshole." I deadpanned my hand, immediately moving to my dick. "Now you really can get out to walk. Here." He paused, to dump a vanilla-coloured folder on my lap. "You can't make me walk after getting you this." I stared down the folder. "What's this?" "A present," Gibbsy replied, adjusting the visor. "Homework." I deadpanned. "Oh, thanks so much. It's your one Shannon's file," he corrected, rolling down the sleeves of his jumper. "No doubt your obsessive ass was looking for it." Well, shite. An unsettling surge of excitement coursed through me as I stared down at the folder in my hands. My best friend knew me too well. "When you didn't come back to class after training, I figured you were out here sulking over her, or pining." He shrugged before adding, "Or whatever the fuck you'd call that you did in the locker room earlier." "I don't sulk," he snorted. "I don't fucking sulk, asshole." I bit back. "Or pine. I wasn't doing any of that shite. I wasn't." "Losing your head?" Gibbsy filled in with a wolfish grin. "Don't worry about it. Happens to the best of us." "Why would I be losing my head?" I demanded, and then swiftly answered, "I wasn't losing goddamn anything." "My mistake." Gibbsy held his hands up, but this tone assured me that he was far from sorry. "I must have read it wrong. Give me your file, and I'll put it back." He reached for the folder, and I snatched it away. "What? No!" Gibbsy laughed, but didn't say anything else. The knowing grin he gave me was enough of a response. "How'd you manage to convince Dee to hand it over?" I asked, changing the subject. "How do you think?" I repressed a shudder. "Jesus!" "It's not all bad," Gibbsy smirked. "The woman sucks like a hoover." "And the thrill of getting caught always makes for fun times." I held my hand up. "Didn't need to know that." He snorted. "You already knew that." "Yeah," I sighed heavily. Well, I didn't need to be reminded. "Jesus," he muttered, pulling at the collar of his school shirt so he could get a good look at his neck in the small rectangular mirror. Always the neck. Unsatisfied with the view, he twisted the rear view mirror to face him and groaned. Turning to look at me, Gibbsy said, "See the sacrifice I make for you." My eyes landed on the purplish bruise forming on his neck. "Better be something worth reading in here," he grumbled, turning my attention back to the folder. I flicked it open to the first page and then tensed, eyes moving to his. "Did you read it?" "Nope." "Why not?" "Because," he replied, digging around his pocket. "It's not my business." He pulled out a packet of cigarettes and a lighter. "I'm hanging for a smoke." He shoved the door open and stepped out, stopping to lean in and announce, "Orgasms make me crave nicotine," before closing the door and sparking up. Shaking my head, I turned my attention to the file in my hands, riveted to every detail of information Shannon Lynch's confidential file revealed. Pages upon pages of incidents and reports, all neatly typed out on white paper, detailing every horrendous ordeal the girl had suffered in her old school. There had been a lot. 14 A4 pages of incidents, front and back. A few pages in, and I had learned that Shannon had slipped from a solid C student at the beginning of the first year to a scraping D's and E's by the end of the second year. Attached to her less than stellar exam results were notes from her former teachers praising her gentle nature and diligent and conscious work ethic. I didn't need a note to explain the steady decline in her grades. I'd figured that out in page 1. She was a victim of bullying. They cut her ponytail off when she was in first year, when she was 13. Their punishment for such a crime was a week's suspension. Seriously, a week off school for cutting a girl's fucking hair off. Girls, they were so goddamn sick and twisted. How anyone could expect a girl to concentrate in a classroom setting as volatile as that was beyond me. Seriously, what the hell was wrong with people? What was the matter with that school and those teachers? The fuck were their parents thinking leaving her there for 2 years? The more I read, the sicker I felt in my stomach. Incident in PE resulted in a bloody nose. Vomiting incident in the bathroom. Incident in woodwork with a glue gun. Issue after school with third year girls. Another vomiting incident in the bathroom. Issue before school with the fourth year girls. Refusal to take part in overnight school bonding retreat. Were they fucking kidding? Many more vomiting incidents. Referral to educational psychiatrist. Older brother lodges fourth complaint about the bullying. Older brother. Should have found some older female friends and had them kick the shite out of these mean girls. Graffiti on the bathroom walls. Assault in the schoolyard. Older brother suspended. Older brother must have sorted it himself. Isolation reported by several teachers. Serious physical assault by 3 older students. Garda called. No shit, Sherlock. Older brother suspended again for intervening. Removal from the school at the request of the mother. About fucking time. School records requested by the principal at Tommen College. Horrified. Didn't begin to describe my feelings when I was finished reading. Pissed off didn't quite fit the bill either. Disgusted, disturbed, and wholly enraged seemed a more accurate assessment of my feelings. Jesus, it was like reading a goddamn police report of a domestic violence victim. No wonder Shannon's mother flipped the fuck out on me today. If I were in her position, I'd have done a lot worse. Christ. Now I was even more pissed with myself for hurting her than I was earlier. Who the hell did this? Seriously, what kind of creatures were they breeding in that school? Well, Gibbsy's voice broke through my thoughts when he climbed back into the car, smelling like an ashtray. Find out what you need? Yeah, I muttered, handing the folder back to him before cranking the engine. I did. He looked at me, expectantly. And? I turned my attention to the road. And what? You look pissed. I'm fine. I need to do something. Put my foot down. Hit the weight room. Anything to expel the tension building inside my body. You sure, man? Yep. Tearing out on my parking spot, I shifted into second gear and then third, ignoring the caution children crossing signs in my bid to get onto the main road. Sometimes we worked out in my converted garage at home, but right now I thought the 30-minute drive to the gym in the city might do me some good. I knew I'd stepped over a serious line by breaching her privacy like this, but I didn't regret it. Damn it. I knew she was vulnerable. That feeling I had earlier today. The pain I was so sure I'd seen in her eyes. It was real. It was there. I recognised it. And now I could do something about it. I could prevent anything like this from happening again. It wouldn't happen again. Not on my goddamn watch.
Chapter 6. Awakened Hormones. Shannon. I had a moderate concussion that resulted in an overnight stay at the hospital for observation, followed by the rest of the week off school. To be honest, I would have preferred to stay in the hospital the entire time or return to school immediately, because the concept of spending the week at home with my father breathing down my neck was a special form of torture that no one deserved. Miraculously, I managed to survive the week by holding myself in my room all day, every day, and generally avoiding my father and his tumultuous mood swings like the plague. When I returned to school the following week, I'd been expecting a downpour of mocking and taunting to incur. Shame was a problematic feeling for me, and sometimes it made it hard for me to function. I spent the entire day in a sweaty, panic-ridden mess on high alert, waiting for something bad to happen, something that never came. Aside from a few curious stares and knowing smiles from the rugby team, as in, they knew what I looked like in my underwear, I'd been left generally unscathed. I couldn't comprehend how a humiliating event like that could go unspoken about. It didn't make sense to me. No one brought up the incident on the pitch that day. It was as if it had never happened. Honestly, if it weren't for the lingering headache, I would have doubted it happened at all. Days turned into weeks, but the silence remained. Nothing was ever said to me. It was never brought up again. I wasn't a target, and I had peace. Almost a month had passed since the incident on the pitch, and I found myself falling into a steady routine with Claire and Lizzie by my side. I found myself beginning to look forward to going to school. It was the strangest turnabout of my life, considering for the majority of my life I had loathed school, but Tommen had become almost like a safe place to be. Instead of the usual feeling of dread when I stepped off the bus, all I felt was immense relief. Relief to get away from my house. Relief to be off the bully radar. Relief to get away from my father. Relief to be able to breathe for 7 hours of the day. I was used to coping alone, being alone, sitting alone, eating alone. You get my drift. I was forever alone, so my latest predicament, or should I say the latest development in my social status, was an unexpected one. They say there's solidarity in numbers, and I was a firm believer in this. I felt better when I was with my friends. Maybe it was a teenage insecurity, or maybe it was the result of my past, but I liked that I didn't have to walk to class on my own anymore, and that I always had someone to sit with me or tell me if I had something in my teeth. Their friendship meant more to me than they would ever know, giving me a support system that I desperately needed and a buffer in times of panicked uncertainty. At my old school, I was so stressed and anxious during my lessons that I fell behind a lot in class and had to work late into the night most nights to catch up. Without the constant threat of attack from my peers, I was keeping up in my classes with little problem, inhaling my lessons like crack. I even managed to pass most of my pre-junior cert exams, with the exception of maths and business studies. No amount of studying seemed to help with those subjects, but I had scored my first A since first year in science, so I took comfort in that. During lunch, I had the girls to sit with. Not a pity seat with my brothers and his buddies, but an actual group of people. I'd never had this level of normality before. I'd never felt safe. But I was starting to. And I had a feeling he had something to do with it. Johnny Kavanagh. I mean, he had to, right? I didn't have that kind of power, so that left him. It wasn't a coincidence that the whole event had been erased from everyone's minds. I had seen him plenty of times since that day, having passed him countless times in the hallways between classes and in the lunch hall during break, and while he never approached me, he always smiled at me in passing. To be honest, I was surprised he smiled at me at all, considering my mother's reaction towards him outside the principal's office that day. I didn't know whether or not to apologise for her behaviour towards him or not. Mam had overreacted to the point of being borderline threatening towards him. But then again, Johnny's actions had resulted in me spending a night in hospital and a further week at home with my father, so I decided against apologising. Besides, I'd left it too long. Approaching him now, after almost 4 weeks had passed by, would just be weird. Through my friends and the hushed whispers and rumours from girls in the bathroom, I had learned all kinds of details and information about Johnny Kavanagh. He was in 5th year, something I already knew. He was originally from Dublin. Again, no surprises there. He was incredibly popular. Okay, so I didn't know that, but it didn't take a genius to realise that, what with him being surrounded by students all the time, he was a massive hit amongst the female student body. Again, a blind man could figure that out. And contrary to his terrible inaccuracy with the ball and his blatant maiming of me, he was supposed to be very good at rugby. He was the captain of the school rugby team, and with that status came popularity, girls, and some fierce pull with both the faculty and the students. I had no clue about the ins and outs of rugby. Our family revolved around GAA, and I cared even less about the popularity ranks at school, considering I was usually dumped at the bottom. But the way the girls at school portrayed Johnny Kavanagh sounded nothing like the person I met that day. According to the girls, he was aggressive, intense, and a complete snob, with a body to die for and a horrible attitude. They made him out to be a cocky, rich rugby head who was obsessed with sports, playing hard on the pitch, and fucked harder off it. Evidently, much older girls were his thing. Okay, so it's quite possible that he did in fact do all these things, but it was hard to piece that information together with the person I'd met. My memories of that day were still cloudy, the events leading up to my accident still hazy, and the ones afterwards in a jumbled mess. But I remembered him. I remembered the way he had taken care of me, how he had stayed with me until my mother came, the way he had touched me with his big, dirty, gentle hands, how he talked to me like he wanted to hear what I had to say, and then listened to my rambling like it was important to him. I remembered the embarrassing parts too, the parts that kept me up late into the night with flaming cheeks and a mind full of disconcerting images and fumbling words. The parts I didn't dare acknowledge. I did keep the envelope, though. The one I'd found in my locker the week I returned to school, with the hastily scrawled, "From my people to your people," on the front. The 2 €50 notes I'd given Mam when I got home from school, but I'd tucked the envelope into my pillowcase for safekeeping. I didn't have an explanation for why I didn't throw it out. The same way I couldn't explain why my body broke out in a cold sweat, my hands turning clammy, my heart fluttering rapidly, and my stomach twisting itself up in knots whenever I laid eyes on him. Well, that wasn't technically true. There was an obvious, perfectly logical reason for my reaction towards him. He was beautiful. Every single time I spotted him in the hallways, it was as if every delayed urge, feeling and hormone that had been lying dormant inside of my body for the last 15 years erupted to life. I was achingly aware of him, my body shifting into high alert whenever our arms brushed in the crowded hallways between classes. But it wasn't his looks or enormous muscular build that had coaxed my stubborn hormones out of hibernation. It was the way he had been that day. During small break last week, when Lizzie caught me red-handed staring at Johnny Kavanagh, she decided to dish out all the information she had. According to Lizzie, Johnny Kavanagh was never tied down to any particular girl or branded anyone's boyfriend, though there was Bella Wilkinson to contend with. The pair had been knocking around together for a long time. Bella was a couple of years older than him, more experienced, and from what Lizzie had told me, reported to her by the boys, sucked dick like a Dyson. So, yeah, it was a safe bet to say Johnny had been on the receiving end of a healthy number of blowjobs and God knows what else from her. I was just thankful we had a Henry Hoover at home and not a fancy pants Dyson, so I didn't gag every time I cleaned my room to that particular image. I wasn't surprised by any of it, though. Johnny was almost 18. I had 2 older brothers, so I was quite aware what boys of that particular age demographic got up to behind closed bedroom doors. The information was depressing, but the cool dose of reality I needed to strengthen my resolve and douse out my hopes. It was terribly unfortunate to develop my first crush on a person like him, considering we'd only spoken that one time and he was involved with a suction-mouthed sixth-year. Not that he would be remotely interested in me if he wasn't. I liked safe. In my world, invisibility equaled safety. I was happy to be wallpaper and blend in, and Johnny Kavanagh was about as opposite of invisible as I could think of. Before him, I'd never been interested in the opposite sex. I'd never been interested in anyone. But him. Found myself seeking him out at school just so I could stare. It was creepy and stalkerish on my behalf, but I honestly couldn't help myself. I comforted myself with the knowledge that I had no intentions of acting on my feelings or pursuing my first and only crush. Either way, I was perfectly content with watching from the sidelines, settling for taking sneaky peeks and glancing at him whenever I could. I justified my stalkerish behaviour by reminding myself that I was not the only girl in school to lust after the delectable Johnny Kavanagh. No, I was just one in a long list of many, many girls. But he was so interesting to observe. He didn't act like the rest of the lads at school. He seemed above them in a weird way. Like he was older than his years. Or bored by the mundane way of school life? It was hard to describe. He seemed to drum to his own beat. He oozed confidence and had a no-fucks-given attitude that was ridiculously addictive. He forged his own path at school, and like most natural-born leaders, everyone else just followed along with him. I guess that was the key to popularity. You needed to not want it, or not care that you had it. The fact that he was beautiful, with a body ripped to perfection, didn't hurt his cause either. It made me a little jealous, if I'm honest. I didn't care about being popular. It was the fact that it was so easy for some people, while others, myself included in the latter group, suffered terribly. He gave out this, "I'm the best, you're fucking with the best right now, you're not going to find anyone better than me, bad luck on you" vibe, and walked around with a constant "fuck you" expression on his face. It was typical banging fists on chests alpha male behaviour, which I presumed had a lot to do with why every girl within a 10-mile radius seemed to gravitate towards him. Thing was, whenever his eyes locked on mine, I never saw any of that fabricated machoism or his notorious glower. It was hard to describe the look I received, because usually when our eyes locked, it was because Johnny had caught me staring at him, be it in the lunch hall or outside classrooms, and I always turned away quickly, mortified. However, on the rare occasion that I managed to steel myself and meet his stare, I was rewarded with a curious head tilt and a small, twitching smile. I wasn't really sure what to make of any of it or how to feel. In a weird way, I kind of felt like one of those baby ducklings who imprint and attach themselves to the first person they see upon being born. I'd watched a movie about this when I was a kid. Maybe that's what was happening here. Maybe I'd attached myself to Johnny because not only was he the first person I saw when I came to, but he was the first person who'd shown me genuine kindness. I wondered if that was an actual thing that could happen to humans after suffering moderate concussions, then quickly dismissed the crazy notion. Thoughts like that were not normal and of absolutely no benefit. Also, I wasn't attached to him. I simply enjoyed admiring him. From a safe distance. When he wasn't looking. Yeah, that wasn't unhealthy at all. "Do you want to come over after school today?" Claire asked me during big break on Wednesday. We were sitting at the end of one of the ginormous tables in the luxurious lunch hall that I was still trying to come to terms with. At BCS, we had a little canteen where people took turns sitting at small round tables. Here at Tommen, it was a glorified banquet hall with 25-feet tables, hot meals on offer, and enough room to seat the entire school. The lunch hall was bursting to the seams with other students shouting and talking so loudly that I had to lean across the table to reply. "To your house?" Claire nodded. "We can hang out and watch a few films or something." "Aren't you going into town with Lizzie to see Pierce?" I asked. At least, that's what I thought they were doing after school today. That's all Lizzie had been talking about all morning. Apparently she was seeing some lad from 5th year named Pierce, and they'd been on and off together for months. From what I'd gathered, they were currently back on. To be fair, Lizzie had invited me to come with them after school, but I declined because town was the last place I ever wanted to be. My old school was based slap bang in the middle of town, and I tended to avoid all surrounding areas like the plague. There were too many unwelcome faces that hung around there. "Nah, Lizzie's in a mood," Claire explained, stabbing her pot of yogurt with her spoon. "So I'm guessing they had another fight today." That explained Lizzie's noticeable absence at lunch. She was a hard one to figure out. She held a lot back, and I never truly knew what she was thinking or feeling, unlike Claire, who was an open book. I guess that's why I'd always been closer to Claire growing up. I loved Lizzie, of course, and considered her a good friend, but if I was to have a best friend, then it would be Claire. "Besides, I'm not really into being the third wheel with those two," Claire added, setting her spoon into her lunchbox. "So, what you say? Mum will pick us up and drop you home whenever you want to go." She leaned back in her chair and flashed me a megawatt smile. "Or you could always sleep over." My stomach did a little flip. "Are you sure your mum won't mind?" "Shannon, of course she won't mind," Claire replied, giving me a strange look. "My mum and dad both love you." Smiling, she added, "Mum is constantly on my case asking when you're coming over again." A warm sensation flooded me. Mrs. Biggs nursed in the intensive care unit in the hospital in Cork City, and she was one of the nicest ladies I'd ever met. Claire was a lot like her mother, with a sweet nature and a kind heart. When we were little, and Claire and Lizzie were having a birthday party or playdate, Mrs. Biggs always made it her business to come pick me up. I was even invited to Claire's older brother's birthday parties, and although I never attended Hughie's parties, I appreciated the invite. They were the only invites I got growing up. "I'd love to, but I'll have to check with my parents," I told her, and then proceeded to pull out my phone and text my brother to scope out the mood at home. "It'll be great," she encouraged happily. "There's a tub of Ben and Jerry's in the freezer, and I got the new Pirates of the Caribbean movie on DVD. Waggling her brows, she added, "Johnny and Orlando, what girl can say no to that?" Not you, I laughed. Claire was obsessed with Johnny Depp. He was her wallpaper on her phone, and his face was plastered all over her bedroom walls. I love him, she announced with a dreamy sigh. I do. It's real hardcore love, and one day he'll come to Ireland, see me, and instantly reciprocate my feelings, and then we'll run away together and create adorable hybrid pirate babies. That sounds like a plan, I snickered, although you do realise he's not an actual pirate, don't you? Shh, Claire chuckled. Don't take that away from me. Let me enjoy the visual. My phone vibrated in my hand then with a text from Joey. Bad idea, Shan. He's on the warpath. Dejected, I shoved my phone back into my pocket and released a heavy sigh. I can't come over. Your dad? She asked sadly. I nodded. Claire looked as disappointed as I felt, but she didn't push it. Deep down, I think she knew. I never verbalized it, and she never pushed. That's why I loved her. Another time, then, Claire offered me a huge smile that almost masked the concern in her brown eyes. Almost. We'll plan it better next time. Give you some notice, she quickly carried on, tucking her long blonde hair behind her ears. But our Johnny and Orlando session is definitely happening. How's it going, Claire Bear? A deep male voice asked, distracting us both. Oh, hey, Jared, Claire acknowledged in a nonchalant tone as she looked up at the ginormous blonde boy standing at the end of our table. How are you? Better now I'm talking to you, he purred as he walked over and propped his ass on the table, keeping his huge back to me and his attention locked on my friend. You're looking as lovely as always. Claire's gaze darted from his face to mine, and she gave me a what the fuck eye bulge before quickly sobering her features and saying, Didn't I hear you spin that same line to Megan Crean on Wednesday? I swallowed back a laugh as I watched my friend play the indifference card like a pro, even though she was clearly affected by this boy. He was tall and tanned with dirty blonde mussed-up hair and clearly packing some serious muscle beneath his school uniform. I didn't blame her for being affected by a boy who looked like that. Most girls would, just not this girl. Are you jealous? Jared teased, tone highly flirtatious. You know you're my number one. Spare me, Claire fake gagged. I hear you're coming to Donegal with the team, he asked her. Your class got the go-ahead, didn't they? Yeah, our class was picked to go, Claire replied breezily. Ma'am hasn't signed the permission slip for me to go, though. Neither had mine. Tommen College had an away match against some rugby prep school up in Donegal next month after the Easter holidays. It was an important game for the team, a final of some league cup or another, and my class, along with one other class from 6th year, had been selected at random to attend. Because the match was being held on the first Friday, we were due back to school after Easter break. The school bus was departing from Tommen at 10:45 p.m. on the Thursday night to beat traffic and allow for pit stops, since Northern Donegal was at least an 8-hour journey from Cork via bus. According to Lizzie, Tommen's PA were a bunch of tight asses and had only allocated funding for one night's accommodation for the trip. We would be sleeping on the bus on the Thursday night, staying in a hotel on the Friday night, and then travelling back to Cork on the Saturday. Lizzie was thoroughly disgusted with the concept of having to sleep on the bus because the school heads were being stingy and wouldn't cough up the funds for an extra night in a hotel. Personally, I couldn't see what the problem was. It was an all-expenses-paid trip funded by the school and an approved day off school. Aside from the 8-hour bus ride with the majority of the passengers being testosterone-filled teenage boys, it was a win-win. Of course, that part terrified me to my core. But I was beginning to learn how to manage my anxiety, refusing to allow my past experiences to ruin an opportunity at a much-needed break. I was trying really hard to just stand back, take a moment, and read situations and scenarios with clear, rational thoughts rather than the terror-induced paranoia that seemed to control me. Regardless of my enthusiasm at the prospect of getting away from Ballylagan for a couple of nights, I wasn't holding out much hope on going. Because it was an overnight trip, the school required permission slips to be signed by our parents. I'd given Mam the forms that needed to be signed in order for me to attend last week. As of this morning, it still laid unsigned on top of the bread bin at home. "Ah, your mammy will let you go," the blonde god teased, ruffling Claire's hair. "Sure, big brother will be there to keep an eye on you. And myself, of course." He leaned closer and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I always play better when I know you're watching." Now I did laugh at the sheer ridiculousness of the cheesy chat-up line. I knew my stuff about sports, and I had yet to meet a guy who played better because of a girl. However, when I tried to stifle my laugh, it ended up coming out like a snort. Slapping a hand over my mouth, I stared at Claire's horrified expression and mouthed, "Sorry," behind my fingers. As if only just noticing I was present, the blonde guy turned around, probably to seek out the snorting culprit. His eyes landed on my face, and immediate recognition flickered in his striking silvery grey eyes. "Hey, little Shannon," he acknowledged, smiling warmly. "How's it going?" Fine," I strangled out, as I stared up at him and wondered how the hell he knew my name. I glanced to Claire, who shrugged and gave me a look that told me she was as confused as I was. "I didn't know you were friends with Shannon," he said, turning his attention back to Claire. "That would have been useful information." I didn't know you were friends with Shannon," Claire offered blankly. "And useful for what?" "I'm not," he shook his head. "And it doesn't matter." He turned back to me and smiled. "I'm Gerard Gibson," he introduced himself. "But everyone calls me Gibbsy." "I don't," Claire tossed out airily. Gibbsy chuckled. "Okay, everyone except this one calls me Gibbsy." He pointed a thumb at my friend, flashing her an indulgent smile before returning his attention to me. "She likes to be awkward." "No, Gerard, I like to address people by their given name," Claire corrected, giving him the stink eye. She turned her attention to me and began to explain. "Gerard here is friends with my brother Hugh. You remember Hughie, don't you, Shan?" I nodded, clearly remembering Claire's beautiful older brother. With light blonde hair and brown eyes, Hugh Biggs was the male equivalent of his sister, except with abs, masculine features, and the obvious boy parts. Hugh didn't attend the same primary school as us, but he had always been friendly to me when I went to their house. He was one of the few boys, aside from Joey, that I didn't feel on edge around. Hughie always left me alone, and I appreciated it. "Well, they've been in the same class since junior infants, and this monster right here," she paused to give Gibbsy a small shove before continuing, "has been a permanent fixture in my kitchen for most of my life. He lives across the street from us," she added. "Unfortunately." "Come on, Claire Bear," he teased. "Is that any way to talk about the guy who gave you your first kiss?" "That was the result of an unfortunate game of spin the bottle," she shot back, cheeks turning pink as she glared up at him. "And I've told you 1,000,000 times to stop calling me that." "It's all a show," Gibbsy informed me with a huge grin. "She loves me, really." "I really don't," Claire shot back, flustered now. "I tolerate him because he brings cookies to my house." She turned to me and said, "Gerard's mother owns a bakery in the city. Her cakes are insanely delicious." "Gibbs, come on, lad. The team's waiting for you," someone called out from the other side of the lunch hall, causing all three of us to swing around. My heart flatlined for the briefest of moments before somersaulting in my chest when my eyes landed on Johnny Kavanagh, standing in the archway of the lunch hall, with his hand gesturing wildly in the air and a thunderous expression etched on his face. 5 minutes, Gibbsy called back. Coach wants us now, Johnny barked in that thick Dublin accent I'd learned to listen out for. Not in 5 bleeding minutes, he added, not giving a damn who was listening to him. It was quite clear that he didn't care if people looked at him or not. Ignoring him, Gibbsy held 2 fingers up and turned his attention back to Claire. He began to speak to her in a low, hushed tone, but I didn't catch any of it. My entire focus was on the pair of blue eyes that were staring right back at me. Usually when he caught me staring, I would look away or duck my face, but this time I couldn't. I felt snared, completely and utterly ensnared in his gaze. Johnny tilted his head to one side, regarding me with a curious expression, the earlier irritation in his eyes replaced with something I couldn't quite decipher. My heart hammered violently against my rib cage, and then he shook his head and looked away, his attention moving to the watch on his left wrist, breaking the weird, trance-like stare down. Blowing out a shaky breath, I turned away from him, sagged forward and let my hair fall forward to conceal my burning cheeks. I expect to see pom-poms and the words, "I heart Gibbsy" in neon letters across your tits next week at the schoolboy shield final, was all I managed to catch Gibbsy say before he waved us off and jogged away. Sorry about him, Claire said, gaze flickering from my face to behind me. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes twinkling. She pulled at an imaginary piece of fluff on her school jumper before adding, "He's a little strange." "He's a whole lot into you," I stated, grateful for the distraction from my thoughts. "Jared likes everyone," she replied with a heavy sigh. "Well, everyone with a vagina." "I dunno, Claire, he seemed to really like you," I began to say, but she quickly cut me off. "Well, I do know, Shan," she said, cheeks still flushed. "He's a player, a total feckin' player. He rides anything in a skirt," she added. "They all do." "They?" "The lads on the rugby team," she explained, "with the exception of Hugh. And possibly Patrick." I scrunched my nose up. "Oh." "Yeah, oh," Claire replied, grimacing. "And the only reason Jared carries on like that with me is because I'm Hughie's little sister and he knows he can't have me." Sighing, she added, "It's a harmless game of flirting to him that won't amount to anything." "What about you?" I asked, tone gentle. "What's it to you?" Claire chewed on her bottom lip for several seconds before whispering, "Torment." That was all the clarification I needed to confirm my suspicions. Claire liked Jared, or Gibbsy, or whatever his name was. In that moment, given the recent surge of hormones battering my reproductive system, brought on by the injection of Johnny Kavanagh into my life, I could relate to my friend in the most fundamental way. "Boys with pretty eyes and big muscles mess everything up for girls," Claire huffed. "Yep," I agreed weakly. "They certainly do." "What are we like?" Claire chuckled half-heartedly. "Both liking the worst possible thing for us." "Me?" I shook my head and jumped into denial mode. "I don't like anyone." "Yeah, right," Claire scoffed. "Don't even try to pretend, little Miss Blush. I see the way you watch him." "Claire," I shook my head and sighed. "You're imagining things." "Oh, look," she gasped, pointing behind me. "Johnny's coming over here." What?" Startled, I swung around to discover she was lying. "Ha!" Claire snickered. "I knew it." "Not funny," I mumbled, patting my burning cheeks. "Don't worry, Shan," she replied, smiling knowingly. "Your secret's safe with me."
Chapter 7. Midnight Blue. Johnny. Shannon Lynch had eyes the colour of midnight blue that wouldn't stay the fuck out of my head. At least that's the closest comparison I could find on the countless internet searches I had performed. The colour charts on the internet were confusing, but not nearly as baffling as my fucked up brain that, like a broken record, seemed to be stuck on repeat. My brain's track of choice. Shannon, like the river, with the gorgeous blue eyes, face of an angel in the troubled past. After reading her file, it took me several days to absorb the contents, and several more before I found the strength I needed to not drive down to BCS and beat the ever-living shite out of her bullies. All that first week back after Christmas break, I worried over the girl, waiting to see if tomorrow would be the day she returned to school. My anxiety levels were through the roof by the time Friday hit and she hadn't returned. It had bothered me so much that I stopped by Mr. Toomey's office to check in. It was there I learned I had in fact given the girl a unmerciful concussion and that she was at home on bed rest for the remainder of the week. When Shannon returned to school the following Monday, I was called straight to the office where I was greeted by Mr. Toomey, Mrs. Nahan, the year head for the third years, and Mr. Crowley, my year head, and a human incubator that was Mrs. Lynch. There, it was explained to me that while they were aware that my actions on the pitch were accidental, it would be best if I kept my distance from her to avoid any future incidents. I was also handed a plastic bag from her mother, with my jersey inside, along with a mumbled apology for shoving me in the hall that day, obviously trying to cover her arse for putting her hand on a student, and another stern warning to steer clear of her daughter. Furious over being cornered in a fucked up and unnecessary intervention, not to mention treated like a villain for an honest mistake, I'd responded with a sharp, "No fucking problem," before taking my jersey and stalking back to class with every intention of doing just that. I didn't need that kind of hassle in my life. I didn't need the threat of suspension hanging over my head. It messed with my plans, and there was no girl worth putting my future in jeopardy for. Following the rules more for my own sake than hers, I stayed away. I didn't speak to her, and I didn't approach when I saw her between classes or in the lunch hall during break. I kept a wide-ass berth for that girl and the complications that seemed to follow her. But as pissed as I was, I still kept an eye out for her in the hallways. Call it being overly protective of a vulnerable girl or call it something else, but I kept my ears open when I came to Shannon Lynch and shut down any shite that may be an issue, making sure she had a smooth transition into Tommen. However, after a couple of days, it quickly became clear that she didn't need anyone's help. Shannon was liked at Tommen. Teachers liked her. Students liked her. I fucking liked her. That was the problem. Besides, she had her own little bodyguards in the form of two blondes that always seemed to be flanking her wherever she went. I recognised the more protective one of the two girls as the sister of Huey Biggs, or Team's fly half, and one of my closest friends. The other blonde was a on and off girlfriend of Pierce O'Neill, another teammate of mine. I couldn't remember the name of Pierce's girlfriend, only that I remembered how fucking vicious she could be with her tongue, and that any lad in their right mind should keep a wide berth. Throwing myself into my routine, I attempted to ignore and forget about Shannon, choosing to concentrate on the game and ignore all distractions around me, pussy being the most dangerous kind of distraction. I really fucking tried. But then one of the lads would bring her up in conversation, or She had passed me in the hallway at school and I was back to square one. I couldn't understand it and tried not to think too much about it, but it didn't stop her from coming up every conversation I'd been involved in since her arrival at Tommen. Lads were pricks, and age meant nothing to most of them. Too fucking many of the idiots in my year were talking about her, thinking about her, and plotting about her, and it drove me batshit crazy. Last week, for instance, I actually voiced my frustrations, telling a shocked table of classmates to cop the fuck on. That she was only 15. It didn't matter to them that she was only in third year, and it bothered me that it mattered to me when it really shouldn't. Plenty of third years score with people from fourth and fifth, and hell, even some from sixth years. Not me. Never me. Unlike the rest of the lads who had no problem fucking around with younger girls, I was fully aware of the implications that could arise. I had more than my fair share of lectures from coaches and former pros about the catastrophic repercussions that came from fucking with the wrong girl. And while I wasn't particularly proud of my behaviour towards girls down through the years, I drew the line at anyone younger than me. I knew that made me a hypocrite, considering I was more than willing to go with girls older than me, but I had to be safe, damn it. I had a dream and a clear vision of what I needed to do in order to achieve it. Messing around with younger girls was dangerous, which is why this particular girl was pissing me off so much. The minute I laid eyes on her, something had hit me hard in the chest. Something unfamiliar and disconcerting. Over a month had passed and I was still reeling. We were into February, and I was still silently obsessing over Shannon like the river. I didn't like it, and I liked her even less for being the sole cause of my uncertainty. It didn't make sense. She was a tiny scrape of a girl, all limbs and bones. There were no curves on her, and I doubted she even wore a bra, if I was being honest with myself. See? Too young. Too fucking young. But that didn't stop me from searching for her in a crowd. It didn't stop me from looking when I found her. The more I tried to block her out, the more I sought her out. Until I was seeking her out between every fucking class. Sometimes I found her watching me right back. She always gave me this dazzled in the headlights look before ducking her face. I wasn't sure what to make of any of it. I fully acknowledged that I was having an irrational reaction to the girl. It wasn't normal. Problem was, I couldn't seem to get a handle on myself. I couldn't turn my brain off. Bella was another problem for me. She was sick of what she referred to as being mugged off. Had texted me a couple of weeks ago to call time on our non-hookups. I knew I should have felt something about it. I'd been sleeping with a girl for close to 8 months, but all I felt was empty. There was no connection there, and I was tired of feeling used. It wasn't like we met up for a chat or went to the cinema or anything like that. She didn't want that from me. Not even when I offered. Sure, there were no feelings involved, and I had never been interested in having a relationship with her. But after spending 6 out of 8 months with my dick inside her, I wasn't opposed to buying the girl dinner or taking her to a fucking movie. I'd offered on many occasions, and she had declined every last one. But that wasn't public enough, because Bella only wanted me when I was on full view in a pub or at a school, where she could show me off to all her friends like I was some prize fucking bull. Bella had informed me via text message that she had moved on to Cormac Ryan from 6th year. I'd half suspected something was going on between the two for a while now, because he had been acting shady as fuck around me. Cormac had gotten a call up from the academy during the summer. He had a few sessions with the youth and competed in several bouts at trials. So far, Cormac had been unsuccessful in earning a permanent placement contract, and I wasn't holding my breath out for the guy. That wasn't me being a spiteful prick. It was me stating facts. He was a decent winger, but he needed to pull some serious magic out of the bag if he was to make it onto the main card with the club. If he made it, good on him. If he didn't, I didn't give a shite. Cormac was in the year above me, so we had never been friends, per se, but having played on the same team for the last 5 years, I'd expect a little more loyalty. And if Bella was looking to provoke a reaction out of me by screwing my teammate, she'd be sorely disappointed because I'd never give her the satisfaction. Did it hurt? Yes. Did I feel betrayed? Of course. Did that mean I wanted her back? Hell fucking no. Because I couldn't handle liars, and that's what she was. I also didn't cope well with mind games, which was exactly what she was trying to do to me. Breaking up with me, going off with my teammate, and then turning right round and flooding my inbox and telling me she wanted me back was a prime example of the games this girl liked to play with me. What she failed to understand was that I didn't matter how many games she tried to play or how many times she promised to suck me off. There was no going back there. Not for me. Maybe I was dead on the inside like Bella had suggested, and the million text messages she sent me after I turned her offers of working things out down. I didn't think so. I had feelings. I cared about things, just not liars. I have a confession to make, Gibbsy announced during training on Wednesday. We were on our 29th out of 30 ordered laps of the pitch, and he was starting to wilt. Actually, I was on my 29th lap. The rest of the team were on their 14th. Gibbsy was on his 8th, and the wilting began in lap 4. Now he resembled a lad falling out of a nightclub at 3 a.m. with a belly full of Jaeger bombs. He, along with the rest of the team, needed to get it together because we had a schoolboy shield to play for next week, and I had no intention of running myself into the ground if the rest of the team weren't committed to the cause either. These gobshites had 10 days to get their shite together. "Are you listening?" Gibbsy growled in a breathless tone, grabbing onto my shoulder in the hopes that I would pull his lazy ass round. "Because this is serious." "I'm listening," I told him, dragging in a gulp of air and expelling it slowly. "Confess away." "I have an insane urge to kick you in the balls." Gibbsy puffed out a rage of breath before he finished with, "And break what's left down there." "The fuck?" Shaking his beefy hand off my shoulder for the 100th time, I switched positions, jogging backwards so I could glare at the bastard. "Why?" "Because you're a freak of nature, Cav," he panted, dragging himself along after me. "There's no goddamn way any fella in your position," he pointed the finger at me and sagged forward, pressing his hands to the back of his head. "With a broken dick should be able to run for this long without dropping dead." Groaning, he added, "My cock is in perfect working order, and it's fucking crying from exertion. Johnny, crying, and my balls have hibernated back into their pre-puberty position." "My dick's not broken, asshole," I growled, looking around to see if anyone else heard us. Thankfully, the rest of the team were on the other side of the pitch. "I want a picture of it," he wheezed, "so I can show Coach and pretend it's mine. He'll never make me run again." "Keep talking about it, and you won't need a picture to show the coach," I bit out. "I'll cut your cock off and you can hand it to him instead." Gibbsy grimaced,
Still too soon to make jokes? I nodded stiffly and then spun round, recapturing my earlier pace as I loomed closer to the finish line. Sorry, lad, he panted, falling back into hobbling run alongside me. It's just unnatural to move with that kind of speed when you're injured. Do you honestly think this is easy for me? I bit out. If he did, then he was fucking crazy. I had speed because I spent most of my childhood and all of my teenage years working on my body. While Gibbsy and the lads were playing knock and run and spin the fucking bottle, I was on the pitch. When they were chasing girls, I was chasing gains. Rugby was my life. This was all I had. But the laborious pace I was keeping today was so far off my usual standard that it was pathetic. I was sluggish, and the only reason it wasn't noticeable was because this was school level. If I dragged my ass like this at the academy, where I played alongside the best players in the country, then I'd be instantly called out on it. My body was on fire, and I was moving on sheer will. Everything hurt, to the point where I had to breathe through my nose to stop myself from vomiting. I would pay for the exertion with a sleepless night of writhing in agony, half a dozen painkillers, and a scalding hot bath in Epsom salts. But I couldn't stop. I fucking refused to give in. If I gave Coach Mulcahy a single inkling that I wasn't up to par, he would call the heads at the academy. And if he called the academy, I was screwed. I slowed my pace when I reached the end zone, walked it out, keeping my muscles loose and moving. If I stopped short, I was going to seize up, and I intended on doing just that in the privacy of my own car. Swiping a bottle of water off the ground, I paced the sideline like a madman for several minutes, desperately trying to walk off the pain. I didn't dare perform a post-run stretch-out. I wasn't that much of a masochist. When my heart rate returned to normal, I waited for the coach to give me the nod for early dismissal, then headed back to the changing rooms, my job for the day completed. I hadn't realised Gibbsy had followed me up the path until I heard him let out an ear-splitting wolf whistle. "You're looking well, Claire Bear." Curious, I followed his train of vision only to find two familiar-looking blondes huddled under an awning outside the science building. One of said girls was scolding back at us while her middle finger directed towards my best friend. "Watching me in training?" Gibbsy called across the courtyard. "You know I love it when you do that." It took me a few seconds to recognise the leggy blonde as Hughie Biggs's baby sister. "What's that?" Claire called back, cupping her ear with her hand. "I can't hear you. Go out with me." "Get stuffed, Jared." "You know you want to." Gibbsy laughed, twiddling his fingers at her insult. "My little brown-eyed girl." "Don't do it, Jared." Claire's face turned bright red. "Don't you dare sing that." Gibbs cut her off with a verse of Van Morrison. "I hate you, Jared Gibson," Claire hissed when he was done serenading her like a demented crow. "And I love you too." He laughed, before turning his attention to me and stifling a groan. "Jesus Christ," he groaned, so that only I could hear him. "I swear to God, lad, that girl drives me crazy." "You're already crazy," I reminded him. "You don't need anyone else's help with that." "Look at her, Johnny." "Oh," he groaned, ignoring my jab. "Look at how beautiful that girl is. Christ. It might be that sunshine hair, but I swear she glows." "Don't even think about it," were the words that came out of my mouth. "I won't, for now," Gibbs replied, eyes alight with mischief. "But I have a feeling that I'm going to marry her." His comment stopped me in my tracks. What? It was too weird, even for him, providing we both make it out of our youth without any accidental babies, he added thoughtfully. And their brother doesn't cut my dick off first, of course. Clore's in 3rd year. I deadpanned. And she's your teammate's little sister. The fuck's wrong with you, Gibbs? Did I say I was going to marry her today? Gibbsy countered. No, fucker. I did not, so clean your ears out. I meant when I'm old as fuck, and I'm done sowing my wild oats. Old as fuck? I gaped at him. Sowing your wild oats? Yeah, he shrugged. You know, like 30 or something. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, well, word to the wise, Gibbs. Bag those wild oats while you're sowing them, and keep them far away from girls like that one. Hey, don't give me those judgy eyes, Gibbsy scoffed. I always bag my shit, and there's nothing wrong with liking her. You're the one with the phobia to girls your own age, lad, not me. Aware that we were having this extremely messed up conversation in the middle of the courtyard, I searched around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. Gibbsy wasn't the brightest crayon in the box, but I'd feel pretty fucking bereft if Hughie was to hear him talking about his baby sister like this and murder him. It was at that exact moment my gaze landed on the tiny brunette, laden down with an armful of books, skip down the steps of the science building and hurry over to the blondes. A sudden swell of something filled my chest when I recognised the brunette as Shannon. God damn it. Why did she have to look like that? Why did every single thing about that tiny fucking girl scream out to me? It wasn't fair. Actually, fuck fair. It was downright cruel. It didn't make any sense for me to find her attractive. She was nothing like the girls I usually fucked around with. I liked curves. I loved tits. And I was a sucker for a big ass. And she had none of the above. But she had legs and hair and a smile. And those fucking midnight blue eyes, which I don't think was good enough word to describe the colour. They should have been called soul blue because they were deep as fuck and sucked a person right in. And then she went and dropped her books. They scattered on the ground and Shannon bent over to pick them up, causing her skirt to rise up way too fucking high. Two smooth, pale thighs filled my vision, sending a surge of red flags shooting up my brain and wave of heat to flush through my body. Oh, shite, I muttered, under my breath, caught off guard by both the sight of her and my body's explosive reaction to the sight of her. Dropping my gaze, I inhaled a few steadying breaths, desperately trying to regain control of my problematic dick. What's wrong? Gibbsy asked, looking around us for a source of my obvious discomfort. Nothing, I muttered, running an aggravated hand through my hair. Let's go. Gibbsy, noticing my obvious issue, threw his head back at my reaction and howled, laughing. Do you have a... Holy shit, you do, he choked out through fits of laughter. And you're blushing. He clapped me on the shoulder and I snorted loudly. Oh, lad, I love it. It's not my fault, I snarled as I thundered off in the direction of the changing rooms, walking like a rhinestone fucking cowboy. I can't control it these days. Ploughing into the changing rooms, I stripped off my clothes and went straight for the showers with the intention of burning the pain and discomfort out of my system. It didn't work. My body was still in excruciating pain, and I was still sporting a solid 3/4. Dropping my head, I stared down at the lower half of my body and debated my options. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't touch my own damn dick. It was too freaked out. Vivid memories of the horrific trip to the emergency room and the god-awful warnings the doctors had given me at Christmas had officially screwed with my head. Jesus. I was a goddamn mess. Leaning my forehead against the tile wall, I allowed the scalding water to wash over me while I waited for what felt like an eternity for my problem to resolve itself, biting down on my knuckles to bury my groans of pain. Well, if it wasn't clear before that I needed to keep my distance, it certainly was now. I had to stay away from that girl. Christ. Feeling better? Gibbsy snickered when I finally walked back into the changing room with a towel around my waist. We were all alone in here, thank God, since the rest of the team were catching up on laps. Ignoring the quip, I turned my back to him and dropped my towel. Before the surgery, I wouldn't have thought twice about walking around bollocks naked in front of anyone. Now, not so much. Because aside from needing to keep my problem on the down low, I was self-conscious. It was yet another new and unwelcome feeling. I'd always been proud of my body. I'd always been blessed with natural muscle retention and physical strength, and I'd paid for every ab on my stomach with a grueling training regime. I worked goddamn hard to keep myself in peak physical condition, but the purple ball's swollen sack and oozing scar wasn't something I wanted anyone to see. Not even myself. Which is why I didn't look down when I pulled on a pair of clean jocks. In my current state of frantic panic, the Nile was a river in Egypt, and if I just kept plugging on, it wouldn't get better, because the alternative was not an option. Giving in was not an option. More time off was not an option. Missing the summer campaign with the under-20s was not an option. Losing my spot on the sporting squad because of weakness was not a fucking option. Play and slay was my only option because I refused to crash and burn at 17. Are you all right, Johnny? Gibbsy asked, breaking the build-up silence. His tone, for once, was serious, which was why I responded with a clipped nod. Ready to talk about it yet? Talk about what? Whatever the hell that is been driving you demented since we came back from Christmas break. Nothing's bothering me, I replied, pulling my school trousers up my thighs. I buckled my belt and reached for my shirt. Bullshit, he countered. I'm grand, I added, quickly snapping my buttons back in place. You've been like a bear with a sore head since coming back from school after Christmas, he grumbled. And don't tell me it's because of your surgery, because I know there's more to it. My phone began to ring then, distracting us both. Reaching into my bag, I pulled it out, checked the screen, and then resisted the urge to fling it at the wall. Fucking Bella, I grumbled, cancelling the call and tossing my phone back into my bag. Gibbsy grimaced. What's going on there? Nothing, I replied. It's done with. Does Bella know that? She should, I replied flatly. She's the one who ended it. Yeah. Yep. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I exhaled a calming breath before adding, she's fucking around with Cormac Ryan now. And you're okay with it? Don't give a fuck if I'm being honest, lad, I replied flatly. I'm more relieved than anything. Gibbsy shook his head. You sure? You were messing around with her for a long time? I was done a long time ago, Gibbs, I admitted. Trust me, lad. All I want her to do is leave me the hell alone. Well, if that's true, then it's the best news I've heard all year, Gibbsy declared. Because I honest to God can't stomach that girl. She's a dangerous fucking female. I was half afraid you'd end up getting her pregnant and we'd be stuck with her for her life. No chance of that happening, I told him as I repressed a shudder. I always wrap my shit. She's a needle in a condom type, lad, Gibbsy shot back. And you're a shining beacon of light for those girls, with a huge neon Euro sign hanging over your head. I pull out, I shot back. Always. Every time. Why are you asking me about my sexual health? I deadpanned. Gibbsy grimaced. Because she's dirty, Gibbs. You don't say shite like that about a girl. I warned. It's not on. I'm not saying that about just any girl. He shrugged and added, I'm saying it about that girl. Well, I'm fine, I bit out. Had my test last month, and I'm clean as a whistle. Thank God. He sighed, looking relieved. Because she... Can we not talk about her anymore? I interrupted, thoroughly sickened at the thought of her. I'm tired of hearing about her, Gibbs. Okay. But let me ask you one more question, he replied. Just one, and I'll drop it. I sighed wearily and waited for him to ask, knowing that it didn't matter whether I agreed or not. Clearing his throat, he asked, Are you relieved Bella ended? Whatever the fuck you'd call what you two were doing because you were tired of Bella? He studied my face for a few moments before adding, Or because you're into the girl? His question caused me to pause mid-button. The girl? Yeah, the girl. What girl? I asked, feigning ignorance. The fucking girl, Johnny. Gibbsy growled, throwing his hands up. The one you knocked out? The one I took a molesting off Dee for so I could get her file? The one you spent your days swapping gooey eyes with at school? Gooey eyes? Pulling my jumper down over my stomach, I stepped into my shoes. What the hell are gooey eyes? Swooning eyes. Gibbsy snapped, exasperated now. Smouldering gaze. Fuck me looks. I want to eat your pussy signals. He shook his head and reached for a can of deodorant out of his gear bag. Whatever you want to call them. You're tapped, Gibbs, I announced, deciding on deflection. Seriously, man, sometimes I really worry about what's going on in that head of yours. There's nothing wrong with my head, Cavs. You're the one with the fucked up eye twitch whenever that girl is about the place. He tossed the deodorant towards me and I caught it mid-air. Don't think I haven't copped what's going on there. Don't know what you're talking about, lad. I reached under my shirt and sprayed my pits. My eyes are in perfect working order. Your dick's in perfect working order too. He shot back. He pulled his school jumper over his head and continued. When that girl's around the place. I took my time answering him for two reasons. The first being I didn't want to react on a gut instinct and make a show of myself. The second being I had no goddamn clue what to say. Remaining silent, I concentrated on tying my shoelaces instead. Not going to answer me? Gibbsy probed, grinning. There's nothing to say, I bit out, focusing way too hard on making the perfect tie knot. I'm not talking about her. Why not? He pressed. Because I'm bleeding not, Gibbs. Because you like her, Gibbs stated. Because she's not up for debate, I snapped. Because you really like her, he corrected. Because you want her. I shot him a dirty look and then returned to staring at my shoes. I wish you'd just admit it, lad, Gibbsy mumbled. And I wish you'd mind your own fucking business, I offered sarcastically. It's getting old, lad. You don't hear me giving you shite about your love life. The minute the words were out of my mouth, and I saw his eyes light up, I regretted them. Ah, so you're contemplating getting with her? Gibbsy demanded, excitedly, his eyes dancing with sheer delight. I fucking knew it. No, I corrected. I'm not. Why not? Because I'm fucking not. Okay? I barked. Now drop it. You're ridiculous, Gibbsy announced, tossing all his shit back into his gear bag. You overthink everything, man. You talk about my head being messed up, but yours must be a fucking horrible place to be. What with all that over-analysing you do? Leave it out, Gibbs. I just don't understand what the issue is, he argued. I've seen the way you look at her. You clearly like Sharon. Her name isn't Sharon. I shot him a dirty look and then returned to packing up my bag. It's Shannon, and I don't like her. That was a trick question, he grinned. And you passed with flying colours? I grunted my response. His grin widened even further when he said, Oh yeah, you do. No, I fucking don't. Well, I think you should ask this Shannon girl out, Gibbsy added, hauling his bag onto his shoulder. What's the worst that could happen? I could get arrested, I offered sarcastically. She's 15. No, you could not get arrested, he scoffed, rolling his eyes. You're 17, idiot, not 70. For 3 more months. I pulled my jumper on and stood up. And besides, this conversation is irrelevant. Picking up my gear bag, I tossed it over my shoulder before adding, I don't ask girls out. I walked over to the changing room door and yanked it open. I don't have the time for that shite. You his girlfriend Kate isn't here below him, Gibbsy offered, strolling out of the changing room. And Pierce O'Neill is in our year, and he's been knocking around with Claire's bitchy gal pal for ages, who is in 3rd year, by the way. Hughie doesn't have the academy breathing down his neck, I replied flatly as I followed him outside. And Pierce O'Neill can fool around with whoever the fuck he wants. Relax. Gibbsy raised his hands. All I'm saying is, it wouldn't be a big deal if you liked her. Don't go there. It's natural to be attracted to a beautiful girl. Stop it. No one would care if you asked her out. Seriously, give it a rest. She watches your back, you know. Shut up, Gibbsy. I've seen her doing it. Shut up, Gibbsy. In the halls and in the... Shut the fuck up, Gibbsy. Fine, he huffed, scowling. I won't talk. I mentally counted in my head, wondering how long Gibbsy could keep his mouth shut, but only got to 7 when he started back up with his verbal bullshit. How are you managing with ejaculating? I snapped my head towards him. Excuse me? Ejaculating? Gibbsy clarified, straight-faced. You seem full of pent-up frustration. I'm just wondering if it's cock-related. You're wanking, right? I know you're out of action for a while when I sawed at your ball sack, but you're able to get yourself off again, aren't you? The fuck? I gaped at them. Are these words actually coming out of your mouth? He stared back at me with an expectant expression. Sweet Jesus, he was serious. And he was waiting for me to answer him. When Gibbsy realised that I wasn't going to answer him, he continued to ramble. Oh, lad, it was before your surgery, wasn't it? He gave me a sympathetic look. You haven't come in months. No wonder you're so pissy all the time. Gibbsy muttered with a worried frown. That's why you got hard when your Shannon bent over and gave you some bare ass action. Your poor Dick must have thought it was Christmas. Shuddering, he added. You poor, poor bastard. I'm not talking about this with you. I told him as I stalked into the main building. There are some things in life that we don't share, Gibbs. Well, sue me for being worried about my best friend, he shot back, falling back into step beside me. Come on, Johnny, I've seen it. It being my mangled reproductive parts. You can talk to me. I don't want to talk to you, I barked. And never about this. Do you know how detrimental not releasing can be to your balls? Gibbsy explained, deciding to torture me some more. It's really bad, Johnny. I saw this video on the internet. It was beyond disturbing. This guy's balls just swelled to the point of Stop! I strangled out. Please, just stop. Fine. Just answer me one more question and I'll drop it. Pulling me to stop. Gibbsy placed his hands on my shoulders, looked at me dead in the eyes and asked, Are you fucking yourself? Glaring, I shoved his chest and hissed, Go fuck yourself. I do, Gibbsy hissed, eyes wide. 3 times a day. Can you? Yeah. I'm not listening to this, I announced, desperately trying to mask my panic as images of exploding ball sacks danced across my mind. Swinging around, I stalked back down the corridor towards the entrance. I was going to fuck home, to get away from the absolute mental case that was my best friend, and to check on my balls. Better out than in, lad, Gibbsy called after me. Practice makes perfect. Let me know how it goes.
Chapter 8. Explosive Diarrhea. Shannon. Saturday was my favourite day of the week for a whole host of reasons. First, it was the first day of the weekend and the furthest from Monday. Second, there was no school. Third, and most importantly, it was GAA Day. Joey, Ollie and Tig were always out of the house for most of the day on Saturday, with training and matches. Thankfully, that meant my father was out too, participating in activities not pertaining to alcohol consumption. What made this particular Saturday better than most was the fact that not only was my father out of the house all day with the boys, but he was heading to his friend's stag party in Waterford tonight. It was with this knowledge, and Mam's permission, that I agreed to go over to Claire's house on Saturday afternoon to hang out with both her and Lizzie. I had all of my chores completed by 3 o'clock, which consisted of cleaning the house from top to bottom, putting on 6 loads of laundry, and cooking the dinner. And although I had almost had a heart attack when her brother Hughie rolled up outside my house with his girlfriend to pick me up, I had managed to compose myself enough to climb into the back of his car and accept the lift to their house. All evening we had stuffed our faces with junk food, watching reruns of One Tree Hill, and gossiped about absolute nonsense. It was the best Saturday I'd had in years. By 7 o'clock, I was bloated and strewn on Claire's bed, suffering from a sugar overload, and listening to Lizzie drone on about how much she despised Pierce. I don't know what I ever saw in him, she grumbled for the 100th time. But whatever it wasn't worth giving him my V-card. Shut the front door, Claire squealed, jumping up from her perch on my legs to gape at Lizzie. You had sex with Pierce. You're not a virgin, Lizzie. My mouth fell open. But you're only 16. Don't look at me all judgy, she grumbled, just because you've never seen a dick. I haven't, Claire offered, holding her hand up. Not even the tip. Neither have I fully admitted, shaking my head. I've never even kissed a boy. That's just sad, Shan, Lizzie retorted. I flamed beetroot red. Don't be a bitch, Claire quipped. Tell us about it. Lizzie shrugged. What's to tell? When did it happen? I asked. Thursday. And you didn't think to tell us? Claire squeaked, "Oh my God, Liz, we were in school with you all day Friday and you never once mentioned anything." Lizzie shrugged but didn't respond. Claire and I both eyeballed each other before Claire asked, "Where did it happen?" "In his car." "Oh!" We both groaned in sympathy. No girl wanted her first time to happen in the back seat of a car. "Where?" "The GA grounds." "Oh!" we chorused again. "Yeah," Lizzie deadpanned. "And word to the wise, girls, don't give it up." Settling back on a pillow, Lizzie rested her back against the headboard and picked up her magazine before adding, "It hurts. It's disappointing. There's blood. And the boy turns into a complete spanner afterwards." "He broke up with you," I gasped. "I'll kick his ass," Claire hissed. "No," Lizzie responded. "But he's been acting all standoffish since." "What a fucker," Claire growled. "Yep," Lizzie agreed. "Did it hurt really bad?" I asked, curious. "Like a burning hot poker being rammed in your cooch," she replied. Claire and I winced in sympathy. "Are you okay?" I asked, feeling a deep surge of sympathy from my friend. Lizzie was hard as nails and rarely showed an ounce of emotion, but this was a big deal for any girl. "I'm always okay, Shan," was her clipped response. "See, that is exactly why nothing is going inside my area," Claire declared, with a shudder, flopping back down and resting her head on my legs. "I think I'd die if I saw a penis coming towards me." "Claire," I chuckled, "stop." "She's serious," Lizzie informed me. "She's afraid of the D." "It's true," Claire stated without an ounce of embarrassment. "I've only kissed one boy, Jamie Kelleher. We were going out for 6 weeks in second year, and when he tried to push my hand down the front of his jeans at the school disco, I screamed at him." "You didn't," I gasped. "Oh, she did," Lizzie replied, at the top of her lungs, caused a right scene at the disco. "I panicked," Claire defended, grinning sheepishly. "I didn't want to touch his penis." "What happened?" "He called me a frigid bitch and broke up with me right there on the dance floor in front of the entire school," she replied. "What a creep," I spat. "It's okay," Lizzie interjected. "Claire got her own back on him, didn't you?" "Not intentionally," she objected. "Oh, come off it," Lizzie rolled her eyes. "You knew exactly what he would do when you went crying to him." "Who?" I asked. "What did you do?" Lizzie smirked. "She went running to her shadow." I arched a brow. "Who?" "Gibbsy," Lizzie filled in. "Oh my God," my eyes lit up. "What did he do?" "What do you think he did?" Lizzie shot back. "He jumped in to defend her honour." "He didn't." "He did," Claire chirped gleefully. "He broke Jamie's nose," Lizzie added. Claire sighed happily. "It was epic." "You could have come to me," Lizzie said. "I would have gladly kneed that Egypt in the balls on your behalf." Claire's bedroom door burst inwards then, startling all three of us. "Oh my God!" Claire shrieked, tossing a pillow at the tall blonde boy who had invaded her privacy. "I have a problem," Gibbsy announced, catching the pillow mid-air. "Jared!" Claire hissed, glaring. "Have you ever heard of knocking?" "There's no time," he replied. "I need your help, babe." "I'm not your babe," Claire grumbled and tossed another pillow at him. "What if I be naked in here?" "Then I would die a happy man," he retorted as the second pillow smacked against his chest. "It's the cat." She frowned. "Brian?" "You named your cat Brian?" I chuckled. "He's not my cat," Gibbsy replied. "I don't even like cats." I frowned. "Then whose is he?" "My mam's," Gibbsy replied. "He's her pride and joy." He turned back to Claire and said, "He's had an episode." Another one! Scrambling off her bed, she adjusted her pyjama shorts and padded towards him. Where? Shrugging sheepishly, Gibbsy gestured to the door. He's in my house? Claire squealed. Why is your cat in her house? Lizzie asked, the question on everyone's mind. He wasn't feeling well, Gibbsy replied. I took him for a walk. You took your cat for a walk? Lizzie shook her head. Boy needs institutionalizing. It's not that strange, he huffed defensively. I live across the street. Did you put him on a leash? Obviously. Gibbsy looked at her like it was the dumbest thing he'd ever heard. How else was I supposed to walk him over here? Lizzie shook her head. Then I stand by my previous statement. Wow, you're a barrel of laughs, aren't you? Gibbsy shot back sarcastically. Pierce is a lucky lad. Lizzie responded by flipping him off. Focus, Claire snapped, clicking her fingers in Gibbsy's face. Where is he now? He's in your bathroom. Grimacing, he added. He's had an accident. What kind of accident? Claire growled. He shrugged sheepishly. The explosive diarrhea kind? Jared! Claire screamed, slapping his huge bicep. I told you not to bring him over here after last time. I was worried, he groaned, rubbing his arm. I'm sorry, but you have to help me. Ask Hughie to help you, she growled, planting her hands on her hips. I'm tired of rescuing you. I can't, he groaned. He's dropping Katie home and picking up the lads before we go out. So why are you still here? Lizzie quipped as she flicked through a magazine. Hey, I admonished quietly, poking her rib. Don't be mean. Ugh, Claire growled as she stomped out of the room with Gibbsy hot on her heels. That boy is an idiot, Lizzie muttered, not looking up from her page. Our friend is in love with a Class A idiot. He's not that bad, I replied, and then quickly backpedaled. Hold on, you think Claire's in love with Gibbsy? Now Lizzie looked at me. Isn't it obvious? She asked. What girl in her right mind puts up with years of flirting and tormenting if she doesn't have serious feelings for him? Jared! Claire screamed at the top of her lungs, distracting us both. Your cat is shitting in my bathtub. I know, Gibbsy groaned loudly. It smells so bad and he won't stop. I have to see this, I snickered, scrambling off the bed. Are you coming? Lizzie shook her head. Nope. I've seen more than enough of their antics to last me a lifetime, thank you very much. Shaking my head, I hurried out of the bedroom and across the landing, reaching the bottom doorway to see a huge, and I mean seriously huge, snow-white Persian cat balancing on the edge of the big family bathtub. Standing in the doorway, I watched their strange interaction with my hand clasped over my mouth, partially because of the smell, but mostly because it was so funny. Brian! Gibbsy was roaring. What the hell is wrong with you? He turned on the water and grabbed the shower head. God, that's the worst fucking thing I've ever smelled in my life. Yeah, I know, Jared, Claire hissed, covering her nose and mouth with her hand while using the other to pour bleach into the tub. I can smell it too, you know. He did it on purpose, he told her, tone accusing, because I put him out of my room last night. He's punishing me. He's glaring at you, she told him. I know, Gibbsy shuddered. Just pick him up and put him in the utility room. He's glaring at me now, Claire squeaked, scrambling away from the cat. He's trying to intimidate you, babe, Gibbsy coaxed. Don't look him in the eyes. Christ, he's scarier than Mr. Mulcahy, Claire groaned, shrinking behind Gibbsy's huge frame. Just come up from behind him and scoop him up, he instructed as he held the shower hose in front of them like a weapon. Keep his paws away from you. Hold him away from your body. and run." "I am not picking him up, Jared," Claire hissed, eyes wide. "He looks like he's 2 seconds away from murdering me." "I'll protect you," he vowed valiantly. "You're afraid of him?" "Fine. Hold this," he grumbled, passing my friend the hose. "I'll put the fucker out." "Do you think we should hose him down?" Claire asked. "He's got poo all over his fur." "Fuck no," Gibbsy exclaimed. "Last time I tried to clean his ass, he maimed me." I laughed out loud. "It's not fucking funny, Shannon," Gibbsy grumbled, surprising me by remembering my name. "I had to get a tetanus shot because of him." "I'm sorry," I snickered, clamping a hand over my mouth. "I'm not laughing at you, I promise." I chuckled. "More at the situation." Studying the furry feline, I added, "He looks like the cat from Inspector Gadget." "Yeah, well, he's certainly evil enough," Gibbsy replied. "Some nights I wake up and he's on my bed, standing over me with those evil little eyes." He shook his head. "They should have never neutered him. He's been in a homicidal mood ever since. Would have been easier to let the poor bastard keep his balls." "Go on, Jared," Claire coaxed, shoving Gibbsy towards the tub. "You can do this. I have every faith in you." "Ah, fuck. Okay. With his arms stretched out, Gibbsy prowled towards the cat. "Here, kitty, kitty," he coaxed, reaching over the tub to pick him out. "Good pussy. That's right. I love pussies. I do. I won't hurt you." "Ah!" Brian snarled and whacked a paw at Gibbsy, who, in turn, screamed like a girl and dove behind Claire. "Bad fucking pussy," he choked out, dragging Claire away from the flailing cat, who was hissing and spitting at them both. "Did he get me?" he demanded, thrusting his hand in her face. "I feel like he got me." "I don't know," Claire screeched, pushing them both into the corner of the bathroom. "But I really hate your cat," she squeezed out, huddling under his arm. "Let me help," I offered, stepping into the danger zone. Smothering my laughter, I swiped a towel off the handrail and approached with caution. "Don't do it, Shannon," Gibbsy warned as he and Claire clung to each other, cowering from the cat. "He's a bastard with violent tendencies." "That's not true," I coaxed, crouching down in front of the bathtub, eyes locked on the stunning, albeit lethal, cat. "You're not a bastard, are you, Brian?" I asked as I reached out and stroked Brian's head. Surprisingly, he let me stroke him without fuss. "Meow," he croaked out, hackles retracting. "It's okay," I soothed, stroking him in a gentle pattern. "You're okay." "Jesus Christ," Gibbsy breathed. "Your girl here is like the pussy whisperer." "Shannon," Claire squeaked. "Please be careful. He's vicious. He can turn on you in an instant." "Yeah, Shannon," Gibbsy agreed. "Be fucking careful. He only lets my mother and Cav hold him. He's seriously dangerous." "Shh, guys, don't shout," I warned when Brian's hackles shot back up. "You two are making him nervous," I explained. "He can sense your anxiety and it's making him lash out." I sat there for several more minutes, just stroking and petting his face and ears until reaching over and scooping him up. "Good boy," I cooed lovingly, holding him to my chest. Thankfully, I was rewarded with a deep purring noise. Flicking my gaze to Gibbsy, I asked, "How far is your house?" "Directly across the street," Gibbsy replied. "Okay." I continued to stroke Brian. "Do you want me to carry him over to your house for you?" He nodded gratefully. I inclined my head towards the door and said, "Lead the way." Gibbsy scuffled out nervously, keeping a wide berth of me. Careful not to upset the cat in my arms, I followed him out of the big fancy house and across the street to another impressive-looking 3-story property. "You're a lifesaver, little Shannon," Gibbsy announced when Brian was safely tucked away in his house. "Seriously." "You're welcome," I replied, feeling shy now that my mission was complete and I was alone with a virtual stranger. It was no big deal. "It was for me," Gibbsy chuckled as he locked the front door and slipped his key back into his jeans pocket. "I'm heading out tonight for birthday drinks, and you just saved my ass from showing up covered in scratches." "It's your birthday?" I asked, falling into step alongside him as we crossed the quiet cul-de-sac road back to Claire's house. "Today?" "It is indeed," Gibbsy grinned. "The big 1-7. "Oh, well, happy 17th birthday," I replied. "I hope you have a great night." "Ah, I'm only heading for a few quiet ones with the lads," he explained as he walked up the garden path. "The big celebrations will happen the end of May." "What's in May?" "My best friend's 18th, he told me, smiling knowingly. He added, "You know him, right? Johnny Kavanagh?" "Oh." My face turned a bright shade of red at the mention of Johnny's name. "Yeah, we've met." "He'll have gotten the call-up by then," Gibbsy added proudly. "It'll be a double celebration and a session and a half that night." "The call-up? What call-up?" I wanted to ask him about it, but I held my tongue, knowing that it wouldn't do me any good. I didn't need to add any more Johnny-obsessed thoughts into my already Johnny-filled mind. "He's coming out with us tonight," Gibbsy continued to ramble on, oblivious to my blushing, which is a fucking miracle in itself considering he never comes out with us anymore. He opened the front door of the Biggs' house and gestured for me to walk in first. "Huey's actually picking Cav and Feely up after dropping Katie home." Glancing at the clock hanging in the kitchen, he added, "They'll be here in a few. You should wait around down here and say hi to him." Winking, he added, "I bet he'd love to see you." Was he teasing me? I didn't think so. But he was definitely stirring. I just wasn't sure if it was for my benefit or not. Either way, I was not staying downstairs to say hi to anyone. "No, that's okay," I mumbled, feeling every ounce of blood rush to my face. "The girls are waiting for me." "Suit yourself, little Shannon," Gibbsy chuckled. "Happy birthday!" Offering him a weak wave, I turned to bolt up the staircase. "Have a nice night." "Will do," he called after me. I didn't have to turn around to see he was grinning. I could hear it in his voice.
Chapter 9. Birthday bashes and broken glasses. Johnny.
Pubs and bars were a temptation that I tried to stay away from as much as possible. With my training schedule, I couldn't afford to mess around like my friends did. Alcohol wasn't in my diet, and I was always sluggish for days after a session. However, tonight was Gibbsy's 17th birthday, so after relentless phone calls and texts, I'd given in and agreed to go out to celebrate with him and some of the team at Biddy's. Biddy's was our local haunt in town, and contrary to the name, it was pretty modern with minimal cultures propping up the bar. During the day, Biddy's served the best food in town, and at night, it transformed into a hub for the town's younger generation. I ate there a lot when my folks weren't home. The co-owner and head chef Liam was a really decent guy who had no problem with catering for my dietary needs. It was the only place in town I knew I could go to where I was guaranteed to get clean food. As far as nights out went, I didn't drink there often. That was more of Gibbsy's thing. But when I did, we were guaranteed to get both served and shit-faced. It was a bad idea considering we both had a club match tomorrow morning. But Gibbsy had justified our recklessness by repeating the sentiment that a fella only turned 17 once. And that was true. Problem was, it wasn't as easy for me. The lads could let loose on a night out and go mental if they wanted to,
No one except their mothers would judge them in the morning. If I messed up, on the other hand, my name would be publicly dragged through the mud. The rugby heads would be on my case, and my position at the academy would be in jeopardy. Which made tonight worse for several reasons. The first being, I was 17 and had given in to Gibbsy's relentless pressure by drinking myself into a semi-paralytic state right along with him. And the second, Bella was here. Both of these were very bad things with a possible disastrous ending. Within minutes of my arrival at Biddy's bar, it became pretty clear that Cormac wasn't Bella's top priority. The minute I sat down at the table with the lads, she made a beeline for my lap and hadn't left since. I spent most of the night trying to avoid making eye contact with the short skirt she was wearing and the view of the scrape of black lace between her thighs whenever she bent over the table to whisper something in one of her friends' ears. It physically pained me. Not because I was having some emotionally charged reaction towards her or anything like that, but because my balls ached. It wasn't that Bella wasn't an attractive girl. To give her credit, she was probably the best looking girl in the bar, with black hair styled into a bob, a tall, curvaceous body, and a massive pair of tits. She was a serious looker. The issue was that I was done. I was over with it. Whatever the hell it had been between us, and I had been for a long time. And I wasn't interested in stepping back into the ring for another round. It didn't seem to make a blind bit of difference to the girl because she was like a dog with a bone. Me being the bone. I lost count of the number of times I'd gone to the bar for another round just so I could reposition myself on a seat far away from her. It didn't work. Her ass always found its way back to my lap. And I just ended up getting drunk faster. No amount of no's, or not tonight's, or never again's seemed to make any difference. She wouldn't leave me alone. I didn't want to embarrass or hurt the girl though. I wasn't a complete prick. Which is why I was tolerating this shit. By 1:30, my head was swimming. The alcohol in the veins, mixed with the strong-ass medication I was still taking, making me clumsy and uncoordinated. On a bright note, I wasn't in pain anymore. I couldn't feel a fucking thing. Super. Do you want to go somewhere else? Bella poured, leaning close to my ear, sliding her hand into the opening of my shirt. She trailed her fingers over my collarbone. Somewhere a little more private. No. Shaking my head, I brushed her hand aside, the one that was tiptoeing up my arm, and reached for the vodka and Red Bull I'd switched to 8 pints in. My movements were clumsy, causing my drink to slosh over the rim of the glass and onto the knee of my jeans. All fucking night she'd been trying to kiss me and pet me, and all night I'd been turning my head and brushing off her wandering hands. I wasn't a PDA kind of guy, and she knew this. Sitting on my lap like this wasn't something I would tolerate on a normal night when we were on good terms. And the only reason she hadn't been ejected from my lap by now was because I was drunk as fuck and I didn't want to accidentally drop her on the floor and cause damage. I didn't like this though. Drunk or not, I didn't appreciate this touchy-feely crap. Come on, sexy. Unperturbed by my actions, Bella reached for the collar of my shirt again. We could always go to the car, she suggested, flicking another button open. It had to be the 4th fucking button she'd managed to undo. No, Bella, I grumbled, my words coming out slurred. Stop doing that. Capturing her hand, I removed it from my shirt and put it back on her lap. I'm not in the mood.
I can get you in the mood, she teased, hand moving to my belt buckle. Stop! I snagged her hand and placed it firmly on her lap. Again. I'm still recovering, and we're done. Oh, really? She slid her hand inside my shirt, ignoring the we're done part. I can change that too. No! I burst her other hand away from my crotch, grunting in pain when she roughly palmed my dick. Bella, stop! I paused to shake off the hand curling round the back of my neck. Please, just stop! Jesus Christ. If I kept touching her after she told me to stop, there would be war. Double fucking standards. Stop, she snapped, glaring at me. Yes. Setting her hand back down on her thigh, I shifted out from beneath her. I'm tired. You're always tired, Johnny, she bit out. And you're never in the mood anymore. I wonder fucking why, I thought to myself, but made no move to answer her. I was careful with my words round girls. They could and would be misconstrued to her advantage. Drunk as I was, I remembered exactly what I had been taught at the academy. And this girl wasn't going to get a rise out of me. Not tonight, Satan. Shrugging, I cast a bleary glaze around our table. Our friends were watching. No surprises there. My gaze landed on Gibbsy, and I gave him my best "You're a fucking bastard" glare. His returning grimace was an apologetic one. Don't ignore me when I'm talking to you, Bella demanded, voice high and pitchy. Let me know, even in my drunken state, that she was in a worse condition. I'm not ignoring you, I replied, trying to remain calm through the haziness. Yes, she hissed, voice rising. You are. No, Bella. I released a weary sigh. I'm not. Fine. Cupping my face with both her hands, Bella dragged my face down to hers, pressing her mouth to mine. Then prove it, she growled, before smashing her lips to mine. Because of the alcohol coursing through my veins, it took me an extra few seconds to register what was happening. The feel of her tongue sliding against my lips was like a douse of water. I jerked my head away, but she had a death grip on my hair, keeping my lips on hers. Temper rising, I stood abruptly, knocking the table in the process and thankfully freeing myself from her hold. Drinks smashed to the floor, glasses shattering around us, drawing the whole room's attention to our table. What the fuck, Johnny? Bella screeched, glaring up at me from her seat. What's your problem? When I tell you no, I growled, wiping the back of my mouth as I glared down at her. I fucking mean no. I just wanted you to kiss me, she screamed. Is it too much to ask? I don't want to fucking kiss you, I roared back, losing control of my temper. I don't want your mouth on mine. I don't want your hands on my body because I don't fucking want you. I regretted my words immediately, but it was too late. Bella burst into tears, and of course, I was the bastard who made her cry. Dirty looks from half a dozen girls at the table, all directed at me, and I was done for the night. Releasing a low growl, I ran my hand through my hair and staggered out of the barmaid's way as she shoved past me with a dustpan and brush. Stalking outside, I dragged my phone out of my jeans pocket and called for a taxi. Relieved as hell when the voice on the other end said, 5 minutes. I need out of here and far away from my poor decisions. The poorest of those being that dangerous fucking girl I've tangled myself up with. In this moment, I was glad my body was broken. I was glad that I hadn't been able to have sex since Halloween. Maybe it was fate.
Without my cock blinding my ability to make good choices in lieu of pussy, I was able to see through Bella's facade, and it wasn't pretty. Knowing that I would rather peel my skin off than touch her again gave me some semblance of comfort. Never again, Johnny. Never a fucking again, lad. Leaning against the wall of the pub, I allowed my thoughts to wander back to those lonesome eyes. I wanted to see those eyes, and the girl they belonged to. The alcohol running through my veins provided a block on my conscience, making it easier for me to obsess about Shannon Lynch without feeling like a piece of shite. Tomorrow, when I woke up with a clear head, I would no doubt feel every ounce of the implications of my wayward thoughts. But for now, while I was temporarily void of a mortal compass, I envisioned all the terrible fantasies in great, colourful detail. It was nice. She was nice to think about. She was fucking beautiful. Her voice, her hair, her smell, the way she spoke, every single part of her. I was deep in thought, contemplating how different it would have been had it have been Shannon who put her mouth on me, when the sound of the taxi honking distracted me.
"Johnny, lad,"
the taxi driver, whose name I never seemed to be able to remember, called out in a happy tone. "How's it going?" To be fair, on the rare occasion our paths crossed, I'd been drunk off my tits.
"Your pal not with you tonight?"
By pal, he meant Gibbsy, because Gibbsy was usually the influencer behind terrible decisions like the one I made tonight. "He's inside," I explained, using every ounce of concentration to not stagger as I pushed off the wall. "Thanks for coming so fast, man."
"Like I leave you here, boyo?"
He chuckled.
"Don't forget your old friend Paddy when you're up in the big smoke with the big boys."
I couldn't remember my old friend Paddy now, but I wasn't about to tell him that. "Johnny, wait up, lad," Hughie Biggs called out as he stumbled out of the pub towards me, grabbing my arm. He pulled me to stop. "You'll have to take us with you." "Who's us?" I replied slowly. "If you're talking about that crazy fucking girl, then forget it, Hughie. She's not my responsibility, and I'd rather cut my cock off than go back inside and deal with her." "Hugh, Bella?" Hughie frowned and shook his head. "No, man, fuck her. He's already gone back to Cormac. He was hiding in the lounge all night. Didn't come out until you were gone, the coward." He dragged me over to the window and pointed inside. "You can't leave them here." My gaze flicked from Hughie to Gibbsy, who was currently face down on the table, snoring his head off, to Patrick Feely, who was being molested by one of Bella's friends, to Bella, who was dry humping Cormac Ryan, and then back to Hughie. "Why me?" I groaned. "'Cause we're your babies," Hughie announced, leaning his weight on me. "My babies?" I slared. "How the fuck are you three anyone's babies? You're our captain," Hughie slared. "We're kind of your responsibility. On the pitch, you gobshite. Come on, Cap. You're the one with the empty house. I know Feely's mother will lose her shit if he goes home in this condition. And my mam wouldn't let us through the front. And Gibbs," he gestured a thumb to the window, "he's as good as your brother, lad." All uncomfortable truths. "You're a bunch of bleeding idiots, is what you are," I grumbled before relenting. "Fine." I ran a hand through my hair and sighed. "Get them. I'm going now." "Oh, you're an absolute legend, Kavanagh," Hughie praised as he staggered back into the pub to get the lads. On any other occasion, I would offer to help him, Gibbs was a handful after a drink, but I'd sooner walk over hot coals than go back at his side and face Bella. "Sorry about this, Paddy," I mumbled, wandering over to lean against a taxi while I waited for the three fucking stooges to come out of the bar. "I thought I'd be alone." "No worries, boyo," the plump little man replied. "Any friend of Johnny Kavanagh's is a friend of mine." "Yeah. Well, my friends are assholes," I admitted with a shrug, and partial to puking in taxis. "Paddy." Scratching the back of my head, I turned to look at him, my mind set on potential damage control. "Remind me to drop you off a couple of tickets to one of our home games in the summer, if you're interested." "Jesus, Johnny, you serious?" The taxi driver's eyes lit up. "I'd be delighted, boyo. Thrilled to pieces. I watch all your matches. I even get my daughter to live stream the ones not aired on telly. I always tell my wife that young Kavanagh is the best I've seen wearing the green 13. I shrugged off his words, knowing that at 17 years old, I should be rattled to hear a man more than 3 times my age giving me such high praise. But I heard those exact words so many times that the compliment ran off me like water off a duck's back. "Appreciate the support, man," I replied. "You have my number on your call list. Just send me a text to remind me, because I'm drunk as fuck right now and won't remember a word of this in the morning." "Will do," Paddy replied. "And not to be overstepping the line here, but you're well rid of that girl." I frowned at him, mentally racking my head for a time in history when I'd been foolish enough to take her home with me. That's the only way the taxi driver would know. In the fogginess of my mind, I vaguely remembered a night out, over Halloween break last year, when Bella had thrown a huge tantrum outside the pub because I refused to take her home in a taxi to my house. It was one of the last times I'd been with her. "One of your pals was talking about," he explained. "It's bad news for a lad like you." Tapping his temple, he added, "Trust old Paddy, lad. Girls like that one are takers." He had that right. Fucking hell. Hughie and Philly staggered out of the bar, carting Gibbsy, who was singing his own rendition of the Blizzard's "Trust Me, I'm a Doctor" at the top of his lungs. I shook my head at the sight of him. "Nobody," I slared as I walked over and took his weight from the lads, "and I mean nobody, would ever trust that you're a doctor, Gibbs. Your future wife saved me from a bad fucking pussy today," he slurred. "Buy a ring, lad." Slinging an arm over my shoulder, he added, "Pussy whispers a keeper." Frowning, I looked at Hughie, who stared in confusion right back at me. "How much did you drink, lad?" I asked Gibbsy, as I wrestled to keep him in one place. He had a habit of scampering off when he was drunk. "Enough," Gibbsy slared, before bursting back into the chorus of the song, stamping his feet on the footpath for emphasis. Yeah, fucker," I coaxed, as I half carried him to the taxi. "You're a doctor." "With no standards." He held up a finger and declared before falling into the back seat of the car. "Never thought you had," I agreed, climbing in alongside him to buckle Egypt up. "How you, Paddy?" Gibbsy paused mid-song to acknowledge. "To the Kavanagh Manor," he added, before driving back into song. Fucking Gibbsy. "What's your story with you and Bella?" Hughie asked. We were sitting on the front porch of the house, wrapping up the night with a bottle of Jameson. Whiskey was a terrible way to end the night, but a much needed one, having spent the past 3 hours taking turns babysitting Gibbsy and his upchuck reflux. Fucker had projectile vomited all over the spare bedroom and was currently being housed in the downstairs bathtub with half a dozen towels thrown over him. Thankfully, his stomach was finally empty and he was snoring soundly. Hughie and I were the only two still awake, with Patrick passing out on the couch in the living room the minute we got home. "There is no story, lad," I said, rolling my half-empty glass between my hands. "I presume you heard the rumour?" he asked, tone cautious and slightly slared. I exhaled heavy. "Which one?" "About her and Cormac. Don't need to hear any rumours to know what's happening there, lad," I grunted. "Saw it with my own eyes tonight." "No," Hughie said slowly. "The one where she went home with Cormac on St. Stephen's night." Grimacing, he added, "And every weekend since?" "No." I deadpanned. "I didn't know. I would have said something, but you were just out of the hospital." He sighed heavy. "I didn't want her messing with your recovery." "Don't worry about it, lad." Swirling the whiskey round in my glass, I stared down at the amber liquid and admitted the truth. I already had my suspicions long before then. "Yeah?" He arched a brow. "Well, why didn't you say something?" "Because I wanted a quiet life," I offered weakly. "I'm a fucking idiot, lad." "Ryan's the idiot," Hughie corrected. "Fucking over his teammate for a girl. Too drunk to feign impassiveness or mask my emotions. I dropped my head and released a heavy sigh. I made a mistake with that girl, Hugh." Raising my glass to my lips, I chucked back the remaining amber liquid before adding, "An 8-month-long mistake. At least you got out unscathed, Cap." Reaching between us, he grabbed a half-empty bottle of whiskey and refilled his glass. "Could have been a 9-month mistake," he added, holding the bottle out for me, "with an 18 to life price tag." "You can say that again," I muttered in agreement, taking the bottle. Can you imagine what Denny and O'Brien would have done to me if I rolled up the training with a baby? "Screw your coaches at the academy," Hughie countered. "Imagine what your mother would have done to you." "Shite. Lad, it doesn't bear thinking about." Filling my glass up, I placed the bottle back down and shook my head. "Ugh." "Lad, can you imagine what my mother would say if I walked in the door with Kate and told her I'd got her pregnant?" Hughie slared. "She'd cut my bollocks off there and then." "Stop, lad." I shuddered violently. "Don't even talk about it." We both knocked the wooden porch beams to unjinx ourselves. 7 minutes passed by in companionable silence before Hughie spoke again. "Did you ever talk to Shannon Lynch after that day on the pitch?" I turned my blurry gaze on him, too drunk to mask my curiosity. "My Shannon?" Hughie laughed. "'Tis your Shannon now." I shrugged, too drunk to defend or deny. "Got to say, lad, I was relieved when you called the team on the pitch incident and nipped it in the bud," Hughie said with a heavy sigh. "If you hadn't, I would have. Poor girl deserves a break." I frowned. "You know her?" "She's been friends with my sister since they were small." "Claire?" I filled in, racking my brain for the information I needed. "The blonde one in third year?" "Yeah, lad." Hughie took another sip from his glass before saying, "She was over at the house today, actually." "What?" I looked at him. "You never said." He shrugged. "Why would I? Good point. Lovely girl," he added thoughtfully. "Horrible family." "What do you mean?" Hughie shook his head but didn't reply. That bothered me for a whole host of different reasons. I didn't like him knowing things about her that I didn't. I'm going to check on Precious in the bath, he announced, when he finished his glass. And then I'm putting my head down for the night. Take whatever room you want, I mumbled, deep in thought. Hughie placed a hand on my shoulder. Keep looking out for her, Cap, he said, squeezing my shoulder. God knows someone needs to. And then he was gone.
Chapter 10. Boys Gonna Shine, Shannon. On the last Friday in February, Tommen College were playing rival school Kilbeg Prep on the school grounds for the schoolboys' shield. Because it was one of the few home games of the season left and a prestigious cup to win, all classes were invited to attend to support their team. According to Claire, the schoolboys' shield that was up for grabs today was nowhere near as important or lucrative as the League Cup the team would be playing for the next month in Donegal, but it was still pretty silverware, and Tommen loved silverware. It didn't take me very long at Tommen to realise that what my father had said about the school being a glorified rugby prep school was true. It was plain to see that everything revolved around the sport. Personally, I could have thought of a million places I would have preferred to be than watching oversized boys from Tommen bulldoze their way through oversized boys from Kilbeg. But life had a funny way of screwing with a person. Wrapped up in my winter coat and woolly hat, I sat between Lizzie and Claire, who was draped in our school's colours, grateful to have snagged a seat in the stands. Hundreds of other students had to stand along either side of the pitch. Not that any of them seemed to care about standing in the pouring rain. They were too busy screaming and cheering on our school's senior rugby team. 10 minutes into the game, and I witnessed firsthand what all the fuss over Johnny Kavanagh was about. Could literally feel the electricity crackling in the air when the ball was in his hands, and from the sounds of screaming, so did everyone else. He seemed to be completely at home on the pitch, and when they got that ball in his hands, magic occurred. Beautiful things happened. He was so tall it didn't make sense for him to be so light on his feet. He was broad and strong, thick and muscular. But he was also light and nimble. It was almost like he danced around the opposition with fancy legwork and agile body movements. He had some crazy pace, and the way he could sprint, it was insane. It was unbelievable to watch. You could see the wheels of his brains in motion as he scoped out every play, pass and attack with expert precision. He was an intelligent player with a keen eye for intercepting play and self-discipline that seemed to rival a saint. It didn't seem to matter how much he was knocked around or targeted by the opposition, and he was clearly targeted. He managed to keep his cool. The hits he took, the physical attacks on his body, and he just got back up and kept going. I was in awe. The way he moved was extraordinary. I found myself entranced with the way he moved on the pitch. No wonder everyone talks about him, I thought to myself. He was clearly miles ahead of the boys he was playing alongside, and I thought he deserved to be on a more prestigious playing field. If he could play like this at 17, I could only imagine what a few years would do for his game. "Yes, Hughie!" Claire cheered, distracting me from my thoughts when her brother, Tommen's number 10, kicked the ball over the sideline. The ball managed to touch off the opposition's fingers before going out of play. "Yes!" Claire hooted, thrusting a fist in the air. "Good job, guys!" "What's happening now?" I asked, unsure why she was cheering when her brother had obviously kicked the ball wide. "Is this good for Tommen?" It was clear that she was as much into the game as I was, considering she'd spent the last 50 minutes rotating between explaining the rules to me and screaming profanities at the top of her lungs. It went clean over my head, my nerves too frazzled to take in anything more than the bare basics that I'd already knew from watching the Six Nations every year, but I pretended that I understood for her sake. "This isn't football, Shan," she laughed. "That's an excellent play. It's our line-out." "Line-out?" "Watch." she encouraged, and then began to scream her head off when Tommen's number 2 threw the ball, and Gibbsy, who was wearing number 7, was thrust into the air by his teammates and caught the ball mid-air. Yes! Claire cheered, clapping like a demented seal. Go on, Jared! It sounded funny hearing Claire call him Jared when everyone else around us was cheering the name Gibbsy. Literally no one called him Jared except for Claire. The ball came whizzing out of the field then and into the hands of Johnny, and my heart leapt. My pulse instantly sped up at the sight of him on the move. "Oh my God!" I screeched, heart racing erratically in my chest, when 4 of Kilbegg's forwards tackled Johnny to the ground, burying him beneath a mountain of muscle and dead weight. Are they allowed to do that? Limbs were flying, football boots digging into the crumpled-up heap beneath the ruck. I watched the antics unfold on the pitch. "They're trying to murder him!" I screamed, unable to believe what I was witnessing. "Holy shit!" Clutching both girls' arms, I squeezed tightly. "Is that illegal?" "Don't ask me about it," Lizzie replied with a shrug. Disengaging her arm from my hand, she returned to flicking through her magazine. I could think of a million better things I could be doing with my time than sitting here pretending to cheer on a sport I couldn't care less about. At least she was honest. I had thought I would feel the same, however, he was playing, and I was reluctantly mesmerised. "They are clearly targeting him," I growled, watching as the referee blew his whistle and jogged over to the now pile-up of boys. "Of course they're targeting him," Claire chimed in, squeezing my hand back. "Johnny is Tommen's best player. Take him out and the game is freed up," she continued to say. "They'd be fools not to try." I wanted to scream, "Leave him alone!" at the top of my lungs, but I settled for, "That's horrible," instead, as an overwhelming amount of concern for him filled my chest. "That's rugby," Claire agreed. "I hate rugby," Lizzie offered up. "No one cares about what you hate, little Miss Pessimist," Claire shot back. "Go back to your horoscopes." Claire and Lizzie bickered back and forth for a few minutes before Lizzie stomped off in a huff, muttering something about needing to save her brain cells, but I wasn't really listening to either of them. I was absorbed in the antics on the field where the team medic was fussing around Johnny, poking and prodding his face with gauze and bandages. His black and white striped jersey with the number 13 on the back was sewn to his skin. The white shorts he had on were grass-stained and specked with blood. Both of his knees were caked in mud. His hair was ruffled and slick with sweat. One of his eyes was turning purple and swelling at a rapid pace, and he had a steady trail of blood flowing down his eyebrows, but it didn't seem to faze him one bit. Johnny's attention wasn't on the medic or the referee shouting commands in his ear. He was too busy looking at me. My heart slammed against my ribcage as he stared unabashedly and unashamedly right at me, eyes burning with heat, expression palpably intense. Breathing hard, he lifted the hem of his jersey and used the fabric to wipe the blood from his brow, dismantling the poor woman's attempts at patching him up and revealing a stomach of hard abs. The move was so primal, so decidedly male, that it hit me straight in the chest. My face began to flame, and I felt my shoulders sag as I buckled under the weight of his intense gaze. "What the hell is that?" Claire hissed excitedly, gripping my hand. "Johnny Kavanagh is staring at you, Shan. Like, seriously, girl, that boy is staring at you." Crap. Unsure of what to do, but knowing that I needed to do something, I turned my face into Claire's neck and hissed, "Hide me?" "What?" she squeaked. "Just tell me when he's gone, okay?" I begged, focusing my attention on the freckle on her neck. "Pretend you're talking to me, or something." Less than a minute later, Claire said, "Okay, he's gone." Blowing out a breath, I turned back in time to watch Johnny running back into position as the referee called for a Tommen scrum. "What's going on with you two?" she demanded. "I thought you said you haven't spoken to him since that day in the office." Nothing is going on with us, I shot back, cheeks burning. And I haven't. Claire gave me a disbelieving look. Well, that look he just gave you didn't seem like nothing to me. It was nothing, I assured her, and myself. Seriously, Claire, I don't even know the guy. Loud booing and jeering erupted around us then, and we both turned to see Kilbegg's number 15 had scored a try. Their number 10 converted easily, bringing the teams level. Oh, crap, I muttered, feeling far more anxious than I should. How much time is left? About a minute and a half, and don't think we're not talking about this later, Claire told me before turning her attention back to the game and screaming, Come on, Tommen! Woo! Kilbeg, you're total shit! Kilbeg won the restart, gaining possession of the ball and gaining several yards. They all looked completely exhausted with the exception of Speedy Gonzalez, aka Johnny Kavanagh, who seemed to have an unlimited tank of energy. My palms began to sweat profusely when Kilbegg's number 10 moved into position between the posts, falling into range for a drop kick at goal. They were at 19 phases and the score was tied up at 20 points apiece. At least that's what Claire said. This is it! Claire kept screeching. This is it! This is it! Oh God, I can't look! I held my breath, unable to cope with the anticipation. Finally, Kilbegg's number 9 positioned himself at the ruck, the word I had learned for the big pile-up on the grass. With the ball in his hands, he threw a pass back to their number 10. My heart stopped. The supporters in the stands around me all went quiet. Miss it. Miss it. Fuck it up. Go wide. All of my prayers were answered when the ball left his foot and was blocked down by Johnny, sending the ball flying upwards in the direction of their goal line. The clock ran down, falling into the red. Yes! Claire screamed, jumping to her feet along with every other supporter on the sidelines. Go on, Johnny! Come on, Cabs! Unable to breathe, I watched as 3 Kilbeg backs hunted after him. They weren't fast enough, though. Like a bolt of lightning, Johnny chased down his interception, moving faster than any boy his size should be able to. Cheers and screams and roars of encouragement erupted from the stand when Johnny kicked the ball forward, nudging it closer to the try line as he ran at top speed after it. Go on! Claire roared excitedly. Yes, you're almost there. Keep going. Move those sexy legs. The ball rolled over the line. Milliseconds later, Johnny pounced, outstretching the Kilbeg backs who were hot on his wheels. It was a blur of movements that resulted in Johnny grounding the ball into touch. Everyone around us went insane. Tommen's number 10 moved into position in front of the posts and quickly kicked the conversion over, securing the 2 points. And that was it. It was over. Tommen had won. And I was reeling. You have some explaining to do, Missy, Claire squealed as she bounced up and down in celebration. Woohoo! Go, Tommen, go! Explaining? I called back. About what? About why that boy down there is looking at you like he wants to eat you up, she replied, and then pointed a blatantly obvious finger right at Johnny, who was staring right at me again. I don't know, I choked out. I've no idea what's happening here. All of his teammates were running around like lunatics, leaping and jumping around in celebration, and Johnny looked distracted. He was quite literally swamped by people ranging from teachers to students to local journalists and cameramen with microphones thrust in his face. The thing that stood out was his immaculate composure. None of this was fazing him. Not one bit. He looked the epitome of cool, calm and collected as he answered reporters and thanked the supporters clapping his shoulders, but every few moments his gaze flickered back to me. I didn't understand it. Worse, having his attention thrilled me. Why are they flocking him? I asked in confusion, feeling bad for the other guys on the team. Claire rolled her eyes. Because he's Johnny Kavanagh. So? I didn't get it. Come on! She squealed and then grabbed my hand, quite literally dragging me down through the stands and onto the pitch. We might not have looked out of place, what with half the school out on the pitch, but I certainly felt it as I shuffled along awkwardly behind her. Hughie! Claire cried out, running over to throw her arms around her big brother. You were amazing! Cheers, sis, he replied, patting her back as he searched through the crowds. Obviously finding what he was looking for in the form of a tiny redhead, Hughie quickly set his sister aside and hurried off in the direction of her. I want that, Claire sighed, watching her brother pick his girlfriend up and swing her round. Obviously not with my brother, she grimaced. But what they have, she sighed again. I want that someday. Claire Bear! Familiar voice called out. Claire spun around and I swear her entire face lit up when she noticed Gibbsy jogging towards us. You did it! She screamed and then flung herself at him. He seemed as excited as she did and he caught her. I watched them for several minutes, swinging each other around, completely caught up on their own bubble as they talked animatedly about different points in the game. Either Claire was clueless, Gibbsy was clueless, or they were both as blind as each other because I could feel, see and taste the chemistry wafting off them. Feeling awkward and out of place, I shoved my hands in my coat pockets and quickly turned around, slipping through a mass of Tommen supporters. I was familiar with match day. I'd been to enough of Joey's games. This was different, though. And I felt like an implant. Hey! I heard an achingly familiar voice call out, distracting me from my thoughts. Wait up! Basic human nature had me swinging around to see who was calling out, and if it was directed at me. When my eyes landed on Johnny jogging towards me, my heart thundered against my ribcage, hammering violently. Oh my God. What was he doing? Why was he coming over to me? What the hell was happening? How's it going? Johnny asked, closing the space between us, voice understandably breathless from the exertion on the pitch. It's going good? I stumbled over my words, completely thrown off kilter being this close to Johnny again. Is it good for you? I added lamely and then immediately flamed in embarrassment. You must feel good. Sighing, I repressed the urge to groan and finished with a mumbled, I mean, how's it going for you? It's going good, Johnny replied with a smile that deepened the 2 tiny dimples in his cheeks. It was my first time seeing those dimples, and my memory soaked them in like a sponge. That's good, I breathed, struggling to focus. Unlike the last time I was up close to him, when I was seeing stars, or in the hallways when he was a blur of movement or too far away to get a good look, I had a clear, concussion-free, unobstructed view of his face. And boy, was that view a breathtaking one. Like, for real, he was strikingly, achingly, distractingly attractive. He had remarkable bone structure with high cheekbones and a strong jaw, swollen lips, and a messy mop of dark brown hair that was shaved stylishly at the sides, with that extra bit of length on top. His face bore the markings of a boy that had been in many of a fight. Over his left eyebrow was a freshly clotting scar. His nose had clearly been broken a time or two, and his right cheekbone was purpling at a rapid pace. You remember who I am, right? He asked, still smiling, although he looked a little nervous now, probably because I was staring at him like a creeper. Shannon, like the river. Oh, God. Yeah, I choked out, feeling every ounce of blood in my body rush to my cheeks as I tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. I remember you. Unsure of what else to say or do, I stupidly raised a hand and waved. Hi, Johnny. What was wrong with me? Like, seriously, did I just wave at him while I was talking to him? God. The smile he was sporting grew into a full, perfectly straight, pearly white smile. Hi, Shannon. Oh, crackers. Well, I'm good, I said, tone a little strained. And you're good, so it's all good. That's good, he replied, lips twitching. Yeah, it's all good, I answered, cringing at my awkwardness. Johnny smirked down at me. Good. Mortified, I looked up at his face and then quickly away again as I strived to never utter the word good again. I watched your match, I blurted out instead. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, Shannon, because that's much better. You should have stuck with good, idiot. I know, Johnny replied with a small smile. I saw you. I opened my mouth to say something, anything to save myself, but I came up empty and shrugged helplessly instead. Did you get my note? Johnny asked, thankfully saving me from trying to form a coherent sentence. Yeah, and I wanted to thank you for the money, I told him, voice small. I just didn't know if I should. Don't worry about it, he interrupted with a smile. I didn't expect to thank you. It's too much, by the way, I quickly added, tucking my hair behind my ear. My mother got a new skirt for €30. I hope she got you those tights you wanted, he countered with a knowing grin. Oh, dear God. That boy's smile was something else. Yeah? I blushed scarlet. Those were only a £5. Sliding my hands into my coat pockets, I looked down at my shoes, inhaled a shaky breath, and then faced him once again. I can pay you back the rest of it. No way, Johnny quickly dismissed, wiping a speck of mud off his cheek. Keep it. Keep it? I stared blankly. You don't want €65 back? I hurt you, he replied, his intense blue eyes locked on mine. I fucked up. You're not paying me back anything. Oh, thank God, because my parents would never give me the money back. Are you sure? I croaked out. Johnny nodded and said, Yeah, course, before following it up with, How's the head? I smiled up at him. All better. You sure? He asked, smirking now. No residual damage that might land me in trouble. I don't need to call in the lawyers, do I? What? I gaped. No, I'm fine. I would never sue you. I'm messing with you, Shannon. Johnny chuckled. Shaking his head, he added, I'm really glad you're okay. Okay, I flushed. Thanks. Johnny! A booming male voice called out, distracting us both. I turned my head to see a burly man sauntering towards us with an impressive-looking camera strapped to his neck. Give us a picture for the paper, will you, son? I was fairly sure I heard Johnny mutter the words fuck off under his breath, but he turned to the photographer and gave a polite nod. No problem. Good man yourself, the photographer praised and pointed the camera at Johnny, only to halt and turn to me. Move out of the way, will you, love? All right, sorry, I squeaked and scrambled to back out of the line of the lens. We were talking, Johnny bit out. He cast a scathing glare at the photographer and then walked right over to me. Smile, he instructed quietly as he pulled me into his side and clamped his huge muddy hand on my hip. Stunned, I stared up at him. Huh? Smile, Johnny repeated calmly, tucking me under his arm. Frazzled, I turned back to face the photographer and did exactly what Johnny told me to do. I beamed. The photographer arched a brow and gave me a curious look, but quickly hurried to snap what felt like a million snaps. The flashes coming from his camera were blinding, and when they were joined by many more flashes from other photographers, I began to shake with anxiety. What the hell was happening? All right, that's enough, Johnny declared as he held a hand up and released my hip. Thanks for coming out today. I appreciate the support. Johnny! Johnny! One of the women crowding us called out. What's your relationship? Private, Johnny shot back coolly. What's your name, love? The original photographer asked as he pulled a pen out of his coat pocket. Trembling, I just stood there feeling like a dummy, feeling a million pairs of curious eyes on my face. Shannon Lynch, Johnny stated, with a clipped nod, and then, ignoring the half-dozen photographers watching us, he turned his attention back to me. "Are you coming to the party after school?" "What are they doing?" I asked uncertainly, unable to focus on what he had just said, because I was too busy eyeing the photographer writing something on the back of his hand and several other reporters skulking nearby. "Ignored them," Johnny said with a shake of his head. "They'll go away." "They're watching you," I whispered. "And I think they're watching me?" Releasing a frustrated growl, Johnny turned to me. "I'm at school," he stated in a sharp tone. "On school grounds with a minor." Thankfully, that seemed to do the trick because they slowly dispersed. "That was so strange," I strangled out when Johnny faced me again. He eyed me curiously. "You don't like that sort of thing?" "That was horrible," I choked out. "All that attention over a silly game." Johnny gave me another curious look. I stared back at him, feeling totally confused. "So, are you coming?" Johnny asked. When I continued to stare blankly at him, he clarified. "To the party. Huey's ma is throwing on a spread for the team at their house." "Me?" "Yes, you," he replied, giving me a peculiar look. My heart rate increased to a dangerous level as I stared up at this beautiful boy who was asking me to a party. Wait, was he asking me or inviting me? Oh God, I didn't know. Frowning, Johnny added, "You're friends with his sister Claire, aren't you?" "Oh," I shook my head vigorously. "Oh, no, I'm not. I mean, yes, I am friends with Claire, but I'm not going to the party." He arched a brow. "How come?" "Because I'm not allowed to go anywhere." I stopped myself short and quickly steered my words in a safer direction. "I have to help my mum in the evenings." "She's pregnant," he stated in a thoughtful tone. "Yup," I replied, and then, because I was a glutton for making situation uncomfortable, I added, "She's due in August." "Congratulations," Johnny offered, shifting uncomfortably. "Nice work, Shannon," I mentally hissed. "Thanks," I replied, squirming. "Are you sure you don't want to come?" he asked then. "I won't be drinking, so I can give you a spin home when you want to go." "Cap!" one of the teammates called out then. "Get your ass over here, lad, and lift this fucking cup." "I'm fucking talking here, Pierce," Johnny snapped, turning around to glare at whoever was calling him. "Give me a bleeding minute." "Your friends are calling you," I hurried to say, knowing that I needed to get away from this boy before I did something incredibly stupid like accept his invitation. Because I wanted to. I really, really wanted to. And if I stayed here and kept looking at him, I knew I would. "I better go," I added, giving Johnny yet another dopey wave. "Have a great time." I didn't wait for his response. Instead, I turned on my heels and hurried away with my heart hammering around in my chest. "Are you sure you don't want to come for an hour?" I heard Johnny call after me. "I'm sure," I called back over my shoulder as I hurried away. "Bye, Johnny." "Yeah, bye, Shannon." The sound of boys laughing and snickering behind me filled my ears, but I didn't dare look back. Instead, I did the sensible thing and removed myself from temptation with Claire's words ringing in my ears. "Boys with pretty eyes and big muscles mess everything up for girls." How right she was. It was a little after 8 when I finally got home from school that evening. 3 miles from Tommen, and the bus had broken down. For 2 hours we were forced to remain on the bus while another bus from Cork City was sent out to transport us home. It was ridiculous. I had spent every minute of those 2 hours mentally kicking myself for not taking Johnny up on his offer. What the hell was wrong with me? I liked him. I really liked him. He asked me if I was going to a party, offered to drive me home from said party, and I turned around and practically ran away from him. No, correct that too. I did run away from him. In my defence, I had been completely taken aback by him. Never once in the weeks that had passed since my accident had either of us approached the other. He broke the imaginary rule that had been enforced between us. He threw me by talking to me, and I was still very much thrown now. All evening, my mind continued to churn the encounter round and round until I was blue in the face from thinking about it and thoroughly disgusted with myself. I should have gone to the party. If I had, I wouldn't have spent 2 hours on a freezing cold bus in semi-Arctic conditions. At least, if I'd gone to the party, being late would have been worth it. Because the look on my father's face when I walked into the house assured me that the 2 hours I'd spent sitting alone on a broken-down bus certainly wasn't. "Where were you?" Dad demanded, watching me like a hawk from his perch at the kitchen table when I walked through the doorway. The familiar swell of panic built inside me. My father was a powerful-looking man, clocking in at 6 feet with dark blonde hair and an athletic build that had stuck since his days of hurling. He too had played for Cork, but unlike my brothers, my father's merits and achievements weren't something I openly spoke about. Because I wasn't proud of the man staring back at me. I wasn't sure if I even loved him anymore, or if I ever had. Not when he terrified me worse than any of the bullies at school ever had. "Well?" he pressed, tone tight. He was replacing the rubber grip on what looked like Ollie's hurley, and the sight of him holding the wooden hurl caused a tremor of panic to roll down my spine. "You're late!" I was suddenly very grateful that I had ran away from Johnny Kavanagh when he invited me to the party after school. A shudder rolled through my body at the thought of what my father might do if I had accepted his invitation. "The bus broke down," I squeezed out as I gingerly set my bag down against the wall. "We had to wait for 2 hours for another bus to pick us up." My father gave me a hard stare. I remained exactly where I was, not daring to breathe. Finally, he nodded his head. "Fucking buses," my father muttered, turning his attention back to his task. The air I'd been holding in released from my lungs in a loud gasp. "It's okay, Shannon," I told myself. "He's not slurring. There's no smell of whiskey and no evidence of broken furniture." But I wasn't foolish enough to push my luck when it came to my father, and moved for the bread bin with the intention of making a cheese sandwich to go. Getting out of this kitchen and up to my bedroom without confrontation was my goal for the next minute or so, while I hurriedly pieced together a lopsided sandwich and poured myself a glass of water from the tap. "Night, Dad," I whispered when I had my sandwich and water ready. "Don't be late again," was all he replied, not taking his eyes off the hurley in his hands. "Do you hear me, girl?" "I hear you," I croaked out, and then scrambled up the staircase to the sanctitude of my bedroom. Once inside, I flicked the lock and sank down against my door, desperately trying to get my heart rate under control. Today was Friday. Friday was a safe day.
Chapter 11. A fist in the face preferable to a pie. Johnny. My head was wrecked. My body was in bits. I couldn't enjoy the win or truly celebrate with the team because I was sulking. Sulking over something I couldn't figure out. Refusing the countless bottles of beer thrust in my face. I sat, brooding on the couch in Hughie's living room, with the man of the match trophy propped up on the cushion beside me, my winner's medal around my neck, biding my time until I could slip away, drive home, and drown myself in an ice bath. It was my duty to be with my teammates after a big win like this. Being the captain, I was supposed to be leading the celebrations. Dance music was blasting from the stereo in the corner. Gigi D'Agostino's "I'll Fly With You." And I knew that stupid duh foghorn chant would be stuck in my head all night. The house was littered with the team and people from school, all drinking, eating and dancing around the place. Instead of joining in the banter, I was icing my thigh because putting the ice on my balls wouldn't be socially acceptable. Shoving around a piece of steak Hughie's mash and aid cooked me around my plate. And thinking about a girl who couldn't seem to get away from me fast enough. That showed it all right there. Everyone else was drinking and enjoying themselves, while I refueled on protein and drove myself demented over a girl. Was that what rejection felt like? If so, it fucking sucked. What possessed me to go over to Shannon? I'll never know. But everyone was screaming round me. The crowd was in my face. I needed a reprieve, and I saw her standing there, all big eyes and lonesome, and something just shifted inside of me. In the moment, it made sense just to go over and talk to her, because I didn't want her to be on her own, because I could hardly concentrate during the game, knowing she was watching me, because when she turned around to leave, my legs moved of their own accord, desperate to intercept her. I can take you home when you have to go. What the actual fuck? I might as well have shouted, "Love me, fucking love me," at the girl. I felt like a bleeding idiot. What was I thinking inviting her to the party? Worse, what was I thinking expecting her to say yes? I was a glorified stranger to her. Jesus Christ. I was so disappointed in myself. For the bones of 2 months, I'd been doing so well. So goddamn well in my attempts to stay away from her. I couldn't get her out of my head, but damn it, I was keeping my distance. One adrenaline-pumped victory, and I blew it. Worse than blew it. I dragged her into a picture with me, and she looked terrified. "You all right, lad?" Feely asked, sinking down on the couch alongside me. Grunting my response, I dragged a cushion from behind my back and set it down on my lap, covering the purpling spreading down my right thigh. I was still in my kit, as were most of the team. They were all still donning their jerseys because they wanted to show off, and rightly so. 5 in a row winners of the Schoolboys Shield was a new record for Tommen, and some of the younger lads' first taste of silverware. I was still in my gear because I didn't have the energy to tog off after the match. If it didn't look so appealing to the scouts, I'd throw the towel in on the school team and save my body for the academy or club games. "You know what Sinead would have a look at it for you, if you asked her." Feely interrupted my thoughts by saying, "She's a nurse, lad." I turned to him. "What?" He gestured to my leg. "It's giving you trouble again?" Striving to regain in my irritation, I shook my head and said, "No, I'm grand. Took a kicking in the ruck, that's all, lad." The look Patrick gave me was one of apprehension. But he didn't push it. I liked that about him. He didn't push shite. If it wasn't his business, he didn't ask to know. "You not drinking tonight?" I asked him, steering the topic away from my failings. "Big win for the school, lad. You should be celebrating." "I should be celebrating," Patrick smirked. "What about Mr. Mom himself? If anyone should be kicking back, then it's you." I smirked at the Mr. Mom, meaning man of the match, and said, "I have academy training on Saturdays. What's your excuse?" "Not in the mood," was all he replied. Like earlier when he didn't push me for information, I returned the favour. "I'm actually thinking of heading off," he added, standing up. "I was wondering if you could give me a lift home." Like a starving dog presented with a juicy bone, I snapped at his offer. Tossing my plate and ice pack on the coffee table in front of me, I pulled myself to a stand and inhaled several steadying breaths through my nose before putting my weight on my leg. "Ready when you are." Patrick smirked, but didn't say anything about my over-enthusiasm. Reaching down, he scooped up my trophy from the couch and handed it to me. Thank fuck, because if I had crouched down again, I wouldn't have been able to get back up. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Gibbsy called out over the music. Noticing my attempt to leave, "Sit your ass down there, Cap," he ordered, ploughing through the crowd towards me. "You're not going anywhere yet." I opened my mouth to tell him to shag off, but two of the lads from the team, Luke Casey and Robbie Mack, came barrelling towards me, dragging me back down on the couch before planting themselves down either side of me. I looked at Patrick, who shrugged in resignation. We both knew we weren't getting out of here any time soon. Not when Gibbsy turned the music off and announced, "I have a speech to make." "Sorry, Cap." Robbie Mack snickered. "But you have to hear this." Resisting the urge to roar from the pain searing through my lower calf, I shook my head and reached for my ice pack. "For fuck's sake, Gibbs." With his championship medal still dangling around his neck, Gibbsy dragged the coffee table over to the stereo and hopped up. With his jersey wrapped round his head like a fucking bandana, he grabbed the remote control off the unit behind him and held it to his mouth like it was his own personal microphone. Lads in the team threw their heads back and howled with laughter as he tapped the remote to perform a sound check. Bleeding Egypt. With a shit-eating grin etched on his face, Gibbsy tapped the mic and said, "How's it going tonight?" He glanced down at the medal resting on his chest and grinned. "We could get used to this, could we, lads?" A deafening burst of cheers and roars of agreement came from the room. "All right, boys, Jesus, no need to roar at me," he taunted. "For fuck's sake, I'm in the same room as you." His playful response drew an even louder response from the team and our friends. "Anyways," he chuckled, "getting down to business, I have a little song I'd like to sing for the special person in my life." Oohs and ahs came from the group of girls in the doorway. I rolled my eyes at how easy the pretty boy flanker could charm them. Gibbsy cleared his throat for added effect and then said, "Without the special someone's magical fucking hands, I wouldn't be standing here today with this gorgeous piece of silverware." He shook his head and pressed his hand to his heart. "Thank you, baby." From the looks I was receiving from the lads, and the snickering coming from Robbie and Luke, I realised Gibbsy's party piece was going to be at my expense. "Don't do anything stupid," I warned Gibbsy, just as he reached over and pressed a button on the stereo. Instantly, my shoulders locked tight with tension as the familiar sound of Dire Straits' Walk of Life began to play from the speakers. Immediately I knew what was coming. That fucker. "Johnny, baby," my asshole best friend called out with fiend passion in his voice, pointing his strapped up fingers in my direction. "This one's for you." He snickered before bursting into song, crooning along to the lyrics that had become the bane of my life since I strolled on a pitch with these culchy assholes in 6th class. The lads around me all joined Gibbsy in the loud, teasing chorus. Chairs were thrown backwards as the lads all celebrated their victory. Robbie and Luke dragged me off the couch where I was, then thrust into the air and held up by my teammates. Feely, the turncoat, was inconsolable as he laughed his arse off at my expense. Oh yeah, they could laugh all they wanted now, but I was going to bury those fuckers at training on Monday.
Chapter 12. Confession Time. Shannon. I was finishing up the last of my homework late Sunday night when a knock on my bedroom door broke through my concentration. Folding my copybook, I slid it into my maths textbook and called out, "Come in." My bedroom door cracked open and my brother's head popped through the crack. "What's up, Joe?" I asked, shoving my books back into my school bag. "I'm going to the shop," my brother announced, taking a quick glance around my room before his eyes returned to my face. "Do you want anything?" "Where's Aoife?" "In my room." "She's staying over?" "Yeah." Aoife went to BCS and is in 6th year with Joey, so it wasn't uncommon for them to stay at each other's houses on a school night and head to school together. They were at that age where sleepovers were allowed. Or at least, no one ever said a word to Joey when he brought a girl home. There was a huge case of double standards in this house, a house that had been exceptionally quiet this weekend. My father was in rare form. He was behaving like a human. He even bought us all takeaway Chinese last night and passed me the remote control rather than just flinging it at me like he usually did. I wasn't naive enough to believe that my father's decision to not break up the house this weekend was because he had decided to turn over a new leaf. No, I had been a member of this family long enough to recognise this quiet period as the calm before the storm. He would erupt soon. He always did. I could only hope that I wasn't standing in the eye of the storm when it happened. "Do you want something from the shop or not?" Joey asked, sounding impatient. "It's closing soon." I glanced at the screen on my phone to check the time. 10:45 p.m. "Why are you going to the shop so late?" I questioned. "What do you need that's so important?" Joey grinned. "Do you want me to answer honestly?" "No," I groaned, fake gagging when awareness dawned on me. "Go away." "Night, Shan," he chuckled, closing out my door. "Be safe," I called after him. "I'm too young to be an auntie." My phone vibrated against my thigh, alerting me to an incoming call from Claire. "Hello," I said, pressing it to my ear. "Hey, chickabee," she said happily. "What are you doing next weekend?" Climbing off my bed, I hurried over to my door and turned the lock. "Nothing," I replied, like always. "Why?" "Because my dear friend Jared Gibson passed his theory test on Friday morning and some demented idiot from the tax office decided to give him a provisional driver's license." "Really?" I laughed, thinking about Gibbsy behind the wheel of a vehicle. "Oh, yeah," Claire sighed. "I've just spent the last hour and a half trying to shove him out of my bedroom." "Why was he in your room?" "To gloat," she explained, shaking his little green licence around like he was king of the hill. "What does Gibbsy getting his driving licence have to do with next weekend?" "Because his parents bought him a car for his birthday last week," she explained. "He wants all of us to go for a spin with him." My brows shut up. "Who's all of us?" "The usual gang," Claire replied breezily. "Me, Gerard, Hughie, Katie, Piers, Lizzie, Patrick, Johnny, and you, of course." My heart leapt at the sound of Johnny's name being mentioned, and then it rocketed even further at the prospect of spending actual time with him. "Why me?" I managed to ask. "Duh, because you're our friend," she replied. I shook my head. "No, Claire, I'm your friend, yours and Lizzie's." "Well, Jared told me to invite you along." "Why?" I strangled out. "He doesn't know me." "You helped him with Brian?" I shook my head. "That doesn't make us friends." "Well, he knows you're my best friend," she explained, "which means any invitations I receive automatically extend to you too." "Well, he can't fit all those people in one car." "Then maybe you can go in Johnny's car," Claire shot back in a teasing tone. "By the way, I saw you with him on the pitch Friday, you little flirt." "I was not flirting with him," I practically spluttered. "He came up to me." "Better again?" she giggled. "He was the one doing the flirting?" "Nobody was flirting," I choked out. "You were just what?" Claire teased. "Talking," I filled in with a helpless shrug. "About what?" "I don't know," I mumbled. "Just stuff, I guess." "And taking pictures together?" she added with a cackle. "I saw that too." "Oh, God." I groaned in defeat and flopped back on my pillow. "I was caught so off guard," I croaked out. You should have heard me trying to talk to him, I added, biting down on my lip. I got tongue-tied and literally bombed my way through the entire conversation, Claire. It was completely humiliating. You got tongue-tied because you like him, she pressed. Not bothering to deny it, I just sighed down the line. Oh my God, she gasped, tone excited. Are you finally admitting you like him? I nodded, and then realised she couldn't see me. I don't think there's any point in denying it, I whispered, feeling my face burn at the thought. I like him, Claire. I think I really like him. Oh, wow, Shan, Claire replied gently. This is big for you. She was right. It was huge. And scary. Absolutely terrifying. It's ridiculous, I muttered glumly. I don't even know him. Yeah, you do, Claire argued. Not well, I replied with a sigh. Well, she mused, I've never met Johnny Depp in the flesh, and that hasn't stopped me from falling madly in love with him. I rolled my eyes at her response. Yeah, because that's the same thing. I have his phone number, you know, Claire offered then. I can give it to you and you can text him. My eyes widened. Absolutely not. Are you sure? Positive, I strangled out. There is no way on God's green earth where I could be the type of girl who does that. Chewing on my lip, I quickly asked, how would you have his number? Jared is always borrowing my phone, she explained. He's always calling Johnny when he uses my phone. Johnny's practically his Siamese twin. So, I stored Johnny's number under call for sex. Snickering, she added, it was so funny. Jared was so mad with me, demanding to know who I was hooking up with and why it wasn't him listed under that name. Claire, you can't tell anyone that I like him, I blurted out, feeling panicky that I had let the cat out of the bag. Please, not even Lizzie, and especially not Gibbsy. I won't, I promise, she vowed. But if you did text him, I think you'd be pleasantly surprised, she added. I know Lizzie told you a bunch of stuff about him, but honestly, most of it's just fabricated gossip. Johnny's not the guy all the girls at school paid him out to be. Yeah, I whispered. I've already gathered that. He was better. So much better. So, will you come with us next weekend? She asked. I won't be allowed to go. Come on, Shan, you can't just say no, Clara whined. Not without asking, at least. I don't need to ask, Claire, I croaked out. I already know the answer. Then don't ask him, she quickly said. Just make up an excuse or something and come over to mine. We don't even have to go with the lads. I sighed heavily. Claire, we can have dinner at my house, she hurried to say. And, you know, if Johnny just happened to stop by because of a rogue text message sent from my phone, then maybe you two could go up to my room and— Stop it, I warned her, shivering at the thought. Claire laughed down the line. I'm kidding. You better be, I grumbled, because I would die. So, do you want to do that? She asked, smothering her laughter. Come over to mine for a takeaway and a movie, or we could go to the cinema. Or out to eat at a restaurant. Whatever you want, she told me. It's your choice and my treat. I love you for offering, I told her, biting down on my lip to stop it from wobbling. But you know he'll never allow it. Claire sighed heavily. Shan, don't, I pleaded quietly. Please don't say anything. There was a long pause before she whispered, I won't. I sagged in relief. Thank you. I'm here for you, was all Claire replied in a sad tone of voice. Forever.
Chapter 13. Creeping and whinging. Johnny. Every day since starting at Tommen, I sat at the exact same table at lunch hall for break. It was close to the door and comprised of a 30-foot banquet table,
filled with my teammates and a few of their girlfriends. I always sat at the end of the table, with my back to the wall, looking on to the rest of the room, where I had a crystal clear view of everything going on round me. I liked it because I had space to breathe, and not have girls fucking groping me and touching my back every 15 seconds. Like always, Gibbs and Feely sat opposite me, and Hughie sat to my right. The difference today was both Hughie and Feely were in detention, and Gibbsy was scowling at me. Could you stop staring at her for 5 fucking minutes and pretend to be listening to me? Gibbsy hissed. Seriously, lad? Tossing his sandwich down on the lunch table, he threw his hands up in frustration. It's getting creepy. When you're putting me off my food. I'm not doing anything, I grumbled, as I leaned back in my chair and rolled my water bottle between my hands, absent-mindedly. Shannon was sitting at the opposite side of the lunch hall with her 2 friends, smiling and laughing at something Hughie's little sister was saying. Her hair was swept back in 2 long braids resting on her small shoulders, and every time she wrapped one of those braids round her finger, I had to bite back a groan. Seriously, I'd been sitting here for the past 25 minutes, not listening to one word Gibbsy was saying, because I was too fucking busy watching a girl who clearly wanted nothing to do with me. All weekend, Shannon had been in the back of my mind. Okay, the 4-point. I spent days brooding over her reaction to me on the pitch on Friday, and how she hurried away from me. When she passed me in the hall this morning after first class, I felt way too fucking excited to see her. Of course, she smiled shyly before dropping her head and hurrying past me. But she was here. She was in my space, which meant both my attention and my thoughts were fixated solely on her. And I fucking hated it. I wanted her. I realised, and it was entirely inappropriate and horrendous bad luck on my account, but I did. I wanted Shannon Lynch. And worse than wanting her, I really fucking liked her. She had this sweet something about her, and I liked how it felt when I was around her. I liked the way she looked, the way she spoke, the way she carried herself. I liked a whole heap of things about her, and oddly enough, my liking her had nothing to do with what was under her clothes. Well, that wasn't completely true. I thought a lot about what I'd find beneath her clothes, and I liked those visuals a lot. But it was more than that. It was all more when it came to her. But I wasn't in a position to put time into a girl, and spending time with that particular one could get me in a world of trouble. I knew the way things worked. Spent too much time with the girl, and feelings arose. And where feelings arose, fucking arose. It was a dangerous ledge to balance on. One I was not willing to step onto. No, you're not doing anything, Gibbsy drawled sarcastically, shifting in his seat so he was blocking my perfect view of her. You're only mentally undressing her in your head. I'm not, I growled, glaring at him across the table. I was. I so fucking was. Christ, was I that obvious? Yes, you are that obvious, Gibbsy stated, clearly reading my thoughts. And I'll tell you who else is obvious, he added, gesturing his thumb to her right. That evil bitch. I didn't need to look to know. He was talking about Bella. She was perched at the opposite end of our table with a few of the lads on the team from Sectier, where she'd spend most of the lunch trying to get a rise out of me. It wouldn't work. I wasn't fucking biting. Ignore her. Unscrewing the cork on my bottle, I took a deep swig of water. She's not worth the hassle. Lad, I know I'm repeating myself, but I honest to God don't know how you ever touched her. He groaned. Neither do I admitted, as I recapped my bottle and resumed my staring at Shannon. He leaned back in his chair and arched a brow. You should go over and talk to her. To Bella? I scowled. No fucking thanks. Not that demon, Gibbsy countered with a grimace. Shannon? I shook my head. No! She's a frigid, you know, Gibbsy stated, nonchalantly. Or at least she was. He gave me a pointed look. You haven't sticking your tongue down her throat, have you? No, I hissed. Okay then, he mused. She's still a frigid? I frowned at him. How do you even know that? I listened carefully, he snickered, tapping his temple. What? I overheard the girls talking about it in Claire's bedroom a while back, he admitted. That viper Pierce is tapping was talking about what a terrible roid he is, and it came up that Shannon has never kissed a fella. Frowning, he added. The viper really doesn't like me. Jesus Christ, I muttered. You're listening outside the girl's bedroom now? When he didn't deny it, I shook my head. You have a problem, Gibbs. A big one. It's only a problem if you admit it. He countered with a knowing grin. Isn't that how it works, Johnny? Fuck off, I growled, knowing exactly what he was getting at. Go on, Johnny. Just go over there and talk to her, he encouraged. You can do it. No, Gibbs, I bit out. Let it go. Why not? He demanded, in an exasperated tone. Because I don't want to, I snapped. Liar. You know what? For a fella who calls himself my best friend, you're doing a shitty job, I growled. I told you, I'm not going there with that girl. I told you she's too fucking young for me. You're the one that can't stop staring at her, he barked. Well, tell me to stop, I shot back. Don't tell me to go over there. I did tell you to stop, Gibbsy hissed, sounded exasperated. Like 2 minutes ago. I told you to stop staring at her like a creeper, and yet here you are, still fucking her with your eyes, and still looking like someone shitting your cornflakes. He threw his hands up. What am I supposed to do with you? You're supposed to remember that I'm the idiot who almost died this morning being Desi driver for your learner arse, I grumbled. So instead of encouraging me to make bad choices, why don't you try and support me for once? I'm a good driver. I rolled my eyes. You're a liability. And I'm nothing but supportive of you, he huffed dramatically. I'm your number fucking one supporter, Johnny Kavanagh. He leaned back in his seat. He folded his arms across his chest and gave me a pointed look. You really hurt my feelings just now. I hurt your feelings, I cocked a brow. Who's the bitch with a vagina now? Apologise, he ordered. Get the fuck out of here, you idiot. I laughed. He glared back at me. Say you're sorry. For what? For hurting my feelings? He sniffed. Now apologise. I am sorry, Gibbs, I proclaimed, deciding it was easier just to give the big idiot what he wanted. You could mean it, he argued. You could learn not to push your luck, I warned. We had 15 seconds stare down until he grinded and said, I accept your apology. Good, I muttered. I'm delighted for you. And since you seem to need so much support these days, shoving back his chair, Gibbsy stood up and winked at me. I'll go and talk to her for you. Don't you fucking dare. I paused to grab him, but he slipped out of my grip and sauntered away. Gibbs! Relax, Cav. I've got this. He told me as he made a big show of adjusting his school tie. Waggling his brows, he added, Watch how it's done. Then he walked right over to the girls' table and sat down. For fuck's sake. My feet were moving before my common sense had a chance to talk me off the ledge I was about to step onto.
Chapter 14. Provisional Licenses. Shannon. I could feel Johnny's eyes on my face from across the lunch hall on Monday. Like the stalker I was, I knew exactly where he sat for lunch each day. The last seat at the end of the glorified rugby table, on the inside row, next to the archway exit. All through lunch, I dutifully ignored the burning sensation on my cheeks, the same burn I could feel all the way down to my toes, and concentrated on Claire and Lizzie, because I knew what would happen if I looked back at him. I would give myself away, and he didn't need to know how badly he affected me. He confused me last Friday, and he was confusing me again. Why was he watching me? Why did he invite me to that party? Why did he make my heart race so violently? I didn't understand what was happening here, and in the storm of my turbulent emotions, I needed to hold on to some semblance of control. It wasn't easy, though, and that control was snatched from my teetering grip the moment Gibbsy walked right up to our table, all blonde hair and big smiles. "Ladies," he acknowledged in that flirtatious tone I'd become used to him using as he slipped into a seat on the other side of Claire. "How are we doing today?" "What do you want, Gerard?" Claire groaned, slipping out of his hold when he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "We're trying to eat here." "I have something to show you," he told her, brows waggling. "I'm not looking at your penis," Claire hissed, "so stop trying to show it to me." "Not that," Gibbsy snorted, and then proceeded to pull a set of keys out of his pocket and dangle them in Claire's face. "These." "Oh my God," Claire gasped, snatching the keys out of his hands. "Your parents gave you the car early. I thought you weren't getting the keys until the weekend." "They caved," he told her, grinning, "which means a maniac has been let loose on Irish roads," Lizzie interjected. "Jesus," Gibbsy muttered, frowning across the table at Lizzie. "You're a barrel of laughs." Lizzie merely gave him the finger and returned to her lunch. Shaking his head, Gibbsy turned his attention back to Claire. "There's more," he announced, giving her his sole attention. "They're gone to Tenerife." He waggled his eyebrows. "Until Monday." "They've left you to your own devices?" Claire demanded. "You?" "And you know what that means, don't you?" He winked back at her. "Sleepover time." "Your parents left you in charge of their house?" she repeated, looking shocked. He grinned and swiped her apple out of her hand. "They did?" "For an entire week?" Claire shook her head, mouth hanging open. "Alone? Unsupervised?" His grin widened as he tossed the apple up in the air. "You sound surprised," he added, catching the apple effortlessly. Intrigued by their interaction, I leaned against the table and watched with interest. "Because I am," Claire spluttered, staring back at him. "Do they know you at all?" "Obviously not," he snorted. "Now, go home, pack your shit." He waggled his brows before taking a bite from Claire's apple. "Because you're checking into Hotel Gibson for the week," he added mid-chew. "Fun times." "Oh, really?" Claire leaned back in her chair and smirked. "And does Hotel Gibson come with good reviews?" "It comes with cock, Claire Bear," Gibbsy announced, and not quietly. "An unlimited supply of 5-star cock." "Say it louder," she hissed, slapping his shoulder. "I don't think everyone heard you." "It comes with cock, Claire," he taunted, accepting her challenge without an ounce of shame. "My cock." "Fuck your cock," Claire growled, looking mortified. "Course you can," he nodded with a grin. "But here's not really the place." "I don't know why I'm friends with you," Claire muttered, cheeks burning. "You're so inappropriate." "You are friends with me because you love me," he purred. "Because I'm the only one that makes your cheeks turn pink." He paused and stroked her cheek with his finger. "In more ways than one." "I was 11, Gerard," she shot back, "and it was one bloody kiss." "I'm ready for a repeat performance," he told her. "Say the word, Claire Bear. Tell me you're ready for us, and I'm all yours." "Can you stop doing that?" Lizzie barked then, glaring at Gibbsy. "Doing what?" "Screwing around with her feelings," she huffed. It's not a game. Lizzie, it's okay, Claire began to say, but Lizzie cut her off. It's not okay, she snapped. He's been doing this since we were 4. It's wrong. I'm not screwing around with her feelings, Gibbsy replied, looking confused. She knows I love her. Claire turned beetroot red, causing Lizzie to growl. Yeah, asshole, Lizzie hissed. You love her loads, don't you? That's why you're going around shagging half the school, isn't it? What is your problem? Gibbsy growled, glaring now. You, Lizzie snapped. You and your shithead friends thinking you're cock of the walk, going around playing girls like it's all a big game. You're all disgusting, every last one of you rugby heads. Gibbsy gaped at her, looking affronted. What did Johnny do out of the way to you? Yeah, a familiar voice asked. What did I do? My heart skyrocketed in my chest at the sound of that achingly familiar Dublin accent. It stood out from everyone around us, just like he stood out from everyone around us. You're as bad as the rest of them, Lizzie hissed, not missing a beat as she turned her furious glare on Johnny, who, much to my detriment, was pulling out the chair next to me. Worse, you're their leader. Well, that's news to me, Johnny countered calmly. He sat down beside me then, and I felt the piece of bread I was chewing on wedge itself to the roof of my mouth. Swallowing it down, I looked up at him, wide-eyed and confused. He smiled down at me. Hi, Shannon. Hi, Johnny, I whispered, staring back at him, feeling like my heart was 2 seconds away from bursting out of my chest. How are you? He asked, voice deep, blue eyes burning holes in mine. I'm good, I breathed. How are you? He smirked. I'm good. Damn it, there was that word again. Did you have a nice weekend? It was okay. I felt myself blush. Did you? I spent most of it in training. He smirked. Same as always. I nodded, not really understanding a damn thing that was happening here. How was the party? I didn't stay long. Johnny leaned his elbow on the table, turned his body inwards and gave me his full attention. I just went to show my face, really. How come? I breathed, burning from being so close to him. Training commitments, he explained, thrumming his long fingers against the table, blue eyes locked on mine. I tried to avoid parties during the season. Jesus, not you too, Lizzie growled. It's bad enough Thor over there is pulling his shit with Claire without you messing with Shannon. Johnny turned his blue eyes on Lizzie. Excuse me? You heard me, she countered. Am I not allowed to speak to her? He questioned, arching a brow. Do you not like to share your friends? You know what you're doing, Lizzie shot back defiantly. You're right, Gibbs, Johnny mused with a small shake of his head. Leaning back in his chair, he added, Piers is a bleeding saint. Total respect, Gibbsy shot back, resting his arm against Claire's chair. Ugh, Lizzie sneered, giving both Johnny and Gibbsy a disgusted look. I hate you all. When you say all, does that apply to just us? Gibbsy gestured from himself to Johnny. Or all men? You, most of all, you big blonde eat-it, with your rugby-shaped head, Lizzie snapped. Shoving her chair back, she stood up and cast a glare to Johnny. And you're a close second, Captain Fantastic, for not having better control over that gimp. Having said that, Lizzie swung around and stalked out of the lunch hole. Whoa, Gibbsy breathed when she was gone. That girl seriously hates me. She hates everyone, Claire replied, patting his arm soothingly. Don't take it personal. It's true, I decided to offer up. She only likes, 2 people. Exactly, Claire agreed. It truly is nothing personal. Lizzie's just protective of us. Yeah. Well, I don't have a rugby-shaped head, Gibbsy grumbled. He looked to Johnny. Do I? No, Gibbs, Johnny sighed. Your head's not shaped like a rugby ball. Really? He touched his head self-consciously. Because I weighed like 12 pounds when I was born, and my mum's always bitching to her friends about how I wrecked her with my big head. It's a perfectly normal head, Gibbs, Johnny coaxed. Very circular. Not too big. You grew into it, he assured him. Fits you fine now. Unable to stop myself, I snickered at the sight of Johnny comforting Gibbsy. You laughing at my misfortune again, little Shannon? Gibbsy shot back with a wolfish smile. Go ahead and get it out of your system. I shrugged helplessly, still grinning. He was just so unusual and entertaining. Now, back to business, Gibbsy continued, leaning back in his chair. What do you want to see tonight? Claire frowned. Tonight? We're going to the cinema, he stated with a devilish grin. Who's we? Johnny bit out, tensing beside me. Gibbsy circled his finger around the four of us. My mouth fell open. Huh? She-Wolf can come too, he said to Claire, if you promise to put a muzzle on her. Gibbs, Johnny said in a warning tone, shaking his head. Come on, lad, Gibbsy countered. You can miss a session for one night. I need a Desi driver until I'm comfortable driving alone. Turning to look at me, he said, What do you say, little Shannon? I looked to Claire, who was staring back at me with mirrored confusion, and then to Johnny, who looked like he was in some sort of physical pain, before settling on Gibbsy. Say yes, Shannon. Go with them. You want to. You really, really want to. But he'll kill you. You're a dead girl walking if he finds out. I shook my head and croaked out, I can't. You can't? Gibbsy frowned. Why not? Because I don't... It's... Shaking my head, I exhaled a ragged breath. I'm not... She can't go, Gibbs, Johnny thankfully interjected. Drop it. But let it go. The bell rang then, signalling the end of lunch, and Johnny shot to his feet. Come on, asshole, he growled, glaring at Gibbsy. We have things to sort out. I'll swing by your place around 7, Gibbsy asked Claire. Does that suit you? Claire nodded happily. He gave her a huge smile before standing up and ruffling her curls. See you then, Claire Bear. My gaze found its way back to Johnny, who was standing at the edge of the table with a thunderous expression etched on his face. Bye, Johnny, I told him in a small voice. His features softened instantly as he looked down at me and smiled. Bye, Shannon. Well, that was the strangest thing that's happened in a while, Claire announced when the boys were gone. Yeah, I breathed. Very strange. Chapter 15. Bathroom Breaks and Propositions. Shannon. When people say something is too good to be true, then it usually is. That was exactly how I felt when I stepped out of the bathroom on Tuesday evening after school and collided with a hard chest. Surprised to find anyone standing outside the bathroom when the final bell had long gone, I let out a small squeak. How's it going, Shannon? The blonde, vaguely familiar boy asked, grinning down at me. The halls were relatively empty, with only a few students rambling down the corridors, leading me to believe that he had been waiting out here for me. After all, the girls' bathroom was an unusual spot for a boy to loiter outside of, especially one togged out in a jersey, shorts and football boots. Panic mixed with a large dollop of weariness flared to life inside of me. Fine, I replied, tucking and then retucking my hair behind my ear, a nervous trait. How are you? Better now I'm talking to you, he announced, confirming my worst nightmare. As he stepped closer, the studs on his boots clanging against the floor. Were you waiting out here for me? I forced myself to ask, needing the vocal confirmation. Don't ask me why, but I needed to clarify the crazy. In your... I gestured to his attire. PE kit? I was training and forgot my mouth guard in my locker, he explained, not one bit embarrassed by any of this. I saw you going into the bathroom when I was heading to my locker, so I figured I'd wait around to talk to you. Shrugging like his nonsense explanation was a perfectly acceptable one, he added, I'm Ronan, by the way. Ronan McGarry. We have French together. His tone was friendly, but I knew better than to be fooled. Friendly could turn to bully in a nanosecond. Yeah, I know. Taking a step back to regain my personal space, I added, Well, it was nice of you to come say hi, but I have to go catch my bus. It leaves soon, and the driver won't wait. I saw you on the pitch that day, Shannon. He purred, voice low, eyes alight with excitement. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. He took another step towards me, invading my space once more. In your knickers? Those killer legs? I saw all of you. My heart sank. Every muscle in my body locked tight with dread. This was it. What I'd been waiting for, the inevitable taunting. I was vaguely aware of Ronan McGarry, having sat in front of him in French class the past few weeks, but I hadn't realised he was on the rugby team. I had noticed him on the pitch last week, but then I hadn't noticed anyone other than Johnny that day. I guess it made sense, though, what with the muddy kit he was currently wearing and the bruised cheekbone. But I didn't have anything to say to him, so I kept my mouth shut and waited for him to speak. He would. They always did. And I have to be honest, Shannon. He reached up and tugged on my braid with his mud-stained hand. Not hard. It was in more of a playful way, but I didn't like the intrusion. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you since. Vain indifference, Shannon. Pretend you don't care. Stepping sideways to free my hair from his grasp, I brushed off his words with a small shrug and readjusted my bag on my shoulders. He stared at me for a long time, eyes dancing with excitement, before saying, You're a shy little thing, aren't you? No, I replied, voice small, and it was the truth. I wasn't shy. I could be as outspoken and verbose as anyone when I was with people I trusted. But I was cautious. I had good reason to be, and I didn't trust him. Well, shy or not, you're fucking gorgeous under those clothes, he stated lowly, dragging his bottom lip into his mouth as his eyes roamed shamelessly down my body. I would really love your number. My mouth fell open. Was he serious? I gaped up at his face, trying to gauge him. He looked completely serious. No, shaking my head, I narrowly avoided his hand once more when he tried to tug on my braid again. I'm sorry, Ronan, but I don't give out my number to strangers. The very last thing I wanted to do was give anyone aside from Claire and Lizzie my phone number. Giving out my details meant the bullies had a direct line to my psyche 24/7. And while I'd made that mistake once before in my old school, a new phone number and the burning remnants of hard-earned wisdom meant that I would never do so again. Ronan scoffed. I'm hardly a stranger. You are to me, I replied, forcing myself to stand strong. Come on, Shannon. I don't bite. He continued to smile at me, but it was harder, his eyes a little cooler now. Just give me your number. No, I shook my head. I'm sorry, but I don't know you well enough to give you my number. You could always get to know me, he purred, placing a firm hand on my shoulder. Even though I couldn't feel his touch through my thick winter coat, I immediately recoiled from the contact, but he didn't move his hand. I have a bus to catch, I strangled out, repeating my earlier words. My shoulders were stiffer than concrete when I added, I need to go now or I'll miss it. I was clutching at straws, but I wanted away from this boy. Seriously, the driver won't wait for me. There'd be another bus, he shot back. There won't be another me. Dear God, I hope not. Listen, Ronan pressed, tone taking on a flirtatious lilt. I'm supposed to be at an after-training talk with the team down on the pitch. Coach likes to get us all together to talk strategy after our training sessions. He told me this like he actually thought I cared. I didn't. I only cared about him getting the hell away from me. But I don't have to go. His hand trailed from my shoulder to my elbow. I could blow it off for you. His hand moved lower, tracing the hem of my skirt. What do you say? He asked, leaning into my ear. Fancy going back into the bathroom and getting to know me a little better? No, I snapped, jerking away from his touch. I'm not interested. Come on, Shannon, he snapped, tone heated now, eyes flashing with frustration. Look around. Clamped his hand on my shoulder again, not gently this time. No one's going to see us. Ronan didn't have the chance to finish that statement when he was carted off, literally dragged away by the scruff of his neck by a much bigger, much older boy. You're a suicidal little fucker, aren't you? The boy was saying in an oddly light tone as he sauntered down the hallway with his huge hand cupping the back of Ronan's neck, forcing him to double over and waddle to keep up with his long strides. He was dressed in the same attire, a black and white striped jersey, white shorts, and boots that made clickety sounds against the floor as he walked, suds of muck and grass falling away from the studs. The only contrast was a number 9 on the back of Ronan's jersey and a number 7 on the big guy. Immediate recognition hit me. Number 7. Gerard Gibbsy Gibson. Claire's crush. The catwalker. Strange one. Thank God. The students still loitering in the hallway all stopped what they were doing to watch the drama, but no one stepped in. Not one person intervened on Ronan's behalf as the giant, fair-haired man-child marched him through the corridor. Get the fuck off me, Gibbsy! Ronan was screeching, trying and failing to break free of the monster man's hold. I was only messing around. You know he's going to kill you, don't you? Gibbsy asked, tone laced with humour, as he walked Ronan over to the front entrance and then ceremoniously tossed him out of the double glass doors. Gibbsy! Ronan screamed, red-faced, as he battled with the door handle. Stop messing around. I was only being friendly with her. That didn't sound friendly, kid, Gibbsy taunted. That sounded desperate. And a little rapisty. Right now, both boys were pulling, with Ronan furiously trying to pull the door open and Gibbsy pulling it closed with reasonable ease. Let me the fuck in, Gibbsy! Ronan roared, yanking on the handle like a lunatic. It was a push-and-pull system and he was failing to push it inwards. I need my inhaler. Nope, don't even try that shit with me, McGarry, Gibbsy called out with a laugh, holding the door shut when Ronan tried the handle. You knew the rules, and you don't have asthma. So what? Ronan demanded, looking outraged. You're just going to lock me out of the school because he said no? What? Absolutely. What the hell were they talking about? He's not my captain, Ronan snarled, pressing his forehead to the glass. I was so confused. Oh, but he is, Gibbsy called back, still laughing, and I was sure he was finding the situation highly amusing. And dogs that can't behave themselves around Cap's new buddy stay outside. You're all going to pay for this, Gibbs, Ronan hissed. I swear to God, if you don't let me in, I'm going to tell my uncle about this. Is that so? You'll be thrown off the team for this. For the threat, I'm going to fuck your mother, McGarry, Gibbsy shot back. And then I'm going to come all over her tits, and she's going to love every minute of it. With another chuckle, he said, Go and tell Uncle Coachy all about what I have planned for his sister. I'm going to kill you, Ronan screamed, slamming his fists against the glass. Suck my balls. What's going on? A familiar male voice boomed through the air. Recognition immediately dawned on me. I knew that accent. Without conscious decision, my eyes searched frantically for the owner of the voice, and when I found him, walking stiffly out of the lunch hall, holding an ice pack to his right thigh, my heart hammered wildly against my rib cage. Standing a good 20 or so feet away, I was at a visual disadvantage, but I was close enough to see how every inch of Johnny's upper body strained against the confinement of his jersey, from his broad shoulders to his tree-trunk-sized biceps and long, lean torso. His legs were long, his thighs thick and muscular, all of which were caked in grass and mud. I noted the small tear on the sleeve of his jersey where his bicep was bulging. Lord, he was quite literally bursting out of the fabric. He was dressed identically to the other boys in the same jersey and shorts, but was incomparably different because of the sheer size of his body. He was almost too big, too muscular, too scary, too beautiful, too much. Shaking my head to clear my wandering thoughts, I focused on the heated discussion occurring at the far end of the hall. "What the little bollocks do now?" Johnny demanded as he closed the space between himself and Gibbsy. I mentally noted that he was walking with that same slight limp I'd observed on countless occasions. It was barely noticeable, but if you look closely enough, like I constantly seemed to do, it was clear that he tried to keep weight off his right leg. My gaze danced between all three of them, moving from Ronan, who wasn't yanking on the handle anymore. In fact, he'd taken a few steps away from the door, to Gibbsy, who was grinning like a Cheshire cat, before landing and staying on Johnny. Seriously, as tall as Gibbsy was, Johnny towered over him. There was a streak of dried mud on his cheek that he attempted to bat away with the back of his free hand. His dark brown hair was sticking up in 40 different directions, probably from sweat, I mentally noted, or playing outside in the rain. He was standing in such a way that I could see his side profile and the way his frown deepened as Gibbsy spoke quietly in his ear. I couldn't make out what they were saying and was unwilling to leave the sanctuary of my corner outside the bathroom, knowing I could always bolt inside and lock myself in a toilet cubicle and phone Joey if this turned ugly. Seconds later, Johnny's body visibly tensed. "What?" Tossing the ice pack on the ground, his hands balled into fists at his sides as he turned to glare out the glass, revealing the number 13 on his back. He took a step forward, stopping just shy of the door when Gibbsy clamped a hand on his shoulder. "You're fucking kidding me!" he roared, reacting to whatever his friend was whispering in his ear. Johnny's head turned in Ronan's direction before quickly snapping towards me. His eyes landed on my face and, holy crap, he looked livid. It was only a fleeting glance and he quickly turned his attention back to Ronan. This time I could clearly hear what he was saying. "I'm going to give you a 5-second head start, prick face," he roared through the glass panel, "and then I'm going to cut your cock off and feed it to you." "Fuck you, Kavanagh," Ronan shouted back, but his face was much paler than earlier. "You can't touch me." "1," Johnny barked. "2, 3, 4. "What are you waiting for?" Gibbsy called out, waving his hands in the air encouragingly. "Get going, Forrest." Were they really going to fight? Over me? Was this really over me? It couldn't be. They didn't even know me. No way. I didn't like confrontation. I couldn't cope with it, and this sure looked like it was about to snowball. Deciding to detract myself from the situation, I turned on my heels and bolted out of the bathroom, not stopping until I was safely tucked away in one of the stalls with the door locked behind me. With trembling hands, I pushed my bag off my shoulders, allowing it to clatter against the tiled floor. Dropping down on the closed toilet, I leaned forward, rested my elbows on my knees, and buried my hands in my hair, reeling. What the hell just happened? What was that? What would I have done if Gerard or Gibbsy or whatever his name was hadn't come? Where would I be now? As my earlier adrenaline deflated, Tears dripped down my cheeks, but it wasn't because I was upset. Okay, yes, I was upset, but my tears were those of anger. I was pissed off, actually. Who the hell did Ronan McGarry think he was? More, who did he think I was? Inviting me into the bathroom with him. God, he looked like he'd actually expected me to say yes. Blinking away my tears, I clenched and then unclenched my fists, knees bopping as anger and humiliation coursed through me. I hated humans. They were such a disappointment, and to think God switched dinosaurs for man. He must be raging. Rubbing a hand over my face, I quickly swiped at my damp cheeks and battled to get a handle on my emotions. I was annoyed with myself for being the kind of person who cried when angry. I wanted to be a shouter. A shouter was much better than a crier. I was disgusted with myself for freezing too. He had no right to put his hands on me, and I did nothing to stop him. Words didn't seem enough for that boy, and instead of kicking him in the junk or slapping his hand away, I'd clammed up just like I always did. I should have learned by now that being a pushover didn't do me any favours, and not fighting back wasn't an option either. In situations like the one that had just happened, I had to fight back. I needed to stop letting the fear take a hold of me. I was entitled to stick up for myself. It wasn't rocking the boat to defend yourself. I knew this, but the problem was, every time I was faced with a confrontation or crisis, my body and my mind always reacted with the same broken instinct. Freeze. People talked about the fight or flight instinct. I had neither. Instead of fighting back or fleeing, I froze. Every fucking time. Dragging in a few steadying breaths, I exhaled long and slow, striving to steady my nerves and erratic heartbeat. It took 3 tries of shaking out my hand before I had the coordination to successfully undo the top buttons of my coat and retrieve my phone from my shirt pocket beneath my jumper. Trembling, I unlocked the screen only to release a fresh surge of panic into my bloodstream when my eyes landed on the digital clock on the top of the screen. It was 5:47. My bus left on the dot at 5:30. I'd missed it. There wouldn't be another one passing through the route I needed until 9:45 tonight. Shit, I cried, quickly scrolling into my contact lists to find my brother's name. Pressing call, I held the phone to my ear, but instead of the typical ring-ring sound that came with placing a call, I was greeted with the pre-recorded robotic voice letting me know that I didn't have sufficient credit to place this call. Damn it! Groaning, I quickly tapped in the code that allowed me to send a free call me text message to Joey. When I didn't get an immediate response, I sent another, and then I sent 3 more for good measure. Mam was at work and wouldn't have her phone on her, and I'd rather sleep here in this toilet stall than call my father to come get me. Not that he would come even if I asked. 30 minutes later, and I had sent at least 20 more freebie call-me messages to my brother, but to no avail. He obviously either didn't have his phone with him, or it was switched to silent. My bet was it was on silent mode since Joey rarely left the house without it. He probably forgot to take it off silent mode when he left school. I didn't know what else to do other than just wait at the school until the next bus was due. I knew the school remained open until late for after-school programs and tutoring. It technically never closed considering it was also a boarding school, but the main area would be open until at least 9 p.m. My stomach rumbled loudly, breaking the silence. Checking the time again, I noted that it was now 6:18 p.m. I had those 2 slices of bread tucked away in my lunchbox. I could go and make some toast in the common area while I waited. I would be in serious trouble when I got home, but there was no way on God's given earth that I was going to walk the 15 miles home. The walk I was sure I could handle. It was who I might meet on the walk that troubled me. Standing up, I tucked my phone back into my shirt pocket, redid the buttons on my coat, reached for my bag, and let myself out the stall, stopping to wash my hands before leaving the sanctitude of the bathroom. I pressed my ear to the door and listened for a long moment. When no sounds of violence and shouting came from the other side, I opened the door and stepped out. Like a horrific case of déjà vu, I walked out of the bathroom and straight into a hard chest of muscle.
Chapter 16. Keep your hands off, Johnny. My groin was on fire, and my body was simmering with barely restrained anger. Taking a boot to my crotch while at the bottom of a rock during training was not my idea of a productive practice session. It took me a solid 5 minutes of breathing through my nose as I lay in a heap on the pitch before I could trust the contents of my stomach to stay the fuck in there and stand up, resisting the natural reaction to maim and kill the culprit who just so happened to be the sheepish-looking Huey. I blew off the last 5 minutes of training in favour of going in search of an ice pack. We had the league final coming up, and my arsehole teammates were going to take me out before we even got there. Letting me loose last weekend was all well and good, and the shield was a nice little victory for the team, but my sight was set on the cup, and theirs needed to be too. Apparently not. Though after the sluggish training session yesterday and the sloppy performance this evening was anything to go by, I wasn't walking out of lunch hall with one ice pack strapped to my junk and the other pressed to my thigh when Gibbsy's voice boomed through the air, followed by an annoying voice of Ronan McGarry. What did that little bollocks do now? I barked, and they came into focus, standing on either side of the glass empty door. Don't lose your shit, Gibbsy said in a low tone. I've got it under control. What? I demanded. Gibbsy released a sigh. He was fucking Miss Shannon outside Jack's. He scrubbed his face with his hand. Trying to get her to go into the bathroom with him. My entire body tensed as red, hazing fog clouded my vision. I'd been mad as hell with Gibbsy over the stunt he pulled at lunch yesterday, but right now, I was grateful for his meddling. Tossing the ice pack on the ground, I glared at the window and snarled, "You're fucking kidding me." "Nope. You got a little shitty with her too," Gibbsy added, glaring out through the glass at McGarry. "Apparently McGarry has an issue with his hearing because the girl clearly told him no." My legs were moving before my brain had a chance to catch up. I warned him. I bleeding warned that little shite to leave her alone. I was going to kill that little fucker. "Don't," Gibbsy warned as he grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back. "She's right over there, lad." I swung round to find a wide-eyed Shannon staring back at me. She looked terrified. "For fuck's sake," I groaned, quickly turning away so I didn't see the fear in her big blue eyes. All day, I've been trying my best to keep my distance, but fucking McGarry had just screwed with that. I hated him. He was a strong word, but an accurate one when assessing my feelings towards that prick. I warned him to stay away from her, and he went and did it anyway. Maybe once I use my fists instead of my words, he'll take me seriously. If he didn't, we were going to have an even bigger problem. Turning my back on Ronan, I hissed, "I'm going to give you 5-second head start, prick face, and then I'm going to cut your cock off and feed it to you." "Fuck you, Kavanagh," McGarry spat. "You can't touch me." "One," I snarled, grabbing a hold of the door handle. "2, 3, 4. What are you waiting for?" Gibbs chuckled, making shooing gestures with his hands. "Get going first." 5, I snarled, then yanked the door open. McGarry shot off like a scalded dog running up at top speed. He could move as fast as his legs could carry him, and he still couldn't outrun me. Injured or not, I was goddamn bully. "Sorry," he roared
over his shoulder as he pounded through the courtyard. "Stop! I'm sorry! I won't go near her again!" "Too late, asshole," I shot back, closing in on him. Reaching out, I caught a hold of his back of his jersey and pulled him to an abrupt stop. "Get off me!" he hissed, bucking against my hold. "Come here, you little shite," I barked as I dragged him up the steps to the PE hall. "Stop him!" Ronan screeched at Gibbsy, who trailed after us. "Gibbs, come on, lad!" "Bad chance of that happening, kid," Gibbsy called back. "Unlike your stupid ass, I'm not suicidal and have no intention of putting myself in the firing line." Stalked into the hall. I marched down the corridor and slammed my palm against the changing room door, pushing it open. The team were all inside the room and turned to look at us. "Oh, for Christ's sake," Huey groaned, watching us enter with a resigned look on his face. "What did he do now?" "He broke the rules," Gibbsy snickered. "Boys going to church." "And we were doing so well," Feely sighed. "Oh, Johnny," Cormac Ryan muttered, scratching his stubbly jaw. "Should you be doing that to the coach's nephew?" "Be glad it's not you, fuckface," I snarled, keeping a death grip on McGarry as I dragged him towards the showers. "Stop him!" Ronan demanded. "Lads, help me!" No one moved. Good. These lads had loyalty. "Think you can put your hands on her?" I hissed when we were in the showers and away from the team. Releasing his neck, I shoved him against the wall. "Well?" "I was only messing around with her," he growled, pushing off the wall. "It was a joke. Christ, relax." Do I look relaxed to you? I took a step towards him. "Am I laughing, asshole?" "Back up," McGarry warned, raising his fist in front of him. "I mean it, Kavanagh. Back the hell up." "Nice words," I growled, stalking towards him. "Pity you don't know the meaning of them." He took a swing at me and managed to catch the side of my jaw. Dangerous move. "You cheeky little fucker." I closed the space between us, grabbed his head and buried my head in the bridge of his nose. An extremely satisfying crunching noise filled my ears. The steady stream of blood trickling down his face did little to sate the fury burning inside of me. "Oh, Christ!" Ronan roared, collapsing on the floor, clutching his nose. "I think you broke my nose, Johnny." "Your nose will heal after a break." Grabbing his jersey, I dragged him into the shower stall, slapped my hand against the circular chrome nozzle sticking out from the wall, and watched as freezing cold water poured down on him. "But your spine won't." Crouching down in front of him, I held his face under the water. "That's exactly what I'll crush if you so much as look at her again." "I was only talking to her," he strangled out, red-faced. "Christ!" "Don't talk to her," I spat, glaring down at his stupid fucking face. "Don't look at her, and don't fucking touch her. She's not for you." With great effort, I forced myself to release him and stand back. "Are we clear this time?" "Crystal," McGarry muttered under his breath. "You'd better mean it this time, kid," I said in a warning tone. "Because if you push me on this, I'll kill you." "I'm done," he grumbled. "Fucking hell." I cast Ronan one final death glare before stalking back to the changing room. Unsurprisingly, Gibbsy was perched on the bench with a shit-eating grin etched on his face. "Is he alive?" "For now," I bit out. Kicking off my boots, I grabbed a pair of sweats from my bag and pulled them over my shorts. I could shower when I get home. Right now, I need to get the fuck out of this place before I blew a head gasket. There were too many assholes in my close proximity, McGarry and Ryan to be precise, and I didn't trust myself. Ironically, the lyrics of the song stuck in the middle drifted into my mind. Shaking the thought away, I concentrated on packing up my bag.
When I had everything loaded into my gear bag, I left the changing room without a word to my teammates. Thankfully, Gibbsy didn't follow me. I had my bag loaded into the back seat of my car and was round in the driver's side when a sudden pang of uncertainty hit me in the gut. Was she okay? Should I go back and check on her? No, she's probably gone home. I should go home. But what if she wasn't? You don't have time for this, asshole. My brain hissed. You have a PT session in an hour. Shaking my head, I opened my car door only to quickly slam it shut and stalk back into school. You're just going to check on her. Make sure she's okay. Then get the fuck out of there, I told myself as I walked through the school to the girls' bathroom. There's nothing wrong with that. But there was. There was something seriously wrong with this picture. I was standing outside the girls' bathroom, waiting on a girl to come out who might not be in there to begin with. I was as bad as McGarry. Disgusted with myself, I turned to leave. I made it 5 feet before retracting my steps back to the bleeding bathroom. What the fuck was wrong with me? I was deep in thought, fighting an internal battle with my conscience, when the bathroom door flew open and a tiny wisp of a girl came rushing out and crashed straight into my chest. The minute my eyes landed on her, I knew I was in trouble. You should have gone home while you could, EJ. My mind hissed. There's no leaving now. Wasn't that the truth?
Chapter 17. You've got a fast car. Shannon. My body smacked into the hard chest of muscle, causing my school bag to fall onto the floor with the impact. Instinctively, my hands darted out in front of my face, self-preservation mode activated. If I wasn't so frightened, I would have been proud of the scream that tore from my chest. It was progress. 2 large hands shot out, capturing my flailing limbs and steadying me. Hey, relax! I recognized the hint of a Dublin accent immediately. Shh, relax, it's just me. Sagging in relief, I looked up in his face, registering the familiarity. Oh God. My words came out in a sharp gasp as I stared up at him, breathing hard and fast. You almost gave me a heart attack. Oh, shite, sorry about that. Johnny released me and took a step back, holding his hands out in front of him. You were in the bathroom so long I thought I'd need to call in the rescue crew or something. He took another step backwards, then cupped the back of his neck with a hand, looking a little uncomfortable. He was still wearing the same jersey with the sleeves slightly torn at the biceps, but had switched his shorts for grey sweatpants and his football boots for a pair of runners. I just wanted to check that you were okay. Shrugging, he dropped his hands to his sides and asked, Are you? Was I? I think so. My heart was beating at 100 miles an hour, and I felt like I was 2 seconds away from passing out from the adrenaline battering through my veins. Pressing a hand to my chest, I took a few deep breaths to steady my frazzled nerves before I could speak. He was so much taller than me that I had to crane my head back so I could look at his face when I asked, Were you waiting out here for me? Yeah. Shoving his big hands into the pockets of his sweats, Johnny nodded. I wanted to make sure you're all right. Gibbsy told me what he said to you. He did? Yeah. Johnny nodded grimly. The fucker won't be bothering you again. Ronan? He nodded, jaw ticking. Listen, I need you to trust me when I tell you that little scene with McGarry had more to do with me than you. He shifted uncomfortably and ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. He likes to push boundaries. Mine more than most. Push boundaries? More to do with him? Oh, I wasn't sure what to say to that. I was so confused. Thanks, I added, because thanking him seemed like the right thing to do. No problem. Did you, catch him? I asked, then immediately regretted my question. Why was I making conversation with him? That was my cue to leave. Why wasn't I leaving? And why wouldn't my heart stop trying to beat its way out of my chest? Was this going to happen every time I bumped into him? If so, I needed to get a prescription. Ronan, I clarified, digging myself a deeper hole. You were counting to 5. Like I said, Johnny replied, jaw set in a tight line. He won't be bothering you again. My eyes widened. You didn't kill him, did you? He barked out a laugh. No, Shannon, I didn't kill him. Oh, okay. I breathed a heavy sigh. That's good. He tilted his head to one side, expression curious, voice soft. Is it? Well, yeah? I choked out. I guess it's always good to avoid a murder charge. I guess that's true, he replied with a smirk. Well, I'm, okay, I said, tone a little strained. Thanks for checking. He arched a dark brow. You sure? Yep. Good. Good. He made no move to walk away, and weirdly enough, neither did I. We both just stood there a few feet apart, with him looking down at me and me staring right back at him. It was hard to explain what was happening, but it almost felt like he was rememorizing what I looked like. At least, that's what I was doing. His dark blue eyes were on my face, moving from my eyes to my lips and back up again. He was openly taking me in and made no attempt to be discreet about it. It was disconcerting and exciting all at once. My phone vibrated against my chest then, startling me, and thankfully giving me a much-needed reprieve from the strange tension enveloping us. Unbuttoning my coat, I dragged my phone out of my pocket, glanced at Joey's name flashing on the screen, and quickly pressed accept. Shannon! What's going on? My brother demanded down the line. Are you okay? Did something happen? His voice broke off and he growled down the line. If one of those posh bastards did something to you, I will lose my... I'm fine, I blurted out, interrupting him mid-rant. I'm okay, calm down. My eyes flickered to Johnny, who was still there, watching me with a considering look. I missed my bus, I continued to say, turning my back on him to gain some much-needed composure. And the next one's not until 9:45 tonight, I quickly explained, keeping my voice low and hushed. It's already dark out, and I don't want to walk in case... I stopped myself before finishing that sentence, then hurried on to ask, Are you with Aoife? Can you guys come pick me up? Joey had his full licence, but he didn't have a car. His girlfriend, who was still on her provisional licence, had a 14-year-old Opel Corsa. It was old and sluggish, but it worked. Joey was a named driver on her insurance, and her Desi driver most days, and I knew she allowed him to borrow it whenever he wanted. I'm really stuck, Joe, I added, voice small. I wouldn't ask you if I wasn't desperate. Ah, bollocks, Shan. I'm working till 9. Joey grumbled. I got called in to cover for one of the lads, and Aoife works until 10:30 on Tuesdays, so she has the car. Did you try Mam? She's working the late shift, I mumbled, and I'm not calling Dad. No, Jesus, don't call him, Joey agreed, tone hard. He sighed heavily down the line and said, Look, hang up, give me a few minutes. I'll call around a few of the lads, see if anyone can pick you up. I'll phone you back in a few. No, don't do that, I was quick to interject. The thought of getting into a car with one of his friends, however tolerant they were of me, was not an appealing concept. The school stays open late. I can wait here until my bus comes. A gentle tap on my shoulder drew my attention away from my phone call. Spinning around, I looked up and locked eyes with Johnny. I can take you home, he said, blue eyes locked on mine. Huh? I opened my mouth, but nothing but blabbering came out. My car's parked outside. He inclined his head towards the entrance. I can take you home. I... Shaking my head, I sucked in a sharp breath and tried again. No, that's okay. You don't have to do that. I know I don't have to, he replied slowly. I'm offering. Do what? Joey barked down the line. Shan, what's going on? Who are you talking to? Oh, just this guy from school, I explained, face burning with heat. Johnny arched a brow. I flushed bright pink. My reaction brought a smile to his lips. Guy? My brother demanded, drawing my attention back to our phone call. What guy? Just a guy I know, I squeezed out, tone pitchy. Biting down on my bottom lip, I glanced up at Johnny and said, Honestly, it's fine. You don't have to drive me home. Hold up! Who's driving you home, Shannon? Joey barked down the line, distracting me once more. Why are you talking to guys old enough to drive you home? You're 15. I know what age I am, Joey, I shot back, nerves frazzled. Look, relax. Pressing my palm to my forehead, I said, I'll wait here until my bus comes. Put him on the phone, Joey ordered. What? I gaped. Who? The lad who's just a guy you know with a car, he spat, throwing my words back at me. I balked. Why? Because I want to talk to him, Joey replied impatiently. I peeked up at Johnny, who was looking at me expectantly. Dropping my gaze, I whispered, Why do you want to talk to him? Because I want to talk to the fucker offering to take my baby sister home in his car, that's why. Letting out an impatient sigh, Johnny cleared his throat and held his hand out. I stared at his hand and blinked in confusion. Give me the phone, he instructed calmly. My phone? Yes, Johnny nodded. Your phone. When I made no move to hand it over, Johnny swiped it out of my hand and pressed it to his ear. Hey, this is Johnny, he said down the line, holding my shitty phone to his ear. Yeah, I know your sister. He paused before saying, Kavanagh. Yeah, that's me. Another pause followed before he nodded. Thanks. It was a strong performance all round. Mortified, I reached up and tried to grab the phone, but he was too tall. Holding a hand out between us to keep me at bay, Johnny continued to talk. To my brother. Probably, he said into the phone. Yeah, it's a risky move. No, tickets don't go on sale for the summer tour until May. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Home games only, though. Cool. What? Seriously, what? Confused, didn't begin to explain how I was feeling in this moment. I'm well aware, Johnny said in a dry tone, obviously responding to something Joey was saying. No, I don't. We're friends. Obviously, yeah. Full license, yeah. His gaze flickered to my face. 17. I know that. Yeah, I get it. I know the difference. I won't, Johnny said before pressing end on the call and holding my phone out for me. What just happened? I balked, staring down at the black screen of my phone. What did he say to you? Johnny shrugged, but he didn't answer my question. Instead, he swooped down and grabbed my school bag. Come on. Throwing my bag over his shoulder, he pressed a hand to my back and nudged me forward. Big brother gave me permission to take you home. What about your school bag? I blurted out, noting he was only carrying mine. It's in the car, he replied, continuing to shepherd me towards the door. Let's go. Like a lamb to the slaughter, I went with him, knowing this was a terrible idea, but unable to stop my feet from moving. There was only a handful of students in the corridors, but I swear I felt every one of their stares as I walked towards the front door with Johnny. Johnny yanked the glass door open and waited for me to step out before following me. I had no idea what to do, or say for that matter. I was so far out of my comfort zone I could barely function. I felt a little lightheaded, if I was being honest. We walked side by side in silence through the courtyard and down the avenue towards the student car park. Even though today was March 1st and the second month of spring in Ireland, it was dark outside, not to mention freezing cold. I wasn't a fan of being outside in the dark, and I found myself sticking close to him. Concussion giver or not, some part of my brain told me that I was safe with this boy. That was probably the concussed part talking. He didn't hurt you, did he? Johnny asked, breaking the silence when we entered the parking area. What? I turned my face to look at him. No, I'm okay. You sure? He stared straight ahead, so I did the same, feeling too exposed around him. He didn't put his hands on you? I'm sure. Sliding my hands into my coat pockets, I kept my gaze on the line of cars up ahead. I'm okay. Johnny tensed and the move caused his arm to rub against mine. You know, you can tell me if he did. He shoved his hand into his pocket and retrieved a set of keys. You don't have to be afraid. He didn't. Okay, good. He muttered, pressing a button on a sleek black car key. Lights flashed from a nearby vehicle and he steered us towards it. This one's mine. Whoa, I muttered, when I was close enough to make out the impressive-looking car. You have an Audi? I do, he agreed, yanking one of the back doors open. Is it yours? Why else would I be driving it? I cringed. I thought it might belong to your parents or something. No, it's mine, he replied. My folks have their own transport. Oh, I breathed, gawking in admiration. Because of the darkness, I couldn't depict if the car was black or navy, but God almighty, darkness or not, I could easily tell that it was fancy, and new, and fast, and expensive. No wonder he didn't want the €65 back. Is it an A3? I asked, awestruck. Yeah, Johnny replied, tossing my bag into the back seat where it joined another school bag and several more gear bags, all with different club crests. I could spot a sports bag a mile away, having spent most of my life falling over them. I was also painfully aware of the stench of teenage boy that came from one of those bags. It was similar to the stench that wafted from Joey's bedroom. Distinctive odour comprised of a combination of sweat, sex and man. Peeking over his shoulder, I ignored the stench of boy and marvelled at the leather interior. Are you into cars or something? He asked, turning his head just in time to catch me snooping over his shoulder. Not really. I took a step back and shrugged, feeling a surge of heat flood my face and a whole truckload of relief to have been caught checking out his car and not his ass in those pants. Because I had totally checked that out too. It was hard not to. It was round and firm and... But my brother Joey is, so I know a lot of the types from listening to him. I hurried to explain and distract myself from my dangerous thoughts. That's a fast car. Yeah, it's pretty decent for now. For now? Nodding, Johnny closed the back door and flashed me a quick smile before opening the front passenger door. Ah, shite. He grumbled, staring in dismay. Sorry about this. I wasn't planning on having anyone in here. My eyes took in the absolute carnage that was his front seat. Holy hell! It was a total mess. I can sit in the back if it's easier for you, I offered, not wanting to put him out any more than I already was. What? No, Johnny muttered, scratching his jaw. Just give me a sec. Diving into the car, he scooped up an armful of empty bottles, socks, plastic containers, chewing gum packets, deodorant cans and towels, and tossed them over the back of the seat. He had to repeat this cycle 3 more times, dumping the rubbish from the front seat to the back before the space was clear, pausing midway to pocket a black wallet, to which he informed me that he had been looking for this. Finally, when he was finished with the impromptu clean-up, he climbed back out, grinning sheepishly. I think we're good now. I smiled. Thanks again for offering to drop me home. It's no problem, he replied. I figure I still owe you for the broken head, huh? You didn't break it, I was quick to clear up. You just knocked my brain around a little. Johnny grimaced. Kinda did, didn't I? Well, I mused, it's 15 miles to my house, so between the money, threatening to cut off Ronan's penis, and the spin home, I think we can call it quits. He's not in your class, is he? Johnny expelled a frustrated breath, because that can be sorted too. We only have one class together twice a week, I explained. The male-to-female ratio in third year was heavily unbalanced, with 80 boys and only 5 girls. All 5 girls were placed into the same class, 3A. Luckily for me, Ronan McGarry was in 3D, so with the exception of a couple of mixed classes during the week, I wouldn't have to look at him. He's never spoken a word to me until this evening, I added. Well, if he gives you even a whiff of shite, then let me know, Johnny growled, and I'll fix it. You'll fix it? I questioned. You make it sound like you're in the mafia or something. Johnny barked out a laugh and held the door open, gesturing with his hand. Come on, Shannon, like the river. Get in my car. He was so unexpected and I was so distracted by him that I didn't feel any hesitation. I just climbed in and fastened my seatbelt, watching as he closed my door and jogged around the front of the car to his side. It wasn't until he was sitting in the driver's seat beside me with the doors closed that I felt my heartbeat increase and my usual swell of anxiety churn. Christ, it's freezing, Johnny announced, rubbing his hands together before starting the engine. He was right. It was freezing in here. It's late to be catching a bus, he added, flicking on the light overhead. School finishes at 4. Yeah, I know. I clasped my hands together, my entire body a bundle of nerves, but the 5:30 bus is the only one that goes past my road. That sucks. It's not so bad, I replied, adjusting my seatbelt. I usually manage to get most of my homework done before I leave school in the evenings. A small shiver rolled through me then, to which Johnny automatically responded, Are you cold? Reaching for the heater, he turned it on full blast, then returned to rubbing his hands together and shivering. Shouldn't take long to melt, he added, pointing to the thin layer of ice on the windscreen. I'm okay, but you should probably put a coat on, I stated, eyeing his bare arms. Or at least a jumper. It's like 2 degrees out there. You'll end up getting sick. Nah, I'm used to it, he told me. I spend most of every winter on a pitch in the pissings of rain. Playing rugby? I filled in thoughtfully. Yup. Cupping his hands close to his mouth, he blew a breath into them and continued to rub. Do you play any sports? No. I shook my head and fingered a button on my coat. I like watching, though. Tilting his head to one side, he studied my face. Do you watch a lot of rugby? I could feel the weight of his stare in my cheeks. They were on fire. No, I mumbled. I mean, I watched that one match last week, and I watch Ireland in the Six Nations Championship every year, and I sometimes follow the soccer, but it's mostly GAA, Gaelic football and hurling. I looked over at him. My brother Joey, the guy on the phone, he plays for Cork. No shit. Johnny's eyebrows shot up. Senior level? No, he's only 18, so he's in the minors for now, I replied. But there's talk of him being called up to the senior team next season. You know, now that I think of it, the name Joey Lynch sounds familiar. Johnny mused. He twisted in his seat to face me, expression full of interest. He's over in BCS, right? A hurler? Yeah, I nodded. He was a dual player for years, like most people. But when he got called up to county level, he dropped football. Nice. Johnny blew out a breath. He sounded impressed when he leaned back against his door and said, It's not easy to get a call up to a county level anywhere, but especially in Cork where the competition is so fierce. It really isn't. I kept my body positioned straight ahead but turned my head to look at him. People don't know how incredibly hard it is to play at that level and stay there. They assume it's easy for athletes and that they're spoiled and entitled, but they don't see the huge behind-the-scenes sacrifices that are made daily by those guys. You can chalk that down, he replied, nodding his head in agreement. Propping a foot in his seat, Johnny hooked his arm around his knee, rested his other arm on the steering wheel, and gave me his undivided attention. Your brother's taken this opportunity with both hands. I guess, I replied, thinking about my brother and his attitude towards life. This was strange. I usually wasn't much of a talker, not around strangers at least. I didn't feel that way around him, though. Not tonight, at least. I felt oddly forthcoming, and Johnny's interest in what I had to say encouraged me to keep talking. Besides, my brother was a safe topic. Everybody loved Joey, myself included, and I was fiercely proud of his achievements. But he's still in school doing his Leaving Cert this year, and there are a lot of distractions for him. Our father wants him focused on hurling 24/7, but Joe is a sociable guy. He finds it hard to say no to his friends. I continued to ramble, and he continued to listen intently to what I was saying. Honestly, Joey has the talent and skill to play at any level, I stated truthfully, appreciating every nod Johnny made as I spoke. It's keeping his head that's his biggest problem, and distractions everywhere. Everybody wants a piece of you when you're in the public eye, and Joey has a hard time keeping his feet on the ground. I waved a dismissive hand in the air as I spoke. I guess it's hard to keep your feet on the ground when you're a teenager playing in a man's world and reaping the rewards for it. I paused, exhaling a heavy sigh before adding, You know how it is with parties, girls, special treatment and all that. Yeah, Johnny replied, rubbing his jaw almost absent-mindedly. He had this strange expression etched on his face as he looked at me, one I couldn't quite depict. I do now. It was the same for Darren, I added thoughtfully, thinking back to how similar my brothers' lives were at 18. Johnny's brows knitted. Darren? I flushed. Oh, he's my eldest brother. He played a year of senior level before giving up. No shit. Johnny's brows shot up. Why'd you give it up? The pressure? I offered weakly, unwilling to delve into my family's issues. I guess he lost heart in the game. There was a long pregnant pause after that where neither of us spoke. It was unsettling and brought with it my earlier anxieties. Sorry, I mumbled, tucking my hair behind my ear. I probably just bored you half to sleep with all that. Fingering my braid nervously, I looked from the now ice-free windscreen to him before saying, I'd say we're good to go. Johnny made no move to leave. Instead, he surprised me by saying, What about you? What about me? I replied, feeling a little unnerved. Are you a skilled camogie player? He shot me a grin, since it clearly runs in your family. Ah, no, I replied, flushing bright red. Definitely not. I was never any good at it, but I love watching. I love the physicality of the game. Johnny nodded, absorbing everything I was telling him with perfect politeness, only to surprise the hell out of me when he said, I think you'd like rugby. My brows rose up at the odd statement. I think what you meant to say is I might die playing rugby, I corrected, gesturing to my body. If you haven't noticed, I'm kind of on the small side. A huge smile spread across his face, dimples emerging. Yeah, I've noticed. He chuckled. I meant that I think you'd enjoy watching rugby. If you enjoy GAA so much, you'd love the physicality of rugby. I do enjoy it, I reminded him, when Ireland are playing. Not that I have a bull's clue what's going on, I skipped adding. What about local teams? School rugby, provincial sides? Ever been to any games before last week? He was firing off questions quicker than I could respond. I attempted to answer him as best I could. No, I don't follow any team aside from the international squad, and I've never been to any other games. Johnny nodded again, taking in everything I was saying like it was important. I play, he finally said. For Tommen, yeah, I know, I quipped. I saw you, and I still have an egg on the back to my head to prove it. Johnny grimaced. No, he pressed, tone oddly serious. I mean, I play. I stared blankly back at him. That's good? He released an impatient laugh. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Nope. I shook my head. I honestly don't. He considered this for a long moment before adding, I like that. You like what? that you don't know what I'm talking about, he replied without hesitation. It's a little insulting and a lot refreshing. Well, you're welcome, I offered, not knowing what to say to that. So, rugby's your thing, huh? Johnny smirked. You could say that. I felt like I was missing something here. And you're good? I thought he was good. I thought he was the best out there last Friday, but I didn't have a clue about the sport. His smile widened, eyes crinkling slightly as he repeated his earlier words. You could say that. Okay, I was definitely missing something. Am I going to be embarrassed by this? I asked, racking my brain for information that might help me. I didn't have any. Sure, I knew he was the captain of the school team, and those photographers and reporters were snapping at his heels, but I figured that had to do with him being captain and the best player on the field that day. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. If I do an internet search on you, am I going to find out you're some sort of rugby god? Johnny threw his head back and laughed. No, he mused. I'm no god. Then what? I pressed. With a rueful smile, Johnny steered the topic back to me once more by saying, So, GAA's your thing, huh? Well, I really don't have much of a choice in the matter, I responded, going along with his diversion. I have 5 brothers and a GAA fanatic father, so I let my words trail off with a small shrug. No sisters? Nope, I replied. It's just me and the boys. How's that for you? His question threw me, and it took me several moments to form a response. Okay, I guess. No one had ever asked me that before, not even my parents. It makes for a busy home life, I added, feeling the need to elaborate. It gets kinda crazy sometimes. I bet. Shifting his hand from the steering wheel to the leg he had planted on the floor, Johnny began to smooth his large hand over the front of his sweatpants, stopping to knead his thigh with his knuckles. I would have been super creeped out by the move if it weren't for the fact that he seemed to be doing it so subconsciously, like he was soothing an ache. Are you close? He asked, distracting me from my staring. Close? I blinked rapidly. To who? My brothers? He nodded. I thought about it for a moment before responding. I'm close to Joey. That's the one on the phone earlier. He turned 18 at Christmas, so he's the closest in age to me. Darren doesn't live in Cork, and the 3 younger ones are only 11, 9 and 3, so we're not very close. He's good to you. Who, Joey? He nodded. Yeah, I smiled. He's a great brother. Protective. I shrugged. Sometimes. Johnny nodded thoughtfully before saying, So, you're the middle child. Yeah, I'm the 3rd. That's a lot of kids. What about you? I turned the tables on him. Any sisters or brothers? Nope, he replied with a shrug. I'm an only child. Wow. What's that like? Quiet, he quipped before shifting the limelight back onto me once again. You've lived here all your life. Yep. Born and raised in Ballylagan, I confirmed. You're from Dublin, right? You moved down here when you were 11. His eyes brightened. You remember me telling you that? I nodded. Christ, you were so out of it that day, I didn't think you'd remember any of it, he replied thoughtfully, scratching his chin. Even if I hadn't, your accent is a dead giveaway. Yeah? Nodding, I put on my poshest Southside accent and said, I'm from Blackrock, darling. Johnny laughed at my attempt. Not even close. Let me guess, you enjoy dipping your toes in Sandy Cove before heading for a spot of lunch in D4, I added with a snicker and another forced accent. My cheeks burned. God, I was so awkward. There's nothing posh about me, Shannon, Johnny countered, smile fading. I might have come from a decent area, but my parents work hard for everything they have. They came from nothing and built themselves up. You're right. He didn't sound posh at all. My attempt at impersonating him was an epic fail. What an idiot. Embarrassed by my rare and poorly executed joke, I fiddled with my braid and mumbled, "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," he replied dismissively, smiling again. Now, my ma, on the other hand, has a really thick North Side accent. My eyes lit up. "Like in Fair City?" Johnny scrunched his nose up. "You watch soaps?" "I love them," I admitted with a smile. "Fair City's my favourite." "Well, if you heard my ma, you'd be in your element," he chuckled, oblivious to his weird hand-to-thigh movements. "My dad was born and raised in Ballylagan, so he's a Cork native like yourself." Shrugging, he added, "I suppose I sound like a fucked-up mixture of both?" He wasn't. He didn't have an ounce of Cork accent in him. He was 100% dub, but I decided to skip telling him that and ask, "Why did your family move here instead?" "My dad's mother was sick," he explained. "She wanted to come home to, so we moved down to take care of her." Dropping his hands in his lap, he fiddled with his thumbs. "It was supposed to be a temporary thing. I was enrolled in Royce College for the following September. We were supposed to go home after the funeral." "But you didn't go back to Dublin?" He shook his head. "Nah. The rents decided they liked the quiet way of life down here, so they put the house in Dublin on the market and made the move a permanent one." "How was it, moving at that age?" I had no idea why I was asking these questions. I couldn't remember ever talking to a random person for this long before. But it was nice, and Johnny was interesting. He was different. I was stunned at how easy it was to actually talk to him. It must have been hard. It was a pain in the hole, Johnny muttered, clearly thinking back at the memory. Coming into a new school halfway through the school year, changing clubs and finding my feet in a new squad, taking some other fella's spot on the team, and then dealing with the fallout. He shook his head and ran his hand through his hair. I had to repeat 6th class over the move. Some shit about policy or something. "Where?" "Scoil Owen," he offered with a grimace. "The all-boys Catholic primary school." My brows shot up. "Same as Hughie Biggs?" He nodded, smiling. "Yeah. That's where I met Hughie, Gibbs and Feely." "Those guys are your friends?" He nodded, grinning now. "Unfortunately." "Did you mind," I asked then, "having to repeat 6th class at Scoil Owen?" I was raging, Shannon. "You were?" I asked, ignoring the way my insides shivered up when he said my name. In fact, I was desperately trying to ignore the electric current of heat pulsing through my veins. "Yeah, I was really looking forward to going to Royce with my buddies and the lads from the club," he explained. Christ, I was fuming with my folks when they pulled me out and enrolled me at Tommen. He let out a small laugh and then said, 6 years later, and I'm still pissed about it." "Well, you seem to be doing okay for yourself here," I offered, unsure of what to say. "You have a lot of friends and you're still playing rugby and stuff." "And stuff," Johnny chuckled, highly amused by my words. He studied my face for a long beat before asking, "Do you dance?" "No, why would you ask that?" "I dunno." Johnny shrugged. "Some girls dance instead of playing sports." His eyes trailed over me for a brief moment before returning to my face. "You look like you could be one of those." He waved a hand around, obviously searching for a word before finishing with, "one of those tutu dancers." My eyes widened. "You think I look like a ballerina?" He nodded and a laugh tore from my lips. "What?" He grinned sheepishly. "You're small." He motioned to my body with his hand before adding, "It's not that far of a stretch of the imagination." "Well, I'm not a ballerina," I laughed, "or any other dancer for that matter. I'm just stunted." Johnny cocked an amused brow. "Stunted?" "Have you seen me?" I gestured to myself. "I'm 15, barely 5 feet, and I weigh like 85 pounds. "You're 6 stone," he breathed, eyes widening in disbelief. Meanwhile, my eyes widened in disbelief at how fast he was able to convert pounds to stones. "Whoa. Jesus, I bench twice what you weigh in the gym." Johnny looked me over before asking, "Are you seriously only 5 feet?" "If I stand really straight, I am." "Christ, I'm 6'3". He shook his head. "You're so small." "Exactly." I pulled a face. "Stunted." "Jesus. No wonder you folded like a lawn chair when the ball hit you," Johnny muttered, rubbing his jaw again as his eyes travelled over me. "I could have broken you in half." "That's one way to put it," I replied, scrunching my nose up at the analogy. "Is your mother still raging with me?" "My mother?" "Yeah." He nodded. "She looked like she was 2 seconds away from ripping my head off that day." "My mother just got a fright," I mumbled. "She saw that I was hurt and jumped to the first conclusion." "And the first conclusion was that I battered you." I shrugged uncomfortably but gave nothing away. "It happens." "Not from me, it doesn't." He pointed out, tone a little thicker now, eyes locked on mine. "Never from me." "Hey, now, don't be so quick to deny," I attempted humour. "I just witnessed you threaten to cut off Ronan's penis." "That little idiot doesn't count," was his grunted response. "I can't fucking stand that kid, but his uncle's the school trainer, so I have no choice but to tolerate him. He's always pushing my buttons and acting out on the pitch, pulling reckless stunts and causing unnecessary drama. It's like babysitting a fucking toddler during matches. I swear, it's a daily test to my self-restraint not to throttle the little bollocks." I smirked. "So, you're not friends then?" Johnny scoffed at the notion. "Definitely not friends." "Well, he's still young," I offered optimistically, "so maybe he'll mature with time." "Like you." "Huh? I mean, you're in the same year as him," he hurried to explain, "but you don't act like you're 15. "I don't?" He shook his head. "You come across a lot older." "That's because I'm a 90-year-old woman disguised as a teenager," I quipped. "That's..." Johnny scrunched his nose up. "A disturbing concept." "Yep," I mumbled, embarrassed at my crappy banter. "It is." "So, what do you do?" He surprised me by asking. "What do I do?" I'd been half expecting him to end the conversation there. "Yeah." He nodded encouragingly. "In your free time." I paused and thought about his question. "I don't really do anything," I finally said. "I guess I watch television and listen to music in my free time. Oh, and I read a lot." Shrugging, I added, "As you can tell, I'm not very interesting." Johnny tilted his head to one side, studying me with intense blue eyes. "What type of books?" "Autobiographies, fiction, crime, thrillers, romance." I sighed, thinking of the pile of books in my room. "I'm not picky about genres, I just have to like the blurb. If the back of the book can suck me in, then I'm sold." Johnny watched me while I spoke, his gaze intense and searching. "You're a reader," he finally said. It wasn't a question, it sounded more like he was banking that piece of information away in his mind. "That's really good." "Do you read?" I asked him. He grimaced. "Not as much as I should." "So, not at all?" I teased. "Honestly, no," he admitted with a lopsided grin. Shifting closer, he said, "The last book I read that wasn't school-ordered was about chicken licking and the sky falling down on all the little talking animals. Do you know the one?" "Yeah," I snickered, thinking about Johnny reading children's fairy tale stories. "I've read that one a couple of times to Sean." "Sean?" "My youngest brother," I explained. "The 3-year-old. "You shouldn't," Johnny warned, suppressing a shudder. "That book scared the bejesus out of me. I haven't read for fun since." My mouth fell open. "Are you being serious right now?" "Hell fucking yes, I'm being serious," Johnny shot back, looking comically wounded. "I was only small. It was one of those read-it-yourself books with pictures in place for words and all that shite. They should have rated it PG because I swear to God, I genuinely believed the whole fucking sky was about to cave in on me." He shook his head at the memory. "I slept under rather than on my bed for 3 fucking weeks until my dad finally caved and moved me into one of the bedrooms downstairs. Why? I laughed loudly. What good was moving downstairs going to do if the sky was falling? Johnny grinned and his dimples deepened in his cheeks. Ah, see. He chuckled, tapping his head with his forefinger. In my naive, 6-year-old mind, I was thinking that the sky did, in fact, fall. It might break the roof, but it couldn't possibly break the downstairs ceiling too. I'd have a better chance of surviving on the ground level. You were a clever little fella, weren't you? I was something all right, Johnny replied, laughing along with me. A bleeding idiot. Wow, I snickered between fits of laughter. That's survival at its finest. He gave me a wolfish grin. Original Boy Scout right here. Were you in the Boy Scouts? Like fuck I was. Johnny shot back, laughing harder now. I was messing. His eyes danced with amusement. Why? Were you in the Brownies? Ah, definitely not. I shook my head, stifling a giggle. My survival skills are terrible. Johnny's voice was a little deeper when he said, I don't know about that. His expression shifted then, growing more intense. Unable to take the heat, I turned my face away and glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It read 8:25. God, how long had we been sitting here talking? Tell me something. Johnny distracted me by saying. He was still smiling and his eyes were warm, his tone soft when he asked, Why'd you transfer to Tommen? His question caught me off guard. Clasping my hands together, I cracked my knuckles and exhaled a heavy breath. I needed a change. A change? He arched a disbelieving brow. Halfway through your junior cert? It's complicated and sort of private. My voice trailed off and I turned my face to look out my window, though all I could see was darkness outside. I wasn't comfortable with the direction this conversation had taken. Every time I thought about my old school, a fresh batch of terror enveloped me. My reasons for being here weren't something I was willing to talk about with anyone. Hey. I felt his fingers brush against the back of my hand, his voice closer now, soft and probing. Where'd you go? Startled by the contact, my head snapped back, my gaze flickering from his face to where his thumb was still grazing my hand, smoothing soft circles over my knuckles. It was only a harmless touch, meant to capture my attention, but what surprised me most was that I didn't immediately pull away. The awareness that I liked his touch was unsettling, but not nearly as unsettling as the urge I had to flip my hand over and entwine my fingers with his. Shite. Yanking his hand away, Johnny shifted back to lean against the door, grimacing in what looked like discomfort at the move. His hand automatically shot to his thigh again. Sorry. He grunted, and it was a noticeably pained sound. Clearing his throat, he added, I shouldn't have done that. It's okay, I whispered, chewing nervously on my bottom lip. I don't mind. He exhaled a hard breath and then ran a hand through his hair with his free hand. No, it's not okay. His gaze drifted to my mouth and he expelled another hard breath. It's not fucking okay at all. It is okay, I tried to comfort him by saying, Don't be mad over it. I'm not mad, Johnny bit out, jaw clenched. I'm just... Fuck! He so was mad. My gaze flickered to his right leg, the one on the floor, and then to where his knuckles had turned white from the pressure he was using to knead his thigh. Distracted by the sight, I blurted, What's wrong with you? Johnny's brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? You had an ice pack on your leg at school earlier, I stated, gesturing with my hand to where he was still digging his fist into his thigh. Are you hurt? His gaze followed mine to his thigh, and he quickly yanked his hand away. Jesus, he grunted, looking appalled. I didn't realise I was doing that. You've been touching yourself since we got in the car, I announced. Jesus Christ, Johnny hissed, gaping at me in horror. I immediately regretted my choice of words and began to backpedal, I mean, not touching yourself. Obviously, you weren't touching yourself. Please stop talking, Johnny begged, holding up a hand. I closed my mouth and nodded. Shifting his body gingerly, he sank back down in his seat, flinching ever so slightly at the movement. I watched in silence as he fastened his seatbelt and inhaled a deep breath, expelling it slowly. Just to be clear, he stated after a long pause of silence, I really wasn't failing myself up or anything like that. I'm just... Sore? I offered, remembering his words from that day. His gaze locked on mine, wary now. Yeah, he admitted with a pained sigh. I nodded in understanding. You have an injury. Johnny looked from my face to his leg, a frustrated expression crossing his features. I have something all right, he muttered under his breath, and then released another agitated sigh before blurting out, I fucked my adductor muscle when I was 16. It was brutal. Nothing helped, and it was compromising my game. I was in constant pain, Shannon. Constant. The physio wasn't working and I couldn't cope with the pain anymore, so I gave in and had the surgery at Christmas. He sounded angry with himself, which pushed me to ask, And you're mad because... Johnny shook his head and then ran a hand through his hair. He was quiet for so long that I didn't think he was going to answer me, but then he mumbled, It's not healing. Your leg? I whispered, concern bubbling up inside of me. Or your stitches? Both, he offered with a resigned shake of his head, then whispered, All of it. This was a strange admission between two relative strangers, and I got the distinct feeling that Johnny didn't overshare often. He looked annoyed with himself, and I wasn't sure if it was because he was injured or because he had told me about it. Either way, I had the biggest urge to comfort him. Well? Pausing, I twisted in my seat to look at him and gathered my thoughts before saying, It usually takes a lot longer than a few weeks to recover full from an operation. You're not a machine, Johnny. The healing process takes time. A teammate of Joey's had surgery last year to have his hamstring repaired. It took 5 months until he was match fit. It's been 10 weeks, he shot back, his tone taking on a hard edge, mirroring the frustration in his eyes. My surgeon told me that I'm on track to full recovery, and my GP cleared me to play after 3 weeks. It was supposed to be a minor procedure, but it looks fucking hard. Johnny stopped short and shook his head, exhaling a frustrated breath. It shouldn't be taking this long, he reiterated, glaring down at his thigh like it was the enemy. It's a fucking mess. You were given the all-clear to play after 3 weeks? I frowned. That doesn't seem like long enough time frame for your body to heal, I heard myself respond, tone gentle. Yeah, well, I was, he huffed. Johnny, I said quietly, you should probably only be going back to training now. He shook his head and muttered, You don't get it. No, I definitely didn't, but that didn't stop me from saying, You said your stitches haven't healed. He gave me a wary look but didn't respond. Can you show me? I asked. I'm good with stitches. I've had enough of them. Shannon, I had surgery on my adductor, Johnny bit out, tone thick, eyes laced with confusion. I know, I replied, but I've seen a million sports injuries on legs and knees, so maybe I can tell you what the problem is. Shrugging, I added, It's probably just taking longer to heal because you're on your feet all the time. My leg's not the problem, Shannon. Oh, I'm sorry, I just presumed because I saw you limping, I replied. Is it your thigh? No, he deadpanned. My cheek switched from mildly warm to hot as a furnace in the time it took me to register that Johnny's injury was positioned much higher than I had originally thought. My mouth formed an O as vivid images of severed boy parts entered my mind. Yeah, Johnny bit out derisively, looking both frustrated and uncomfortable. Oh. Well, Rambling, I shook my head and tried again. I don't know how to help you with that. Relax, I wasn't going to let you examine it. He tossed back defensively. I'm sorry, I whispered, thoroughly mortified. I didn't, realise where it was. And by the way, he added, eyes narrowed, it's my groin I had surgery on, not my cock, so I'd appreciate you having the facts right before you go running your mouth about it. What? Running my mouth? My eyes drifted from his face to his crotch, an unstoppable reaction of hearing the word cock come out of his mouth. I know what girls are like for gossiping, he bit out, jaw flexing. Fuck. What am I doing? I gaped at him. Gossiping? Was he serious? Look, just forget I told you any of that. He huffed. It's getting late. Reaching between us, he closed a large hand over the gear stick and shifted into gear. Where am I taking you? I blew out a breath. I have no idea. He turned to look at me. What? I squirmed in my seat. What?